There was once a place where the dead whispered, where buried secrets lied dormant for generations, only to unleash a horrific evil once they were unearthed. This is the story about a family who endured a living nightmare in what was supposed to be their dream home. This is the untold story of the Summerwind mansion and the hell that dwelled within its walls. The home that would become known as Summerwind was originally built in northern Wisconsin in 1916 by then U.S. Secretary of Commerce Robert Lamont. Originally called the Lamont Mansion after it was finished, it sat upon 80 acres of property. Alongside the large home, which contained 3 large chimneys, guest quarters, and a large basement, sat another smaller building, which is where the servants lived. And from the beginning, things just didn't seem quite right. The mansion was fairly isolated, especially given the time period. The road conditions were poor at best, and the area in which it was in receives heavy snowfall throughout various times of the year, which led to most of the winters being waited out among the estate. During the first long winter at the property, the servants were soon being tormented by what they described as a translucent woman, first seeing her staring at them from the main window of their quarters from the courtyard, to her then beginning to materialize within the home itself. Mr. Lamont initially dismissed these claims as nothing more than paranoia, thinking his servants were either delusional or getting stir-crazy given the weather. And this was until one cold evening when he was made a true believer. While he and his wife were enjoying their dinner together on the first floor, they were interrupted by the basement door shaking violently. Terrified, knowing that there was no one who could be down there, Mr. Lamont, pistol in hand, went to investigate. The shaking door abruptly stopped as Lamont came within several feet of it. Fighting through nerves and anxiety, Mr. Lamont threw the door open, expecting there to be someone there. Instead, he was met with a bone-chilling silence. He was even more unnerved after sweeping the basement and further confirming that there was indeed no one there. Afterwards, he began to make his way back towards the door to head back upstairs, when suddenly, the ghostly form of a man appeared and stepped right in front of the exit. Scared out of his mind, Lamont then fired 2 shots from his pistol, and the apparition then disappeared. When others were sent to investigate to confirm that there indeed was no one there, all they found were fresh bullet holes. And after this incident, the Lamont family abandoned the property, never to return. It then sat vacant and rotting for decades. The mansion was still owned by the Lamont family until Mr. Lamont's death in 1948, when it was then sold. It exchanged hands several times until it came into the possession of Mr. and Mrs. Kiefer. The Kiefer family believed that they had found their forever home and were more than excited to move in. But this honeymoon feeling was all too short-lived. The Kiefers soon began to experience strange things within the house. Unexplained sounds like banging that traveled all throughout the home at random times of the day and night. Glimpses of shadows out of the corner of their eyes, and the feeling as if they were being watched at all times. These experiences soon led the family to their breaking point, and they too would abandon the mansion, leaving behind all of their belongings, food, clothes, and furniture. Mrs. Kiefer would later state that she believed if she took anything with her from that house, that something horrible would happen to them. And although it was still owned by the Kiefer family, the estate yet again sat rotting away for years to come. And not only that, but word of just why it had been abandoned had reached the local community as well, leading to it being called the Old Haunted House. The Kiefer family, despite their unfortunate experiences, would end up being the lucky ones. In 1969, Ginger Henshaw was visiting a friend and was told that she had to visit the old haunted house with her. Intrigued, she agreed and soon found herself approaching in a car, catching her first fleeting glimpses of Summerwind through fingerprint-speckled window glass. She would later say that upon seeing the home, she felt sorry for it. She felt that it was calling out to her soul, crying out to her soul for her to save it. She almost immediately became obsessed with the idea of living there. Her husband, Arnold, owned a construction company, and shortly after her initial trip with her friend, would also take a trip there with his wife to see just what all her excitement was about. Knowing what it would take, Arnold immediately saw the potential and agreed that it may just be the perfect investment for the family. Since they were used to moving due to the nature of Arnold's business, the couples also figured they could use the space for their 6 children, as well as themselves. They then were able to reach out to the Kiefers and make them an offer that they couldn't refuse for this massive fixer-upper. First impressions certainly go a long way for most people, and not everyone will get the same impression either. Contrary to her parents' impressions of Summerwind, 9-year-old April got a much different feeling altogether, one of unease and fear. She described Summerwind as a huge, dingy, and decrepit place, and that she was immediately overcome with a feeling of dread, like she didn't belong there. Children can often be scared by new experiences, but given what was about to unfold, I don't think that was the case for young April. Within weeks, the family moves in. Ginger immediately becomes obsessed with restoring the old home, so much so, it was like she was being compelled by an unseen force. Some of this work included trying 11 different paint colors to match the woodwork. It was as if she had been given an assignment to restore this relic back to its original glory. And as Ginger fixated on renovating, her husband Arnold began to lose interest in the house and grew ever more distant from his family. He began to wander aimlessly in a state of confusion, starting things and stopping them just as quickly. He seemed to hyper-focus on the old organ that had come with the home and began to play it at all hours of the night. Along with this, he began to be tormented by something that he couldn't see, and he believed that if he stopped playing, something horrible would happen to him. Meanwhile, Ginger continued her work. As the days continued to tick by, slowly but surely, the family began to experience very strange activity within the home. This began with small items often being misplaced when there was no one around to move them. But this soon escalated to chairs being moved. One moment they'd be up against the dining table, and the next moment, up against the wall. And no matter what room you were in or what you were doing, you always felt as if you were being watched. Along with this omnipresent watcher, the family began to be awakened by disembodied crying at odd times during the night. The crying was described as something trying to mimic the crying of a baby, but it just wasn't quite human, and there were no children that age residing within the home at the time. Footsteps also followed them wherever they went, and didn't stop when they reached them. They would often cascade onto the walls. They would also hear the walking above their heads, as if someone or something simply defied gravity and walked around and above them. Now several weeks into what was supposed to be their forever home, the Henshaw family was now experiencing activity not of this world. Arnold had also grown more distant, more reclusive, and was no longer acting like the sweet man that he had once been. His personality had completely shifted, and he was no longer himself. He had gone from a loving father to an insanely angry shell of his former self. His daughter April would later describe him like this: any little thing would seem to set him off, and you would have to bear the brunt of his rage. These possession episodes only grew in intensity, and he became more and more evil. An example of this is that one day the family's pet raccoon escaped, sending Arnold into a frenzy. He attempted to force the children into the nearby woods to look for it. Amidst the altercation, thankfully their mother intervened and kept him from sending them there. As a punishment to the children, Arnold found and then killed the raccoon in front of them. Despite the radical changes that were taking place within her family and daily life, Ginger attempted to regain a sense of normalcy. Attempting to put the strange activity out of her mind, she hosted a dinner party with some friends who hadn't seen her or the family since they had moved into Summerwind. Things seemed to be going well, and that was until she made a quick trip to the kitchen to get some snacks for her guests who were sitting in the parlor. As she loaded a plate with food, the muted warmth of company was shattered by a scream. Ginger rushed to the room to find her guests screaming in terror as they witnessed the ghostly form of a man with a misshapen face appear directly in front of them. Within seconds, they rushed out of Summerwind and would never speak to Ginger ever again. Although what she had suspected all along, Ginger's worst fears were now confirmed. She was dealing with something not of this realm. And even though she knows she's not insane, it's of little consolation. Arnold has continued to spiral deeper into madness. His playing on the old organ has now become more frequent than ever, and has grown more dissident and demonic in tonality. Within 2 months, Arnold has gone completely berserk and has lost all grip of reality. He's lost his construction business because he simply stopped working, and all of the family's assets are depleted, having purchased and renovated the home. And now he's on the verge of losing his family. His daughters, now ages 8 and 10, believe that the house is what is destroying their family. They have both contemplated suicide, a horrific absolute for anyone, but it's particularly disturbing because of their young ages. Ginger now often seeks refuge in the nearby woods, choosing to sleep on the forest floor rather than in her own home, because she's grown so terrified of what inhabits the property. But this time, winter is quickly approaching. Due to the lack of income, the gas and electricity to the home have now been shut off, and the family's daily life has devolved into basic survival needs. A broken water pump now forces them to also have to haul water from the nearby lake. Along with continuing to deal with Arnold's insanity and the paranormal activity, they are struggling just to stay warm. They've now moved all of their mattresses into the living room around the fireplace and have resorted to burning the furniture, no matter how expensive, just to live. While stripping part of the woodwork in her room to use as firewood, April was met with a horrific discovery. Upon pulling a board back, she was greeted face to face with a human skeleton. Its gnarled teeth and empty eye sockets staring back at her, with small strands of hair still attached to the scalp. Isolated and traumatized, the Henshaws continue to barely exist. As the icy winds howl outside of the mansion, and although it's taken nearly everything going wrong, Ginger finally reaches her breaking point. Pride has kept her from calling her father, but pride is slowly giving way to her fear. Fear for herself and her children's lives. So she finally does the right thing. Walking through the frozen woods, she makes her way to the closest neighbor's house and makes the call. And like a knight in shining armor, the following morning, Ginger and the girls are rescued. Arnold stays behind, but would leave Summerwind the following day to be committed to a mental hospital. Whatever hope him and Ginger once had for their relationship has long since been shattered. He was never seen or heard from by the family again. The home would be foreclosed on and resold to a new owner. But just when they thought the war was over, a new chapter was just beginning. In later interviews, Ginger would state that she wasn't into haunted houses or the spiritual world, but after what she experienced at Summerwind, she felt that she had to discover and learn about it to make sense of what had happened to her. Upon being rescued by her father, Ray, Ginger told him everything, every last detail of what had taken place. However, her father didn't believe her. He didn't doubt that there had been dysfunction and breakdown within her marriage, but he did doubt that the paranormal had anything to do with it. The year is now 1972, and Ginger and the girls are now living with Ginger's father in Ontario, Canada. Ginger has become an avid student of the paranormal, reading every last book that she can get her hands on to try and decipher just what happened at Summerwind. Since her time there, she's vowed to never return under any circumstances. But to the contrary, her father cannot seem to get the place out of his mind. And without her knowledge, he arranges a meeting and a showing of the mansion with the new owner, a woman named Mrs. Murray. Since purchasing the home, she's been unable to sell it and refuses to go inside due to a personal experience she never spoke about. Upon the arrangement, Ray and his son, Ray Jr., go inside. Ray Jr. has just been discharged from the Army after several tours in Vietnam during the war and needs something to help keep him busy and help him adjust back to civilian life. Upon seeing Summerwind, like his father, he is also immediately drawn to it, describing it as the most fascinating home he's ever seen, like a mix of all different styles of architecture, and that the home looked like it needed someone to care for it, like a puppy in the rain. Both men make their way inside, and it isn't long until they feel like the home is watching them. But despite a mysterious chill in the air, Ray decides to make the purchase. But like his daughter before him, he too will soon discover that he's purchased more than what he could have ever bargained for. Ray Jr. quickly gets to work renovating the old home. He calls multiple contractors to try and get assistance with the work, but as soon as they would find out where the work was to be done, they would stop returning his calls. So Ray continued, alone. One day, shortly after his work had began, Ray was frightened by something. He was so frightened that he refused to return to the mansion and claimed that he broke all of his tools, but not yet telling his father about what had happened. Ray Sr. continued to be excited about his plans for Summerwind. As he was explaining his layout plan with his daughter and son, Ray Jr. seemed particularly nervous and kept biting his nails. Having also now studied hypnotism, Ginger offered to help her brother with his nail biting by placing him in a trance. However, things soon escalated. The lights began to flicker, and the same mysterious icy wind began to chill the entire room. And Ray no longer sounded like himself. The voice of an old gruff man now answered Ginger, an old gruff voice that said, "I am strong, and my children are weak. You are weak, and I am strong. I am very old and have 7 children, and I despise them all, for they are weak, and I am strong." Fearing that she had unleashed something she couldn't control, Ginger began to panic once the traditional methods weren't breaking Ray's trance. She commanded the spirit to leave his body and give her back her brother. And with those words, things returned to normal. Ray soon woke up, and besides a slight headache, had no memory of what had just occurred, much to everyone's shock. Ray Sr. was quick to dismiss the event as overactive imaginations. However, Ray Jr. had no children, and none of the statements he had made any sense. The man's son then proceeded to explain to him what took place to him at Summerwind, and why he refused to go back. He was alone in one of the hallways, sweeping, and he began to hear voices. Calling out to them, he began to walk towards them, where he believed where they were coming from. Then, he heard 2 distinct gunshots and smelled burning gunpowder, having just come back from a tour in Vietnam. there was no mistaking that smell for the young veteran. He quickly ran into the kitchen, where he continued to smell the scent. He then checked the perimeter. It had rained the night before, but there were no tracks besides his, which would have been impossible. As he continued to check, he saw the basement door where he had spotted 2 bullet holes, and although they looked extremely old, he continued to smell gunpowder and was rattled to his core. Upon turning around to face the room again, he was met by the apparition of an old man with a disfigured face. The spirit was racing towards him, with hell in his eyes. Ray did the sensible thing and ran to the safety of his vehicle and left for good. Knowing his son was a staunch atheist and non-believer prior to this event, Ray Sr. was astonished. Given all the information and details both his daughter and son had now shared with him, along with his newfound obsession with the home, Ray now believed that there was some kind of force attempting to communicate with them. But about what exactly, he wasn't sure. Upon her father's request, and although it took much longer than anticipated, Ginger placed him in the same trance that she had placed her brother. During his hypnosis, Ray Sr. finds himself at Summerwind searching its halls. He then began to descend into the basement, where he discovered a box hidden behind some old stones in one of the walls. Upon opening the box, he sees a land grant written in 1767, signed by someone named Jonathan Carver. As the trance is broken, and as he re-enters conscious reality, Ray Sr., along with his family, are shocked that seemingly out of nowhere, they've conjured a name connected to Summerwind, a name that could help them solve the elusive mysteries hiding within its walls. The family quickly gets to work. Heading to the local library, Ray Sr. finds that Jonathan Carver was an explorer in the late 1700s, whose crowning achievement was negotiating a peace settlement between 2 warring native tribes. As a reward for this, he was gifted a large swath of land, the same land in which Summerwind now sits. But upon his death, his children were unable to find any documents to verify this, and thus they were unable to inherit it. Could a land grant truly be sitting in a box hidden deep within the basement of the mansion? Although both Ginger and her brother had vowed to never step foot in Summerwind again, given these new revelations, they both believed that perhaps the spirits were attempting to tell them where this grant was. Perhaps they wanted it found, for one reason or another, so they could be at peace. For this reason, they agreed to go back. Although all were fearful, they made their way back into the old mansion, and from here, they headed to the basement to search. They quickly came upon the spot Ray Sr. had seen during his trance, and after pulling several stones out, there was a space behind them, just as Ray had seen. But shock and happiness soon turned to an abyss of disappointment. There was no box there, and after confirming that there was no box anywhere in the basement, they decided to do a deep search of the entire house, but a box was never recovered. Realizing just how much of an impact the entire Summerwind experience had had upon them, and how much time they had spent searching for answers to its elusive enigmas, they collectively decided to preserve what was left of their sanity. Seemingly tormenting every single person who had ever lived there, perhaps its secrets could never be solved, so the family gets in their vehicle and leaves Summerwind, never to return. The property would later be sold again and again. It would sit vacant for years. Then on one stormy night in 1988, lightning strikes the old mansion multiple times, burning it to the ground, forever sealing its secrets within a tomb of ashes. Today, all that remains are the ruins of its 2 chimneys and some stones. Carver's descendants, researchers, and others still to this day have not found the land deed. But the real question is, did it ever exist at all? Did the spirit of Carver pull any and all people he could to attempt to find it? Or was he ever there at at all. Or when a man deals with a supernatural entity in his youth, it seemingly never stops haunting him, as its dark tendrils grab a hold of his life and squeeze with unyielding force. Will he finally defeat his childhood nightmare come to life, or will the force consume him and his family? This is the true and terrifying story of Bob Baker, otherwise known as the Nightmare in Bridgeport case, which took place in Connecticut. This is the Untold Story series, where we take a look at some of the most terrifying paranormal haunting cases and try to give the most in-depth story possible. With this story, I will warn you, it's been a while, but this case is particularly creepy to me, especially since I dealt with paranormal happenings in my childhood. So I would, as always, recommend that you don't watch this episode alone or in the dark unless you like a challenge. I will also be joined in telling this harrowing story today by my good friend, the Tape Library. This has been a very highly requested collaboration, and one I've been looking forward to doing for a long time, since I genuinely enjoy his content. I hope you all enjoy as well, and now, let's get to it. Our story begins in Bridgeport, Connecticut, a town famous for its manufacturing, especially in the late 19th and 20th centuries, producing goods like sewing machines, brass fittings, and ammunition. The town saw a population explosion with a growth of more than 50% during World War I. Known for many things, it would soon become known for something else. Something far darker. The year is 1962, and the Baker family is living a rather normal and happy existence, with Mother Dorothy, Father Francis, and their 2 children, son Bobby and daughter Robin. It has always been a dream for the family to own their own home. That dream would come true following Dorothy's parents giving the family some land and a home that they could finally call their own. They couldn't have been more excited. Dorothy's father and brother had built the home by hand some years earlier, and her parents had originally lived there. But now, it has since been gifted to them to help make their lives easier and bring them all closer together. Dorothy's parents would then build a second home on the same land, essentially just a few houses down, making for a very close and big happy family across the board. With Dorothy being a homemaker, this is exactly what she'd wanted for her family. Francis, who is an ex-Marine, works at an aircraft manufacturer in Stanford. With a good job, a beautiful home, and family close, this should have been a recipe for the perfect childhood for Bobster. Bobby and Robin, who were very close as brother and sister, often relied on each other for entertainment. The two would typically play outside in the lush trees and bushes that surrounded their house. One afternoon, as the kids rush outside as they would any other day to play, they make their way towards the looming trees and green-leafed bushes. A man suddenly appears from behind one of the trees, asking her who this man was. He's puzzled by her reply. She asks him, "What man, Bobby?" Bobby, confused to say the least, replies to her, "That man over there by the tree. I'm looking at him right now." Robin says she doesn't see anyone. And although the man doesn't say anything or threaten the children in any way, something about him terrifies the poor boy. So doing as any sensible kid or person would do, he grabs his sister's hand and tells her to run. The two then bolt back to the family house.
With the house being empty, they call out for their mother and quickly make their way out of their front door and into their front yard. There, tending to her small garden, is Dorothy. Relieved to see her, Bobby runs up and immediately tries to explain what had just happened. Dorothy, thinking that her kids' imaginations are just running wild, tells them to stop talking about a make-believe invisible man and to quickly go and start getting ready for dinner. Frustrated that his sister couldn't see him, and now at his mother's lack of concern, Bobby remains confused and unnerved, thinking back to that dark and creepy feeling he had just experienced minutes earlier. But doing as he's told, he makes his way back inside the house to prepare for the family to eat. Later that evening, Bobby is by himself in his room. He's playing with his army men toys, trying to forget the creepiness from earlier in the day, over the sounds of fake explosions and simulated gunfire that the boy makes. He soon begins to hear something else. He suddenly begins to hear his name being called. The first call startles him, and he looks around to try and find the origin of it. He then hears his name again in a low, hushed tone, and realizes that it's coming from the air vent near his bed. In later interviews, Bob himself would say that, "I was certainly intrigued when I first heard the voice coming from the vent. I was intrigued, yet also afraid." As the boy apprehensively makes his way towards the vent, he begins to talk back to the mysterious voice. As it asks him to play with him, Bobby asks, "Just where are you?" assuming the vent was coming from the cellar. "How did you get down there?" To which the voice would reply, "I live here. Do you want to be my friend?" Before Bobby has a chance to answer, the bizarre interaction is interrupted by his mother, Dorothy, asking him just who he was talking to, and Bobby would reply, "Just a friend." Thinking this was weird and feeling uneasy about it, but assuming it was just an imaginary friend, she doesn't make a big deal out of it. She instead leans into things, telling her son that he needed to tell his friend that he'd be back in a little bit because his grandma was coming over to spend some time with the family. As the two make their way out of the bedroom, little does she know that his friend is more than happy to wait for the boy's return. When Bobby's grandmother arrives shortly after, they greet her in the living room as a family. Living so close to them, she enjoys coming over to spend time with her grandkids and daughter. Francis, her daughter's husband, has recently also taken up a part-time job alongside his main job at the aircraft manufacturing plant in order to help make ends meet for the family. So in order to help take care of the children and relieve some stress off of Dorothy, she often comes over. This particular day, after she arrives, Bobby and Robin ask her if she can tell them a story. She agrees, and soon the four of them gather together in the living room of the house. She begins the story by asking them if their grandfather had ever told them about the history of the house they now lived in. With a resounding no, she proceeds. "Well," she says, "when your grandfather purchased this land and began building this very house, he hired a few contractors to assist in some of the construction. As they were digging up the dirt to lay the foundation of the home, they made a very strange discovery. As one of the men dug into the earth with his shovel, he made contact with something solid. Thinking it was a rock, he brushed the dirt off to the side to reveal something else instead. There, before him, he found a bone. But this bone didn't seem to be that of a small animal. It instead seemed too big. Placing it to the side, he continued to dig, only to reveal more bones, and eventually a skull, a human skull. Quickly getting your grandfather's attention, along with the other contractors, they discussed things as a group. Ultimately, though, they decided that they would not report the grisly discovery to the authorities. If they did, it it would effectively tie up the construction of the house. Instead, assuming it had to have been an old previous family's grave or something similar, they laid the bones back where they had found them and simply covered them back up. They would then pour the concrete of the home's foundation over the top of the grave, effectively sealing it. Part of the reason as to why they decided this, the grandmother continued, was that winter was coming, and if they decided to wait any longer, they wouldn't have been able to pour the foundation and continue building the home because the ground would be frozen. With the children creeped out, the story time would be ended by Dorothy, who told the kids not to worry because it was nothing more than an old legend. In due time that day, Grandma would leave, but something else would not. As days turned to weeks and weeks to months, Bobby would continue to talk to who his parents believed to be his imaginary friend. His mother, by this point, had become fairly acclimated to hearing her son speak to someone, but she believed it was harmless. One day, as her son played in the living room while she cleaned, the phone would ring. Dorothy, setting her duster down, would quickly answer it. On the other end, however, there was some kind of voice, but it was masked by static. The voice then turned to multiple whispers that were too heavily distorted for her to understand. As she asked, "Who is this that's calling?" the line dropped. Perplexed, she slowly set the phone down and tried to go back to dusting the living room. However, Bobby, who had been playing, was nowhere to be found. Calling out for her son, she received no reply. Growing concerned, she continued calling out to him and frantically started searching behind furniture. Thankfully, she found Bobby laying behind a sofa, but in the fetal position. Relieved that she had found him, but now also concerned as to why he was behaving this way, she asked him why he was hiding, and Bobby ominously responded, "Because of my friend."
Bobby no longer enjoyed interactions with his friend. Upon hearing this, Dorothy became even more concerned, as she probed him for information as to why he felt this way. Bobby went on to tell her that this friend, this man, had turned from a friendly, playful type of person to someone who had become very mean and controlling, and this scared him. As she heard these words, Dorothy too became scared. In later interviews, Bob would say, "This thing became the opposite of what I thought it was. I dreaded hearing its voice coming from my vent, and it began to push me to do bad things." But despite his best efforts, the boy couldn't hide from him. One night, as Bobby lay in his bed asleep, he was suddenly woken up by the crashing of thunder and the flickering of lightning. As the storm assaulted the house, he quickly realized that his window was open, and rain and wind were rushing in. Directly across from where his room was located, he could see the family clothesline, and upon it were several sheets and articles of clothing that his mother had left to air dry earlier in the day. Then, without a gust of wind behind it, he watched as the sheet pulled away from the clothesline, and, as if it had a mind of its own, it quickly and aggressively flew through his window and onto Bobby. Caught off guard, the boy stumbled backwards and fell down as this sheet covered his entire body. He was pinned to the ground, screaming and writhing underneath it. The sheet began to pull tighter and tighter. A face pressed itself into the sheet before him and said the name. He then began to suffocate, screaming for his parents. The sheet was suddenly pulled away by Dorothy and Francis. They believed that their son had just had a terrible nightmare, but Bobby knew otherwise. In later interviews, Dorothy would say, "Bobby began to change, and this greatly bothered me. He was becoming more timid, more frightened, and I didn't know why. My husband and I began to notice that he was exhausted. He wasn't sleeping much at night and seemed drained during the day. Something, and I didn't know what, was causing this." The following morning, concerned for her son, she called in a doctor to examine him. Since he was acting so strangely, she believed that it could be some kind of medical problem that was affecting him. The doctor asked Bobby a series of questions and ran several tests to check if the boy was healthy. With his vital signs and reflexes being just fine, the doctor concluded that the boy was healthy. When told by Dorothy that he had been interacting with an imaginary person and that he had been having horrible nightmares, the doctor again told her that it was perfectly normal for a child of his age to have an imaginary friend, and that the nightmares were more than likely a result of an overactive imagination. Although she'd been told that her child was healthy, Dorothy wasn't satisfied. She believed that the doctors had dismissed her and/or underestimated the severity of these nightmares and their effects on her son. But she chose to remain hopeful that for whatever reason this phase of his life would pass and Bobby would go back to normal soon. However, this would prove to be far from what would happen. Over the next several weeks, Bobby's behaviour would only continue to decline. He developed an absolute fear of the cellar. One day, his mother made homemade jam and placed it into jars. She asked her son to go down and grab some more jars from the cellar so she could finish her batch. Refusing at first, he was quickly scolded. At this point, Dorothy's patience had worn thin. She told her son that he was too old to be acting like this, and that it had to stop. Still terrified, but not wanting to get into further trouble, the boy slowly, and reluctantly, made his way to the cellar door. He opened the door and began to descend the stairs, feeling the presence of someone or something slowly enveloping him the deeper he went into the cellar. Finally, making it over to where the jars were stored, he turned towards the shelf and grabbed several. As he turned around and started making his way back towards the stairs, before he could make it, he heard a familiar voice from behind him. A dark, brooding voice called his name. As the boy turned around, he saw something that chilled him to the bone. A dark figure, with pale skin, stood before him. Its eyes were like that of a goat, its pupils horizontally elongated. Within its mouth he could see sharp and crooked teeth. Its hands contained sharp long nails at the end of each finger. The figure lifted up its hand and beckoned for Bobby to come. Feeling absolutely terrified, but also feeling a white-hot rage well up and out, while simultaneously throwing one of the jars in his hands at it. With this, the figure vanished, almost as quickly as the thrown jar shattered on the concrete wall behind where it once was. Startled by the sound of breaking glass, Dorothy rushed from the kitchen and down into the cellar to check on her son, frantically asking if he was okay and what happened. She was told by Bobby that he was okay and that the man was finally gone. Thankfully, for the immediate future, this was the last time he had to deal with the entity. In later interviews he would say, "It's like you're standing up to a bully, one you've dealt with for years, and you finally have your day. I basically took the house back." Bobby would return to being a normal, happy child once again, to much the relief of the rest of his family. He started playing sports at the encouragement of his father, and turned around his grades and attitude. He then effectively put the terrifying experiences behind him, and moved forward with his life.
The days turned to months, and the months to years. And over the course of the next 40 years, Bob would become a child safety specialist, with his career revolving around the safety of children. Believing his career was born out of his experiences from his own childhood, he wanted each and every child to feel safe, and be protected. Though this is his main career, Bob has also had a lifelong fascination with the paranormal as a result of those same exact experiences stemming from when he was a child. So he founded the Connecticut Paranormal Investigators in 2001 with several other like-minded colleagues. He wanted to help people who may have felt the same sense of hopelessness and oppression that he himself felt as a child. Bob's parents, Francis and Dorothy, still live in the same house that he and his sister grew up in. Bob often stops by to check on his parents and to help his mother take care of his father, who has suffered with Parkinson's and dementia for the last 10 years. His father, an ex-Marine, had always been so strong his entire life. To see him take a turn for the worse is very difficult to watch. Recently, he seemed to go further downhill, and at a faster pace. He started to complain about dark figures that no one else is able to see, and has developed an absolute fear of the cellar, refusing to even go near the door to it within the kitchen. Believing that this was just the progression of his father's disease, Bob is disturbed, but continues to do what he can. In May of 2003, Francis Baker would ultimately pass away. Following his funeral, Dorothy, after 50 years of marriage, now has to adjust to living by herself. After she discovers some of his old belongings in their bedroom, she longs for his presence. As she mourns Francis, she is startled when she begins to hear a series of faint whispers coming from the living room. Believing that it could be her departed husband, she finds a sense of peace within the experience and carries on with her day when the whispers cease. Although she felt as if her departed love was still reaching for her from beyond the grave, she would have a very different experience later that night. As Dorothy lays sleeping in her bed, with the pale moonlight draping over her, she suddenly wakes up when she feels a force upon her. Petrified, she feels the weight of someone or something depress the bed next to her. Then the experience turns violent. Whatever this thing was shoved her, then began to thrash her from side to side. Though she had believed it was Francis trying to communicate from beyond the grave previously, this energy feels very different. It feels scary, abusive, and smothering, not at all like her husband. When the evil presence finally leaves the room, Dorothy breaks down in tears, trying to come to terms with what had taken place. She contemplates life for several more hours, unable to go back to sleep. Finally, in the early morning hours, she decides to call Bob for help. Hearing his mother sobbing on the other end, Bob doesn't hesitate to come over with his equipment as soon as he can. After hearing his mother's testimony, he first dismisses her. He thinks that it's possible she had a night terror of sorts, or was dealing with some kind of anxiety, now having to live alone after being with his father for so long. He agrees to visit more and starts getting ready to leave. But when Dorothy grabs his hand, with tears in her eyes, and tells him that this presence was evil and that she was utterly terrified, he can't help but reconsider what he had initially thought. Now convinced that something could be lurking within the confines of his childhood home, he starts his investigation. Using an audio recorder, he attempts to capture an EVP, or electronic voice phenomena. As he records, he wanders throughout the house, asking if there's anything or anyone present that wishes to communicate. At first, things seem to be benign, but as he continues to probe, he suddenly feels a tension building within his chest. Then, he hears footsteps cross the path in front of him. With this, he feels nauseous. In this very moment, it's as if he's been sucked into a rift in time. He is taken back to the very moment when he first encountered the malevolent entity all those years ago as a boy. Terror-stricken, but not wanting to further scare his mother, he decides to tell her that he believes that there is something there within the home, and that they should have it blessed. He promises he will come back shortly with his team to further dig into just what they could be dealing with.
Later that day, several members of the Connecticut Paranormal Investigators arrived. In Bob's words, it was bizarre to me because here I was, after all these years, back in the same exact place where it all started for me. Bob is accompanied by his colleague Joel Myers, as well as Mary Curran. Mary, like Bob, was plagued by the paranormal in her childhood as well, and seems to have an extra sense when it comes to dealing with the supernatural. As per her ability, Mary is not given any details about the case, and is sent in first, acting almost as some kind of radar to see if there is something there, and if it's good or bad. Within minutes of being inside, she senses a man and a woman, among several other spirits. As she continues to walk throughout the house, she makes her way into Bob's old bedroom, and it is here that she senses something. evil. But it's not coming from directly inside the bedroom itself, rather seeping into the room from the vent, the very same vent that leads to the cellar. Notifying Bob and Joel of her findings, she tells them that they need to investigate the cellar, because she believes that it's possible that this darker entity may have something to do with the other spirits within the house. In her own words, as we stepped down each step of the stairs leading into the cellar, the oppression became thicker and thicker, finally making it down to the base level floor. She continues to walk around and pick up on numerous things, as Bob and Joel take photos of the area for any potential evidence. Mary believes that something tragic occurred, something awful, that now haunts the land itself, something that, when it occurred, drew this negative energy in as a beacon of sorts. In her mind's eye, she sees a vision of a man carrying bodies and burying them on the land. She now believes that perhaps these very same people are now buried underneath the house itself. Again, she has no prior knowledge about anything related to the house or the case. Following this vision, she sees something else appear before her. There, tucked in the darkest corner of the cellar, she sees an abhorrent, robed figure with horrendous features. She believes that this entity is a demon. Asking Bob if he too sees the manifestation, she points to where it had appeared. After being asked to describe it, Bob is speechless. What she describes to him is the very same entity that he had stood up to when he was a child. In his own words, "I never told Mary about my experiences, or anything else about this house, and to have her describe to me exactly what I had seen myself was scary, but also such a relief to me. It meant that what I had seen was real." The team decides to stay overnight to continue the investigation and to review the photos and recordings they had taken for any potential evidence, as well as to keep an eye on Dorothy and allow her to feel protected. As they review numerous photos, they eventually come across something peculiar in one of them that was taken in Bob's old room. At first glance, it appeared to be an orb. In Bob's words, it seemed to be an orb, and I usually tend to dismiss those because they're more often than not a speck of dust or water vapour, but this one was different. Upon closer inspection, when zoomed in, it appeared to contain a face, one that was gnarled and rotting. It was the face of the same demon that Bob had seen all those years ago. Although this is incredibly unnerving, Bob does find solace knowing that he now has some kind of proof of its existence. As the team continues to dive into more photos, Dorothy is suddenly woken up by the feeling of two large hands pressing down on her shoulders and back, forcing her face into her pillow. Then there is a booming noise as her bed begins to shake up and down. Screaming out for her son, Bob and his team rush to her bedroom. Whatever this thing was, it released her as they forced open the door. Dorothy would later say, "I now knew that I was living in a house with something that could physically hurt me. I was terrified, and I certainly didn't want to be there anymore." Bob now believes that the malevolent entity that is plaguing his mother is the very same one that plagued his childhood.
Greatly concerned for his mother's welfare, they both decide at that moment that she will move out of the house and come to live with Bob. With his mother now out of the haunted house, the group has also decided to bring in a Catholic priest, believing that whatever demonic force that dwelled within the walls of the home was far beyond their capabilities to defeat. They anxiously await his arrival. Soon, they receive a knock at the door. Upon answering it, Bishop Robert McKenna steps over the threshold and into the home. Bishop McKenna is a world-renowned exorcist and no stranger to evil. They hope that with his assistance, they can finally free the house of this tormentor. Wasting no time, the bishop begins the exorcism prayer and walks from room to room throughout the house, sprinkling holy water as he consecrates the home. He's ultimately drawn to the cellar. Making his way through the kitchen and opening the door leading to it, He seems to have a sixth sense as to where the entity dwelled. He was not given specific details about the case, only what had happened, not where. As he walks down each step further descending, he is suddenly and viciously shoved by an unseen force. This violent push sends him falling down the rest of the stairs. As the group rushes to assist him at the bottom, they realize that this demon has real power. If it could shove a bishop down a flight of stairs, it might be capable of much more. Thankfully, Bishop McKenna isn't seriously harmed. If anything, he's angry and further determined to attack the devil. As he continues his prayers and holds a blessed crucifix high into the air, they begin to hear sounds echo all around them in the dark cellar. This was almost certainly due to the agitation the bishop was causing the demon, though the atmosphere grows thick with animosity and the noises further intensify. The group stands their ground and begins to pray with the bishop. With the lights flickering and the sounds louder than ever, and items now being hurled around the cellar, they focus on the bishop's words and hope their efforts will work. As the activity and the prayers both reach a synchronized crescendo, things suddenly cease as quickly as they had started. Sighing and feeling relieved, they all believe the demon has been vanquished. The environment seems lighter and calmer. They then head upstairs, thanking the bishop for his help, believing that he was the ace in the hole for the fight itself. They would then pack up and leave for their respective homes for the rest of the day. Later that night, with his mother still at his home, Bob is greatly relieved, believing that the entity is finally gone and that he can, in good conscience, allow his mother to return to the house, knowing she'll be safe. It's lightly raining outside, and the droplets pelt the outside of his bedroom window as Bob lies in his bed, drifting off to dreamland. All seems peaceful until his sheet is suddenly wrapped around his head. Screaming and gasping for air, he's being suffocated, just as he had when he was a child that stormy night all those years ago. Finally, through the thrashing, he's able to free himself from this cocoon of suffering. Shocked and upset, he now believes that their efforts have only angered the demon. It was most certainly not gone, but rather had followed him home, violating what should have been his sanctuary. With this revelation, over the course of the next several months, Bob and his team battle the demon with help from various outside organizations. Different blessings and religious groups are brought in, yet nothing seems to work. Also beginning to be attacked late at night is Bishop McKenna, who realizes that prayer alone has failed. The entity is much stronger than any of them realize. He arranges with Bob and the Connecticut paranormal investigators to return to Dorothy's home to try and rid the demon from the premises once again. When the day comes, the bishop returns with Bob, Mary, and Joel, and in conjunction with another exorcism prayer, he fills the house with thick plumes of blessed incense. This time, the blessing doesn't seem to cause the entity to manifest physically. Upon finishing, they have the back and front doors open to expel the entity and allow the incense smoke to escape the home. They thank Bishop McKenna once again for his time and efforts. Following his orders, upon the smoke departing the home, they allow it to sit for a week before returning, hoping that the demon has been vanquished back to hell. Upon returning, Bob and Joel sit at the kitchen table, comparing notes and evidence. They had been there for several hours with no interruptions. That was until they heard 3 distinct knocks emanating from the cellar door. These knocks continued to repeat, and alongside this, they began to hear footsteps walk throughout the house. As the men glance at one another in disbelief, the footsteps begin to make their way toward the kitchen where they both are. Within seconds, both men grab their chests and fall to the floor, unable to breathe. In Bob's words, it felt like I was having a heart attack, like the weight of an elephant was sitting on my chest. I could not breathe at all. Fearing for their lives, Bob manages to get back to his feet and begins dragging Joel toward an upright position. The two men then flee the home in utter panic. Believing this attack to not only be spiritual, but also a near-death experience as a result of it, Bob decides to call it quits. Although he doesn't want to stop fighting, he believes that anyone involved may lose their lives as a result of the battle, so he vows to never return to the home. Nobody, to this day, has set foot back in the house. Feeling as though he was perhaps too close to the situation, that he should have let someone else conduct the investigation from the outside, but also now knowing how powerful the entity is, and having exhausted every effort, Bob didn't want anyone else to have their lives put at risk either. You essentially have to know when to hold them, and when to fold them, as the old saying goes. Digging into this case was utterly fascinating to me, and there are a few updates and opinions I'd like to share with you now. As far as updates go, Bishop Robert McKenna is no longer with us. He passed away on December 16th of 2015 at the age of 88. He had been involved in numerous famous haunting cases, such as the Smurl haunting case, as well as many other lesser-known cases. Robin Baker, married name Robin Santiago, passed away peacefully on Sunday, July 21st of 2019, at the age of 64. And lastly, Dorothy Baker passed away on February 1st of 2021, at the age of 87. Never having remarried, she hopefully has now been reunited with her beloved Francis and her loving daughter Robin. I researched as deeply as I could to avoid any misinformation, and I believe I found both Bob's company and his paranormal investigation website. Bob seems to still be with us, and I hope wherever he is, that he's thriving with his wife and family. I'm not going to share the company information or location to help maintain Bob's privacy. However, regarding his paranormal group, the Connecticut Paranormal Investigators, I'm unsure if they're still active. I was able to find their old website link, but upon clicking on it, it redirects to an archived site of a group known as Montana Paranormal. This group, at least as of last year, seems to still be active, but upon checking their staff directory, I didn't see Bob listed, so I don't believe he's affiliated. Bob's story was made famous by the show A Haunting, with the release of the episode An Evil in Bridgeport, which was later renamed The Nightmare in Bridgeport, which originally aired on October 26th of 2012. Shortly after this time, Bob also did an interview with AOL for their YouTube channel. As for the case details themselves, I believe that odds are there had to have been some kind of killing and the bodies buried upon the land. Perhaps with the violent nature of the deaths, it could have attracted something evil, like a demon. With the bodies sealed underneath the foundation of the home, the poor souls trapped within never may be able to leave. This, and/or they're being held captive as a power source by the demon itself. It certainly had to have been difficult to choose to walk away from the situation when he had been battling this creature since his childhood. But I do ultimately think that Bob made the right choice. I do think that if another group had been willing to take their chances, that they should have been allowed to investigate the property. But I also respect him for not wanting other people to be put in harm's way. As far as the house goes, despite my best efforts, I'm unsure just what happened to it. If it still stands vacant today, or has since been sold off? That would be something Bob himself would have to answer if he ever sees this video. And as with all the cases that we've covered here, we are sometimes left with more questions than answers. But one thing remains certain. There was some kind of dark demonic force that stalked the walls of the Baker family home for one reason or another, one that tormented them with bated breath, seizing every opportunity to attack the weak. Stay safe out there. Stay vigilant. Don't allow yourself to become a sheep for the devil's wolf.
Imaginary friends are generally considered to be a normal part of childhood development for some. But what would you do if your child's imaginary friend turned out to be much more than just imagination? When a woman notices that her son is speaking with a friend who she thinks doesn't exist, she dismisses it at first. However, this so-called friend would turn out to be anything but, as an abhorrent force turns their lives upside down. Will they escape with their souls intact, or will the entity consume them? I will warn you, as with many cases I've covered on this channel, to not watch this alone or in the dark unless you like a challenge, because this case is certainly no exception. Kentucky, a bastion of American beauty, wild and free on the surface, also harbors darkness. Home to the Mammoth Cave system, known to be the longest in the world, one can truly get lost inside its winding caverns and crevices. Kentucky contains many tales of legends, folklore, and hauntings, with caves older than bone beneath it, and numerous battles fought on its surface, among other happenings. It's no surprise that this southern state holds such secrets. Our story begins in western Kentucky with the Foster family, Jan, Dale, their 5-year-old son Cody, and 16-year-old daughter Pamela. Jan is a carrier for the U.S. Postal Service, and Dale is a contractor. Up until this point, the Fosters have been a relatively normal American family, but this would soon change. A nanny often stays with their son while the two parents work during the day, and tends to leave when one of the parents gets home from work for the day. One evening, the nanny asks for a word with Jan. With the two stepping off into the hallway for a more private word together, the nanny tells her that Cody has been using some very bad language, and that she's concerned about his behavior. Jan is shocked to hear this because they've always considered themselves a fairly strict family on what can and can't be said in their house, so she's not sure where the boy would have heard such language. Alongside the curse words, Cody has been incredibly defiant, extremely rude, and angry towards the nanny. He has also been speaking with someone who isn't there. After assuring the nanny that Cody was not exposed to this kind of behavior in their home, Jan then said she would correct his behavior and apologized for these very unexpected happenings. Several hours later, as she tucks her son into bed for the night, she asks him to tell her about his new friend. Cody tells his mother that his friend's name is Man. Thinking this was strange, and asking him why doesn't his friend have a real name, like John or George, she is quickly corrected by her son that it is simply Man. Finding this bizarre, but believing this to be somewhat normal, that her son is simply using his active imagination to create a friend who didn't really exist, she thinks nothing of it. However, in later interviews, she would have this to say: "I didn't realize it then, but this was a massive warning sign, and it's one I shouldn't have ignored."
Shortly after putting her son to bed and laying down herself, Jan is woken up by the sound of thumping from across the hall. Stepping out into the hallway to examine just what this could be, she then hears the laughter of her son. Believing he's just playing and very tired herself, she asks him to please stop through his door and to go back to bed. She then heads back to her own bedroom once again after the laughter ceases. Several hours later, in another bedroom down the hall, 16-year-old Pamela is woken up out of a sound sleep herself, but by something very different. Feeling as if she was being watched, she begins to hear scratching originating from underneath her bed. Perplexed, she rolls out of bed to look underneath it, and quickly, she comes face to face with nothing. The scratching then begins to move as if it's under the floorboards. It moves from underneath the bed, through the floor, and then up into the wall closest to her bedroom door. The poor teen has never experienced anything like this before. As the sounds continue, she quickly, yet cautiously makes her way out of her bedroom and into her parents' room. She would later describe the scratching sounds like someone taking their fingernails and with all of their strength, grating them against the various surfaces as the sound moved. Jan is startled awake as she sees a blackened figure standing over her. It's Pamela, telling her mother that she's scared. Jan, then thinking she must have had a nightmare, brings her into the bed to quell her fear. Although this night was strange to say the least, it's nothing compared to what's coming. The following morning, as Jan wakes up and begins getting ready for the day, she steps into the shower and begins washing herself. Several minutes into her shower, however, she hears something fall over in the bathroom, with the door closed, and after examining the room from the tub, she sees no one. She does, however, see a soap bottle that has fallen onto the floor from the side of the bathtub. Thinking this was weird due to its positioning, but overlooking it, she simply places the bottle back onto the ledge and continues with her shower. She then begins to hear footsteps walking all throughout the bathroom, rinsing the soap out of her hair and making sure she doesn't get any in her eyes. She then turns around and sees the outline of a man through the steamed up shower curtain. This man was tall, much taller than her husband, and she didn't hear the door open to indicate anyone else's presence. Panicking, she pulls the curtain aside, yet no one is there yet again. She does, however, see small, muddy, child-sized shoe prints on the floor. Quickly finishing her shower, and after drying off, she finds and checks Cody's shoes, but there are no signs of mud to be seen. This makes her uneasy because only his shoes would have even been close to how small the shoe prints were. Then, heading to her son's room to see if he was awake or not, she finds him playing with his toy fire truck in the corner of the room, yet he is speaking to a chair where no one is sitting. Telling his friend that he didn't want to do that he just wants to play with his toys, Cody is then interrupted by his mother, who asks him just who he's speaking with. Replying with, "Man," the little boy then continues to play with his fire truck. Jan then tells Cody that he needs to tell his friend goodbye, and that it's time to get ready for the day. This seems to turn a switch within the boy. Suddenly, her 5-year-old has gone from happy and playing with his toys to becoming irate at the drop of a dime. Screaming at his mother that he didn't want to and that man said he didn't have to. Being countered by his mother, she tells him that he will get ready, or there's gonna be serious consequences. Scowling at her, eventually, he does as he's told. But the look behind his eyes is one his mother doesn't recognize, and it'll become one all too common in the near future. Over the next several weeks, Cody's behavior has shifted completely. He's gone from a fairly calm and loving child to one that is cold, angry, and sometimes violent. He doesn't want to follow commands or do things he once enjoyed doing. He only wants to spend time with his imaginary friend, someone he calls Man. One afternoon, as his parents sit together watching their son play, they ask him to tell them about Man. Just who is he, and how old is he? Cody would set down the toys that he had been playing with and tell them he's 6, and that he has brown hair and brown eyes and pale skin. Interested in what he had to say, the couple would then ask their son, just where did Man come from? He would respond with, from behind the park, where the lake is, from deep underground. Obviously concerned and intrigued even further, Jan asked Cody if something happened to Man. Cody, with tears streaming down his face, would reply that a stranger took him from his mommy and did terrible things to him. That he cried for his mommy, but she never found him. With tears now falling from her eyes, Jan then asks her son, who would almost be the same age as Man, "Is Man dead, Cody?" His answer would cause a cold shiver to shake her entire body. He would answer with, "Yes." Disturbed by her son's answer, Jan Foster believes that her son may have befriended the spirit of a dead child. Dan, however, is not fully convinced backstory to his imaginary friend. He thinks that it's just that, imaginary. With this revelation, Jan decides to take researching things into her own hands. She decides the following day to go to the local library and to sift through records to see if she could find anything that sounded similar to the backstory of the boy that her son described to her. She avidly searches, going back as far as the records do that were available, about 50 years or so. Although she believes her son believes the story he told her, she begins to doubt what this entity could have told her son, because no evidence materializes of the dead boy's backstory. Over the next several months, Cody withdraws completely from interacting with the family. He didn't want to spend time with anyone. He stopped playing with his toys, and his only outlet seems to be Man. Day in and day out, he just continues to have full-blown conversations with this invisible person. Angered and feeling as if she was losing her son, Jan decides to try anything it takes to get him back. One evening, she makes a phone call to an old friend of hers, a Native American medicine man who she believes could perhaps offer insight on what to do about her family's situation. Within a day, he arrives. Speaking with Jan and Dale in their living room, he begins to hear from Jan just what all has been taking place. Dale, although skeptical of both his son's situation and now the involvement of a medicine man, remains so, but wants to support his wife, thinking that this could perhaps make her feel better about what had been happening. In his own words, I was concerned that something had really scared Jan, and I knew that she was upset. Although I didn't believe in this kind of stuff, I thought that maybe it could help her feel better. As Jan finishes explaining the situation as a whole to the medicine man, he comes to the conclusion that it's possible that Cody has invited the spirit into the house. He explains that the only way to get rid of the spirit is to revoke the invitation by praying and forcibly cleansing the home. That the owner of the house had to do this on their own to banish the spirit. He then instructs Jan to burn sage and sweetgrass and direct it towards the four corners of the property. After this is done, each doorway of the home must be anointed with olive oil to finish the cleansing. He also warns that some spirits may not want to go so easily, and that it's imperative that she focus and pray the entire time for the spirit to leave, and most importantly, to pray for her son. The following morning, after everyone else had departed for the day, Jan begins the ritual. As the sage smoke smudges the air, Jan begins to worry, but tries her best to remain strong. In her own words, "Was I worthy enough of God to hear my prayers, my strongest pleas to Him to help me through this, to help me cleanse this house and this property? I doubted myself for brief moments, that I wouldn't be able to. It was the fear of knowing if it didn't work, what would happen then?" Within due time, she finishes the cleansing, but will it be enough? Later that night, once everyone else had returned home, she is brought to tears. Cody seems to be back to his old self. He's spending time with his father, having a story read to him from a book in his room before bed. Over the next 3 months, all is calm and well. Cody seems to be more responsive. He's much happier, and most importantly, there is no mention of any kind of an imaginary friend. That was until one afternoon. In Jan's own words, "Cody wasn't totally back, but we were certainly making great strides. All seemed to be well, and then out of nowhere, 3 months after the ritual, he began speaking to man again. When I heard him, I could not move. I was in so much fear. He kept talking for a while, and then all of a sudden, he went quiet. When I went into his room, he was holding something in his hands. It was a photograph. I said, 'Where did you get this?' I then reached down to grab it, and he went berserk. Cody screamed and clawed at her. His screams and yells seemed to be layered, as if 2 voices were speaking through him simultaneously. As Jan examined the photo, it appeared to be an older Polaroid, possibly from the late 50s or early 60s. There was an elderly woman, perhaps a grandmother, and next to her was a small boy. As her son relents, she asked him, just who was this a picture of? And he responded with, "Man." Shocked at what she was both looking at as well as hearing, Jan then asked Cody, "Where did you get this picture?" He proceeds to tell her that man gave it to him. This causes her to burst into tears. The ritual, which had seemed to work for a good portion of time, didn't seem to get rid of the entity. She now wonders what will happen now. What are the next steps that she can take for herself and her family? The following day, as Jan arrives back home from work, she walks into chaos. Cody is screaming and berating the nanny. He's thrown his food onto the floor. She immediately goes to reprimand her son and is surprised by what he does. With one hand, he shoves her, and he does so with so much force that she falls down into the wall behind her. Cody then screams at her, "Man said I didn't have to listen to any of you anymore." And then he runs out of the room. Stunned by both her son's strength and behavior, she gets back up off the ground, now to see the nanny packing her things. She had decided that she couldn't deal with the child anymore. She suggests getting him some counseling, and although Jan tries her absolute best to keep her employed, she leaves. Later that night, Jan tries to keep herself together as the family sits down to eat dinner. In her own words, "I was trying to keep things together. I needed to be an employee, a mother, and a wife. I was also the one bearing the brunt of my son's abuse. But by now, there was no love coming from Cody. No hugs, kisses, or real interactions. Just pure hatred. He was a total stranger to me at this point, and I didn't know how to handle this." She begins to believe that something far more sinister than a little boy is manipulating her son. She's unsure of exactly what it is, but she knows deep down that it's evil. After losing the nanny, Jan and Dale have to start taking Cody to a cousin's house to be watched during the day, so the two could work to support the family. After dropping Cody off for the first time at the cousin's house, Jan then heads to work like normal. Several hours into her workday, as she loads packages onto a mail truck, she is told she has an urgent phone call. It's from her cousin. In her own words, "When I picked up the phone, she was incoherent. She was crying and kept repeating that I had to come get Cody now, that she could not watch him anymore." Rushing from work to her cousin's house, Jan has no idea what could have happened, but is quickly about to find out. She arrives and runs up to the door and is greeted by her cousin, holding Cody by the arm. She is then told what had happened. When Cody and her daughter were playing in the living room while she cleaned in the kitchen, she listened to make sure that everything was okay. She began to hear another voice, a third voice, one that was deeper, like that of a grown man. Concerned, but still trying to decipher what was happening, the air was then filled with the screams of her daughter. Running to the living room, she then saw Cody standing across from her daughter, with multiple toys floating in the air around them. Upon seeing the scene, she covered her mouth trying not to scream, as the toys fell one by one and hit the ground. She told Jan that she was afraid of Cody, and that not only could she not watch him anymore, but that her daughter was not allowed to play with him either. It's a somber drive back home. Jan knows that she has to have someone watch Cody during the day because she can't afford to lose her job. Once the two arrive, she grabs the phone book and frantically begins calling daycares, trying to find a reputable place that will take him. Finally finding one after a few phone calls, she sighs with relief. After hanging up the phone, she sits at the table with her son. She tells him that he is in no circumstances allowed to take man with him anywhere, but especially to his new daycare. Surprisingly, the child agrees not to. For the next week, all seems well during the day, with Cody at daycare and his parents working their jobs. But at night, the entity known as man waits for him to return. One evening, as Dale goes to Cody's room to get him for supper, he finds his son cutting up stuffed animals. Although the incident disturbs him, he doesn't blame it on anything paranormal. He sits Cody in the living room and discusses the matter with his wife in the adjacent kitchen. In the meantime, Cody had other plans. As Dale describes, that man told their son that it was okay for him to cut up his toys to Jan. The two suddenly stop when they hear the muffled screams of the family cat. Pamela, heading out of her bedroom, then confronts her younger brother. She yells at him and pushes him off the couch. There, underneath where he had been sitting, he had trapped the cat with a cushion and a pillow, seemingly trying to suffocate it. As Pamela tends to the poor animal, Jan and Dale rush into the room, and they see a sinister grin upon Cody's face. Horrified, the couple realize that they can't pretend to be rational anymore. Whatever that's happening to their son was serious, but they were unsure of just how to tackle the situation. The following morning, as Jan goes to grab clothes from Cody's closet to get him ready for daycare, she notices that his clothes are damp. And that wouldn't be all. His toys and bed were wet as well. She would discover that her son had been urinating all over his things, inside and outside of his closet. Further disturbed, she then confronts him, and he says that man told him it was okay, and that he didn't have to listen to her anymore. He then begins hitting her and lashing out, which only causes her more emotional torment. In her own words, everything started happening at such a fast pace. The behavior, the urinating, trying to kill the kitten. I just wanted my son back, and I felt as if he was being controlled by some kind of monster. One cold night, as wind whips the windows of the house, the Fosters are surprised by a visitor in their room in the middle of the night. It's Cody. He's calling out to them for the first time in a very long time. He said that his bed was shaking and that he needed his mama. At this moment, Jan saw the glimpse of the boy she hadn't seen in over a year. As she holds her child for the first time in what feels like an eternity, she knows that man is not with him. She also is reminded why she must keep fighting for her boy. That ultimately, she must confront this entity. Waiting until Cody was fast asleep in their bed with Dale, Jan quietly gets out of bed and heads down the hallway and towards Cody's room by herself. With every step she takes, she's silently praying to God to give her the strength to confront whatever this creature is that has a grip on her family. Finally making it to the threshold of the room, she takes a deep breath and enters. Glancing around the room, she sees nothing. Wanting to put herself in the shoes of her son, she lays down where he would normally sleep in his bed, hoping that if she persists enough, that man would possibly try to communicate with her. She lays there for several minutes, but nothing happens. She then sees who she believes to be her son in the doorway. Calling out to him, he comes to her and embraces her. However, Jan soon senses that something is horribly wrong. The embrace feels all wrong. His hands are ice cold, and then suddenly, she realizes that this isn't her son at all. As she pushes the figure back, it begins to grow. It soon towers over her. Its skin is pale, and its eyes a deep blood red. Its teeth are gnarled and rotten. It pushes her down onto the bed and begins laughing in a deep, demonic tone. In Jan's own words, he started laughing very demonically when this sudden realization came over me. This was man. Screaming for her life, the apparition disappears in the blink of an eye as soon as her family rushes into Cody's room to figure out just what was going on. Dale then holds his wife as she sobs uncontrollably. Once she finally regains her bearings, Jan calms the rest of the family down enough to get them all back into bed for the night. She, however, is unable to sleep. Heading to the living room, contemplating just what exactly to do about this grievous revelation, she begins begging God for guidance. In her own words yet again, "I was frightened beyond means, but another part of me, once the adrenaline started surging, knew that I had to face this. I had to do something to protect my family, and to protect Cody, and to keep this entity from taking him any further." Jan considers many things, including packing up her family to move, but she thinks that man is certainly attached to her son, that it wouldn't do any good. She doesn't sleep through the rest of the night. The following morning, as everyone else heads out to start their day, she takes Cody to daycare, as is the normal routine. But instead of heading to work herself, she heads back home and makes an urgent phone call. She calls her friend, who is a Native American medicine man. By this time, she hasn't spoken to him in about a year since everything started. Thankfully, he picks up on the other end. She explains everything that has been transpiring, and that she's seen the entity with her own eyes, that she believes it to be some kind of demon, that this abhorrent entity had been masquerading as a little boy to gain entry into her son's life. The shaman explains that he now understands why the initial cleansing didn't work. He believed that the intent was not specific enough, since they believed that they were revoking an invitation of a little boy and not something darker. He then tells her that she will have to bless the house again, only this time she must focus with all of her strength on ridding the home of this evil spirit. Jan wonders if she's strong enough to be able to accomplish this alone. In her own words, "I didn't know if I was going to be able to do this myself. I'm just a mom. I'm not a priest, albeit I have a spiritual side, but I was willing to give it my all to defend myself and my family." The shaman tells her that she must do this and must be brave and forceful with her intent to banish this demon, that she must not show any doubt in her efforts. With these parting words, Jan braces herself and then gets to work performing a second ritual. Starting on the four corners of the property, she creates a barrier using olive oil. She then enters a state of constant prayer while she sages around her property, slowly working her way inside. This time, instead of feeling weak, she begins to feel an inner strength, as if someone or something was standing beside her during her prayers. As she enters her home, she notices that the temperature of the house is abnormally cold, frigid, to the point to where she can see her breath hang in the air as it fills with sage smoke. She knows there is a presence that resides within its walls. Feeling as if she's being watched, she continues to pray and smudge the home, going from room to room. As she does this, the walls and windows begin to shake, yet her prayers are uninterrupted. She knows that man is watching her and trying to break her concentration. As the activity reaches a fever pitch, so do her prayers. She is yelling now and calling upon God to banish the entity known as man from her home and from all of their lives. It is here that suddenly and violently all of the doors within the house open, and an unearthly scream echoes all throughout the house. Then, as quickly as the doors opened, they suddenly all slammed closed. Breathing heavily, Jan immediately notices that the feeling within the home is like night turning to day. In her own words, it was as if a veil had lifted, a dark veil of pain and confusion. I noticed the trees, and I could hear the birds. I was back to a normal reality. Following this intense cleansing, the entity known as man has yet to return. In due time, the foster family seemed to go back to normal. Cody in particular ceased the horrendous behavior and was no longer influenced by the darkness of the demonic. However, this wasn't the end to the strange paranormal manifestations they would all experience. They continued to hear noises they couldn't explain and feel as if unseen eyes were watching them at all times. Was this the demon known as man slithering around them, watching and waiting to devour their very souls? This case has been requested numerous times for me to cover, and I'm glad to have finally given it its time of day. It's certainly a terrifying and very intriguing one, to say the least. The names within the case were changed to protect the anonymity of the family who was involved. Therefore, updates, as hard as I looked, are unavailable. I can only hope that the foster family, or whoever they may be, are good and safe today. That Cody and Pamela have grown up to be decent, functioning people, and I truly wish them all the best. With that being said, I do have several questions and statements I'd like to share with you now. These are my thoughts on the case as a whole. First of all, just how did man enter Cody's life? Was it a demon that was stalking or haunting the land itself? Was it picked up somewhere else and then brought back with the child? It obviously posed itself as a child in order to gain Cody's trust to begin with. This reminds me a lot of the Sallie house case, which I just covered several weeks ago now, and it goes to show that the demonic has no qualms about masquerading itself as the ultimate innocence in order to prey upon us. Do you think the native banishing was sufficient, or do you think a Catholic priest should have been involved? I'm always curious to hear people's feedback on situations like this, because I have personally seen a banishing happen in real time using sage, but the entity was just forced outside of the house. It continued to try to get back in. But if cleansing using sage on the property as a whole as well as the house was done, maybe it would have forced the spirit out entirely. Considering Jan used Christian prayer alongside sage and sweetgrass smudging, it certainly makes for a very interesting hybrid cleansing that, in my opinion, would have worked if her faith was strong enough. If man gave Cody an old Polaroid of who he supposedly was in life, as the one shown to Jan by Cody, with the little boy and the elderly lady, just where did this picture come from? And who did it end up being? Did it come from inside the house or somewhere else? And lastly, as to not pose too many questions, if the family continued to experience paranormal happenings, such as unexplained noises and the feelings of being watched, was man ever truly banished, or just weakened by Jan's cleansing efforts? Or, if man was banished, did perhaps something else happen on the land where the home now sits that could have potentially scarred it, such as a tragic event? And with this being said, could there possibly be a portal on the land, or now within the house itself, one where the veil between our world and the next is much thinner, allowing entities, especially dark ones, to sneak through? Ultimately, your conclusions are up to you. When a young family seeking a bright future moves into a new house, it seems as if their dreams have come true until a malevolent force makes itself known. Tormented visions and violent attacks leave them all questioning just what insidious force slithers behind the walls of their new home. Will they make it out alive, or will the entity known as Sallie keep them as playmates forever? This is a case I have personal experience with, and it certainly is very unnerving. I wouldn't recommend watching this video in the dark unless you like a challenge. Located in northeast Kansas is a town known as Atchison, situated on the bluffs of the Missouri River and offering sweeping views of the river valley beyond. Grand Victorian homes and cobblestone roads recall glorious days when wealthy lumber merchants and railroad magnates once occupied the town. But as one walks the streets today, they can't help but feel a tingle down their spine and a cold shudder in their soul. It seems to be a kind of hotspot that harbors otherworldly forces. The time is March of 1993. Newly married couple Tony and Deborah Pickman begin renting a house in Atchison. After weeks of unboxing their belongings, their new house is finally starting to feel like a home. In the words of Tony Pickman, "We had finally moved into a new place. My wife was expecting, and we were just very much looking forward to starting a family together. It was a good time for us." And with Deborah Pickman later saying that, "We thought the home was perfect for us. It was spacious, it had several bedrooms, and we just knew that it was the perfect house." But what they failed to realize was that this house was far from perfect for anyone. After about a month of living there, strange things began to occur. First, the TV began to turn on and off by itself, and small objects like their keys began to move on their own. Thinking that perhaps they were misremembering where they had placed their keys, and the TV turning on and off was possibly faulty wiring, they contacted their landlord about the matter. But after having an electrician come out, he would find nothing wrong with the wiring. Although old, it was functioning as intended. Although the Pickmans thought the happenings were strange, they simply overlooked them. Later that summer, Deborah would give birth to a baby boy who they would name Taylor. And when the young family comes back home from the hospital, Deborah's sister Karen flies in from Buffalo, New York, to help her sister get some much-needed rest as she begins to heal from giving birth and starts adjusting to taking care of a newborn. Although the help is greatly appreciated, it seems to pass quickly. Although the Pickmans are still adjusting to the late-night cries of their newborn son, his cries seem to wake up more than just his parents. One afternoon, while Tony hangs pictures upstairs, he sees a shadow move out of the corner of his eye. He then hears the giggle of a little girl. Finding this odd, he glances around his general area, and it's here that he discovers something even stranger. There in his son's nursery on the floor is all of Taylor's stuffed animals, neatly arranged in a circle. Thinking this was bizarre, they ultimately would laugh it off, thinking that perhaps someone they knew had come into the home and played a prank on them, that perhaps they didn't notice it until now. They thought that maybe Tony's brother Alan, who was a known prankster, was to blame. Laughing it off, they went back to what they had been doing previously. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Deborah would walk back by the nursery and notice the exact same thing had occurred again. All of her son's stuffed toys were arranged in a circle, and all facing outward, yet again on the floor. Now, unsure of what was causing these strange happenings, they checked all their windows and doors. They were all locked. If it was Tony's brother Alan, they don't know how he would have been getting in and out without any of them noticing, and within a matter of minutes. The following morning, Tony had his brother come over to their house. It's important to note that Alan did live next door to the Pickmans at this time. Once they had all gotten settled on the couches in the living room, Tony began to ask, "So Alan, just how did you get in and out of our house last night without any of us noticing?" It was in this moment that Tony began to worry. Although he and his brother had always played tricks on one another, his brother wasn't known to be a liar. Alan looked back at him genuinely confused. He told Tony that he had no idea what he was talking about, that he wasn't even home last night. Finding an opportunity for a laugh, however, Alan then starts asking Tony if he thinks that he has a ghost. He then takes his brother's camera and starts snapping photos around the house while asking, "Is there a presence here with us? And if so, make the stuffed animals move again. Do something." As Tony and Deborah follow Alan, the three are then left in utter shock as a stuffed bear sitting on a nearby small chair is suddenly thrown onto the floor by something they can't see. Taking what they had just seen as some kind of a warning, Tony, Deborah, and Alan take baby Taylor and rush outside into the family's vehicle. As the baby cries as Tony buckles him into the car seat, Tony cries as well, but out of pain. He suddenly feels a sharp, stinging sensation coming from his back. Thinking it was a bee sting or a spider bite, he finishes buckling the baby in and then closes the door. He figures he'll check it out later. Alan then heads back to his house next door, and Debbie and Tony with their baby drive across town to Tony's parents' house. After arriving, the stinging sensation on Tony's back has only grown more noticeable. Again, thinking it was a bee sting or a spider bite, he finally has his wife take a look at it. Upon lifting up his shirt, she starts to freak out. From Tony's lower back to up by his shoulder blades are what appear to be 3 very distinct and fresh claw marks. Her anxiety is soon felt by everyone in the house. After discussing what had been occurring amongst themselves, the Pickmans now think that what they could be experiencing may be evil. Coming to this conclusion leaves their heads spiraling, making them ponder a number of questions. Just what will they do? Will they go back to the house? Where could they go if they don't? And much more. Together, Debbie and Tony do their best to calm down and to face the decision that they have to make head on as a couple. In Tony's words, "We were newly married. We had just started a family. We didn't have the money or the resources to be able to afford to move again. We were essentially bled out. We had a baby and we needed a place to stay. So we decided to go back that night." Although incredibly apprehensive about doing so, the Pickmans seemingly have no other choice. The following day, Tony meets up with his brother Alan yet again. Alan seems to have an idea on how to tackle the situation. Alan tells Debbie and Tony that his boss's sister is a psychic medium, and he thinks that they should invite her to try and figure out what could be residing within the house, and if she's able to decipher that. Finding this proposal weird because they've never delved into anything like this before, but feeling like it couldn't hurt to give it a try, they agree to have Alan reach out and ask her to come to the house. 3 days later, she would arrive. Her name was Barbara. Originally based out of California, she actively engaged in psychic work and lectured at various universities about parapsychology. Not having been given any information about the house or its history, she sat in the living room and explained to the Pickmans what it was that she did, and then asked them to tell her everything that had occurred up until that point so that she could fully grasp the whole picture. After they went through it all with Barbara, she then asked them to visit the nursery to begin. Tony would later say that, "I don't really believe in psychics, so I kind of blew her off at first. I didn't know what to think." Barbara begins her process and quickly begins to lose her breath. She starts choking and coughing. She then flees the room, heading for the basement below. Tony later would say that, "She told us that whatever was here didn't want us here, and that it doesn't like anyone in this room, referring to the nursery. As the Pickmans follow Barbara down the stairs, she soon stops at the bottom of them and begins to sense another spirit, but this one doesn't seem ominous. She discovers that the spirit is that of a 7-year-old little girl named Sallie. She believes Sallie passed away within the home itself. She also would come to the conclusion that it was Sallie who had attacked Tony, believing that baby Taylor was hers to protect. She had become territorial. Between Deborah and Barbara, they come to the consensus that Sallie is a guardian of sorts, that it would be a good idea to set aside a space for her and to give her some toys of her own to appease her. Tony, however, thought that this wasn't a good idea at all. He still believed that whatever dwelled within their house was malevolent and evil, that it was a bad idea for them to interact with whatever this thing was in any way, shape, or form. However, disregarding her husband, Deborah does exactly this. After the psychic departs, several days later, Deborah would go shopping for toys for Sallie, hoping that her offerings would appease the spirit and all would be well. She also picks up the developed film from the photos that Tony took during the psychic's visit. Excited to see if any of them contained an image of Sallie, she quickly opens up the envelope to look at them. What she sees, however, disturbs her. Several of the photos are bizarrely distorted, and one even contains some kind of malignant-looking black blob. Horrified, Deborah rushes back home with the photos and the toys in hand. Walking through the front door, she immediately shows Tony. Having been the one who took the photos, he doesn't know what to make of the anomalies. One photo in particular catches his attention. In his own words, "The picture that really got me as we were walking down the stairs with Barbara. I turned around and took a picture, and floating midair is this thing. I couldn't explain it. It made me scared." Following looking at the photos, Deb once again references Barbara's convictions and continues to believe that Sallie is a protector. She then continues with her plan and makes a dedicated space for Sallie and adds the toys to it. Although Tony believes that the force haunting their home is evil, things do seem to go dormant for a short period of time following the offerings to Sallie. However, this peace would not last. Several weeks later, Deb's sister Karen would return again for a follow-up visit, and this time along with her husband. As the couples catch up on what's been happening in their lives, Deborah and Tony walk into the kitchen and grab themselves and their guests some more food and drinks. Their nice evening is soon interrupted by a piercing scream. There before Karen and her husband, a stuffed animal, the same one that had fallen before, that was sitting in one of the chairs, had suddenly and spontaneously caught fire before their very eyes. As Tony and Deborah rush back into the living room, they too are left flabbergasted at the sight. Tony then rushes in with a towel to extinguish the fire. In his own words, "If it can do this, what's keeping it from setting one of us on fire, or hurting us, or harming the baby?" Following the flames of the previous evening, Deborah tries to convince her husband that the fire was an isolated incident, and for the next 2 weeks, things at the house remain eerily calm. Tony, who works the overnight graveyard shift at a nearby grain elevator, adjusts his day to his schedule. Upon returning home from work in the early morning hours, he tends to eat a meal when he gets home. One particular morning, following the calmness within the home, he grabs himself a glass of juice and something to eat. As he goes to place the pitcher of juice back in the refrigerator, he sees something move out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, pitcher still in hand, he sees the apparition of a young girl before him. Shocked, he drops the pitcher of juice, and it shatters on the floor. almost as soon as the pitcher had broke, as it smashed into the floor below. The apparition vanished. Paying no mind to it, Tony quickly runs upstairs where he greets his wife in their bedroom. Barely able to get a word out, he's finally able to say to her, "I just saw Sallie." Intrigued, Deborah immediately asks just what she looked like, and then proceeds to bombard him with many more questions. Rather than being scared, Deb is elated. She's more curious than ever before. In her own words, "I was terribly jealous. Tony got to see this little girl, or the apparition of her. She's curious just why, of all people, Sallie would reveal herself to Tony. She wonders why she didn't reveal herself to her." For the next 2 months, things once again go dormant within the home. But this too wouldn't last. One night, as the moon hangs high above the Pickman residence, as the couple sleeps, Tony is suddenly and violently pulled forward and then up and out of his bed by his arms. Absolutely petrified, Tony screams as he realizes just what has taken place. He then is further bewildered as he looks down at his wrists. There on both of them were 5 distinct finger markings, as if someone or something had grabbed him. But the outline themselves weren't just there. These outlines looked like they were burns, as if the fingers themselves had been seared into his flesh. Blisters were now starting to form where each invisible hand had been. As he tries to come to terms with this terrifying ordeal, Deb still refuses to believe that it has anything to do with Sallie. She thinks that his lack of sleep from being a new father and working the overnight shift have started to get to him. However, upon seeing the blisters, she's almost in a sense of denial, saying that surely the spirit of a 7-year-old girl would not be able to pull a grown man out of a bed or leave such marks. But if she somehow did, what was the message that she was trying to convey? Given everything that had taken place, a resentment began to build within Tony towards his wife. Accompanying this, he began to hear whispers on almost a daily basis. This would typically occur when he would lay down during the day to try and sleep, so he could get back up and work at the grain elevator. To him, the whispers did not sound like that of a child at all, but rather like 3 low-voiced people speaking to one another. They would also seem so close, as if they were talking simultaneously, directly into his ears. During one particularly scary experience involving the whispering, Tony also begins to see items near the bed float and rotate by themselves, as if suspended by an invisible force. As he screams, wanting all of it to stop, he is greeted by his wife. After explaining what he had just experienced, unfortunately, she doesn't believe him, given what he had been saying, that he had been seeing shadowy figures, hearing whispers, having nightmares as she perceived them. She thought that lack of sleep and stress was causing him to make things up. Tony is starting to believe that whatever force that haunts the house is targeting him, that it's attempting to manipulate his feelings. Coming to terms with this, he also realizes just how hard it's becoming to hide his growing resentment towards Deborah. He keeps having feelings of a dark rage well up inside him, feelings that he's worried could turn violent. In his own words, "These feelings were not like me. I love her so much, and I would never do anything to hurt her. But the longer we were there, the stronger these feelings were becoming." Tony, of course, wasn't the only one to notice these changes. Deborah noticed them too. There had been a large shift in his demeanor and attitude. He seemed angry, short-fused, and argumentative. The couple began to fight almost daily, which hadn't been like them at all in the past. The Pickmans decide that they want to reach back out to Barbara for another consultation to see if they could potentially gain any new information on the presence that seemed to be everywhere and yet nowhere at the same time. In due time, Barbara again would visit them, and upon her arrival, would be told just how things had developed. She attempts to contact Sallie once again. After she believes she's made contact with her, she then begins to sense a second entity. This one, however, is much older and seems to refuse to interact with her. She believes that this adult entity is a female and the one that has been targeting Tony, and that Sallie has been taking the blame. However, she comes to the conviction that whatever is happening within the home is beyond her expertise. What she does offer, though, is that she would contact a very qualified group of paranormal investigators. Tony's reaction at first is harsh, and in his own words once again. At first, I was like, no way. We live in a small town. We'd be the laughingstock. If it wasn't a spirit in the house, then the only other thing that I could think it could be was the devil, and that scared me to death. After discussing the matter further with his wife and Barbara, he finally agrees to give the group a try. Within days, the paranormal group would arrive. The group is led by, at that time, world-renowned medium and paranormal researcher Peter James. In his words, a ghost is the ethereal double of its physical counterpart. We become a ghost dependent on the circumstances in which we die. If we die untimely, tragically, or violently, then we are rendered a ghost. I prefer not knowing any details about any specific haunting in which I investigate. It's my job to identify what's causing the activity. Not being informed of the information previously, only that the family was young and had a young boy. As he sits in the living room and speaks with the Pickmans, he asks them if they had a young daughter as well, perhaps of 7 or 8 years old. Telling him no, Peter remarked that it was strange because when he arrived, he saw such a young girl staring at them from one of the upstairs windows. Starting to explore the home, Peter begins to sense that there are 2 entities. One that is a child, and the other, an older adult woman who is very powerful. Upon asking the name of the entities out loud, he would reply with, "Sallie, it's good to meet you." As he embarks up the stairs, he makes his way into the Pickman's master bedroom and starts feeling the presence of the older female. As he steps further into the room, with his crew and the Pickmans behind him, Peter is suddenly thrown back against the door, and almost simultaneously, Tony begins to scream in pain. "My back," he says. Debbie lifts up his shirt and sees that once again, his back is covered in fresh scratches, deep ones, to the point to where they drew blood. Peter is astonished. He now knows that his older woman's presence is not a positive one, telling everyone not to let the entity know that they are afraid of it. They reluctantly press on. The crew spends the rest of the day investigating the home, and during this time, Peter once again begins walking back upstairs, as if something or someone was calling out to him, and it's here that he begins to have a vision. In his vision, he's taken back into the past, and he begins to see the spirits as they were in life. He believed that the home was once the home and practice of a medical physician. His housekeeper and her daughter lived there with him as well. The housekeeper was also his mistress, and the daughter was also his. The housekeeper was African American, and their daughter half. And in such racially divided times, the affair and their secret child were kept hidden. Sallie was her name, and she was their 7-year-old daughter. Peter believed that Sallie had contracted pneumonia, and her father, although a doctor, was unable to save her. Although the secret family and Sallie's death are tragic, Peter tells the Pickmans that it's not fair for them to be victimized by the dead in their own home, that in order to rid themselves of this torment, that they must cleanse the house, that they were in control, but it was ultimately up to them to restore order. And with these words of advice, he and his crew would depart. The Pickmans decide that they will stay in the house and will do their best to set the rules and stand their ground. Several weeks pass, and despite their best efforts, the atmosphere has only grown heavier, the torment even worse, especially for Tony. His sleep has become even more scarce, and his thoughts grow more and more evil. He can't shake the angry feelings and is becoming more worried that he may end up harming his wife and or himself, that he feels as if this darkness is slowly consuming him. He finally confronts Deborah and explains exactly how he feels, that he believes that if they don't leave the house, that something horrible may end up happening. Finally understanding the pressure her husband was under, she agrees with him and begins looking at ads for a new home for the family. In the meantime, Tony attempts to sleep due to working the graveyard shift. As he lays in bed, tossing and turning, he is once again consumed by the ever-growing and almost overwhelming thoughts of wanting to harm his family. Feeling as if he was under attack, he rushes out of the room and yells for Deborah. He tells her to grab Taylor, that they were leaving, that he had finally reached his breaking point. Fortunately for the Pickman family, they find a house shortly after leaving what would become known as the Sallie house. The heaviness, the anger, and the spiritual torment would cease. But given what the Pickmans had gone through, it's also important to note that the Sallie house certainly has a dark and checkered history that existed long before their arrival. Originally built in 1867 by the Fahe family, it served as a generational home. Several generations of the family lived there between 1867 and 1939. During that time, 5 confirmed deaths occurred within the family. Michael Fahe in 1872, Charles, Catherine's father, the wife of Michael Fahe, Kate Fahe, and Richard Fahe in 1874, and finally Agnes Fahe in 1939. There are multiple stories about Sallie, that she passed away from pneumonia, the origin I previously told in this story, but there is also another which I will tell you now. The story goes that Charles Fahe, the son of Michael and Kate, became a doctor and made the house both his residence and his practice. The front served as an office space and an examination room, while the family lived upstairs. One day, a frantic mother arrived carrying her 6-year-old daughter, Sallie, who had collapsed from severe abdominal pain. The doctor quickly diagnosed her with an appendicitis, and new surgery was urgent. Without delay, he prepped Sallie for the operation using ether, the anesthesia that was available at that time. Tragically, Sallie wasn't fully unconscious, and as the first incision was made, she screamed and thrashed in pain. Despite the doctor's efforts to restrain her and administer more anesthesia, Sallie's condition worsened. She would go into shock and ultimately die on the operating table. Her final moments filled with agony and fear. The home left the Fahe family in 1939 and passed through various owners before becoming a rental property. At least one tenant may have been involved in satanic rituals, which some believe contributed to the sinister activity associated with the house. Paranormal activity wasn't reported until Tony and Deborah Pickman began renting the house. Intrigued by the paranormal claims, the property owner Les Smith investigated and discovered a pentagram beneath the basement floorboards. Many believe that this may have been evidence of rituals that summoned something demonic. Subsequent investigations revealed blood evidence in the master bedroom closet and tattered clothing in the attic. After the pigments, however, reports of electronic malfunctions, EVPs, physical attacks, and other poltergeist activity have further cemented the house's reputation as a hotspot for paranormal occurrences. I've visited the Sallie house myself. It was actually my very first paranormal investigation, albeit amateur at best at that time. It certainly was an excellent experience getting into the field, and although for a variety of reasons, I don't think the Sallie house is as haunted as it once was. However, we did experience a few strange things. When I went with a few friends of mine, we arrived in the summer of 2022, and it was easily close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and the home, being very old, didn't have great AC, as we would later learn. However, when we stepped inside for the first time, we were taken aback because it was absolutely frigid by comparison, but this blast of cold air only lasted several seconds. The temperature did not fluctuate like it had then for the rest of the night. I also remember personally checking the thermostat, and it was set at like 85 or something crazy, so the actual air conditioning wasn't even on until we turned it on. So I found that weird, to say the least. The record player and TV turned on by themselves multiple times throughout the night, which, of course, we found odd. The old record player didn't have any sort of a timer whatsoever, and given the age of the CRTV as well, it didn't appear to have a timer that we could find that would have caused this. Besides some strange feelings throughout the day and then into the night, we didn't get a ton of interaction. Through the kitchen, although it was blocked off, we decided to look past it and go down the stairs and witness the pentagram, which for one reason or another had been burned out on the floor in the basement. And I do have to say that the basement itself was extremely creepy. You could feel some very bad vibes originating from there. So I wouldn't be surprised if some kind of black magic ritual or rituals were potentially done down there.
I almost forgot, but as I was reviewing the original footage, I did find that we did capture an EVP, and I'll go ahead and play that for you now.
With black mold in the walls of this very old home, we decided not to stay overnight because you weren't supposed to sleep there anyways. Having taken plenty of video and photo evidence, we began to place things we had taken from Sallie's room back. And when my friend, whose name is also Cody, but with a C,
placed one of those magic 8-ball toys back on the bed, a touch-activated toy decided to go off on its own. In this particular one, you had to tap its head fairly hard to get it to go off. I remember all of us being freaked out by it.
I remember it was extremely foggy that night, which added to the mystique, especially of my first paranormal adventure for sure. Or one that didn't occur, of course, in a home that I lived in. We took one last look at the Sallie house before departing, and to our shock, all the lights decided to turn on within the home. From what we could see, both the upstairs and the main floor lights. The breaker was the original, so this too seems rather impossible to have just occurred on its own, without some kind of ghostly intervention. Our code only worked for entering, so we weren't able to get back into the home following this. But granted, it was 2 a.m. at this point, so we decided to drive home. We would hit a pothole, and one of our tires kept going flat on our way home, which definitely was not fun. All around, I would return knowing what I know now and having much better equipment and resources and far more experienced friends by my side. I think we would catch a lot more. It's my belief that for one reason or another that the Sallie houses may be dormant or not as haunted as it once was, and that it's still very possible that a demonic presence still slithers within its walls, masquerading itself as the soul of a little girl named Sallie. I took the original documentary down due to some copyrighted image issues earlier this year, as well as the origin story that I had originally made. but I think I did a far better job this time anyways. But some of the photos and footage I've shown you while explaining my trip there, I originally took and filmed myself. The Sallie house was made famous in part by the old show Sightings, who filmed a segment for an episode on it, which was picked up by local and then later national media, as well as Deborah Pickman would go on to write a book, which I've found to be a great read, called The Sallie House Haunting, which you can find on Amazon, and I'll link it below.
Today we cover a legend, one that whispers of a truly dark and strange place. The story surrounds a group of friends who venture into an abandoned and supposedly haunted town hidden within the misty mountains of Spain. And it's here that they collectively experience something that would make even the bravest of us shudder and would chill every single one of them to their core. Will they make it out alive, or will the mist claim them? If you enjoy haunting and mysterious stories told in a documentary-style format, then welcome to Mystery Archives. With hundreds of episodes available, if this sounds like your kind of content, then please grab a drink and a snack, hit that like button, and don't forget to subscribe with all notifications turned on. And join me week after week as we explore the unexplained, paranormal tales of this world, and possibly the next. Now, let's get to today's story. It was the afternoon of October 16th, 1991. A 36-year-old man by the name of Enrique Martinez knelt by a moss-covered log. He had been admiring a lovely-looking mushroom. Foraging for fungi, he placed it gently into his wicker basket, adding it to the others that he had gathered. As he stood, he took in the view of the verdant valley below, untouched and silent. Beautiful, yet eerie at the same time. Enrique was mushroom hunting with his wife Anna and two of their friends, a couple by the name of Jorge and Sofia. They were exploring near an ancient abandoned town known as La Mussara, perched high in the northwestern mountains of Spain. It was Jorge who had suggested coming here, lured by legends of hauntings and sinister folklore. Enrique, however, cared little for ghost stories. If anything, he was here for the mushrooms and the peace and quiet. Enrique worked as a bartender in the bustling port city of Tarragona, where every night he was surrounded by crowds. Loud noises and voices, coupled with the clanking of bottles and glasses, was his norm. The peace and solitude of the mountains were a balm for his chaotic life, a chance to immerse himself in the quiet pursuit of mushroom hunting, a hobby he truly enjoyed. His mind focused on finding a prized local mushroom known as the bloody milk cap, didn't dwell on La Mussara's dark history, albeit it may seem ironic given the name. But as they reached the town's outskirts, he felt a shift in energy. A prickling unease crept over him, and he became unnerved to say the least. La Mussara was over 900 years old, its crumbling remnants littering the mountainside, with many ruins older than its memory itself. The town had once been home to around 300 residents, yet now had been deserted for decades, the last souls fleeing some 40 years prior. As they approached the town, the friends paused by a ruin on the town's edge, and suddenly, out of nowhere, the air thickened around them, and an ever-growing mist gathered at their feet. This mist or fog then slowly creeped up the abandoned dirt road that led through La Mussara's heart. At the road's end was a massive, dilapidated church.
its presence casting a shadow over the overgrown cemetery behind it, as well as the murky pond brimming with frogs. The eerie silence was only occasionally broken by the distant croaks echoing through the mist. Jorge led the way, a mischievous smile on his face as he grasped Sophia's hand, pulling her toward the church. Enrique and Anna followed, but something made Enrique glance back. The mist had swallowed the ruin behind them entirely, as if they had crossed an unseen threshold. With this, an inexplicable chill ran through him, and the air suddenly became heavy and thick. The mist, Jorge had said, was La Mussara's infamous shroud, a fog that enveloped the town night after night. But here it was, smothering them in the daylight, which bothered him. Yet despite this, he brushed it off and followed his friends, though a gnawing sense of impending doom clung to him. They stopped beside a peculiar rectangular stone jutting from the ground. Jorge placed a hand on its surface, his voice low and eager. "This is the sixth stone," he said. "It's one of the oldest relics here. They say it has dark powers." His voice took on a hushed, reverent tone. La Mussara, he explained, was once a way station for ancient armies. They believed that the sixth stone held a magic of sorts that was capable of winning battles, but only for a price. Legend claimed that those who touched it risked being pulled into a twisted parallel world, a darkened hellscape that was teeming with demonic entities. As Jorge relayed this, he kept his hand on the stone, grinning as he dared someone else to touch it. Sophia, uneasy, shook her head, but Anna, laughing, stepped forward and placed her hand on the stone. They held their breath, expecting something dreadful to happen, but nothing did. Just then, the frogs by the church erupted in a cacophony, their croaks deafening. Enrique turned toward the sound, peering through the fog at the shadowy outline of the church. For a moment, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure standing in one of the windows, motionless and watching. The image burned into his mind, but yet in a blink, it vanished. Was this figure real, or just a trick of the fog? Perhaps his imagination running wild. Before he could speak, Anna called to him, laughing, "Come on, Enrique, your turn." Her voice jolted him from his thoughts. Pacing himself, yet feeling some kind of pull towards the object, he reached for the sixth stone. The second his fingers touched it, a wave of unnatural cold washed over him. Yet the stone burned beneath his skin. Time seemed to slow, as if something sinister seeped into his mind, something that urged him to keep touching it, to never let it go. In the depths of his mind, a small voice clinging to reason whispered frantically for him to let go. With great effort, he released the stone, his skin tingling as he backed away. His friends were grinning, but Sophia was pale. "Let's leave the stone alone," she said, with her voice trembling. "We are attempting things that we don't understand." Jorge chuckled, trying to brush off her concern, and then led them further into La Mussara. As the group ventured deeper, the fog grew denser, smothering the world around them, as though drawing them into its depths. Enrique couldn't shake the lingering dread, the feeling of someone or something watching them. He slowly trailed behind, casting wary glances at the church. As they passed by the pond, the frog's croaking reached an almost unbearable volume, pulsing like a heartbeat. With this, Enrique's gaze drifted involuntarily toward the window where he had originally seen the dark figure. It was empty now, but he noticed something peculiar. He felt a pull, something coaxing him closer, daring him to peer inside. Despite his soul screaming, he obeyed, stepping toward the church, unable to resist the compulsion. With each step, his breath grew more shallow as he leaned closer and closer to the broken window, peering into the darkness within. Inside, shadows pooled in every corner, shrouding the remnants of pews and the pulpit. The frog's croaks continued to swell, reaching an overwhelming crescendo as his gaze locked onto the inky black void just beyond the altar. It felt as if the darkness itself was alive, twitching and writhing, beckoning him closer. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder, jerking him back to reality. Anna was beside him, her face puzzled. "Come on," she said, leading him toward the cemetery. They joined Jorge and Sofia amongst the graves, each stone worn and nameless. Trying to shake off the lingering terror, Enrique turned his focus to the headstones. Anna backed into an old cross, toppling it to the ground with a sickening crack. With the fog ever thickening around them, Enrique swore he heard whispers in the mist. They seemed faint and pleading. He glanced back at the church, still feeling that dark presence there lurking, watching and waiting. Something in La Mussara did not want them to leave. Jorge and Sofia turned toward Anna as they heard the snap of the stone breaking in two. Realizing what had happened, Jorge burst out laughing, teasing her by saying, "Oh boy, now you've upset the evil spirits here. You better put that back together." Anna tried to laugh along, but panic crept in as she attempted to reassemble the gravestone she had accidentally broken. But the stone was beyond repair. Jorge continued to chuckle, while Sofia, standing close beside him, grew uneasy. "Jorge, is this place truly haunted?" she asked. "Like actually haunted?" Her voice hushed with worry. Jorge paused, his laughter fading. "Yeah, I think it really is." And with that, he launched into the legend that haunted La Mussara. In October of 1873, during a fierce civil war in the region of Spain, rival armies used the nearby mountainside caves as makeshift field hospitals. One night, a reverend general named Circos, mortally wounded in battle, was brought into one of these caves. There, surrounded by his closest men, he passed away. His death was kept secret, revealing the loss of their beloved leader would crush the morale of his troops and give the enemy an easy victory. At dawn, Cerso's 6 loyal men carried him silently up to the cemetery in La Mussara and buried him in a shallow grave. Knowing a villager was to be interred in that spot soon, they laid him under a thin layer of dirt, to be hidden by another coffin, and marked only by a simple, unnamed headstone with a single horizontal line. Weeks later, 5 enemy soldiers scaled the mountain, unaware of Cirso's death. Convinced he was hiding in La Mussara, they forced their way into homes, demanding the villagers reveal his location. The poor townspeople were terrified. Finally, a weary elderly man stepped forward and revealed Circeus was buried behind the church. Suspicious, the soldiers forced the townspeople to dig up every grave in the cemetery to prove his death. Amid the chaos, the eerie sound of croaking frogs from a nearby pond grew louder and louder. Frustrated by the deafening noise, the soldiers' leader strode to the pond, firing shots into the water to silence the frogs. But their croaking only intensified. The soldiers finally realized that the only grave left undisturbed was marked by this simple line. The villagers warned them that this grave belonged to a feared witch, but the soldiers didn't care. They forced the villagers to dig it up, and when they opened the coffin, the townspeople gasped in horror. The witch looked as if she had just died, her skin unnervingly smooth, and her eyes wide open, gazing out at them as if in warning. Enraged at not finding Circeus, the soldiers dragged the witch's body from her coffin, hung her from a tree, and riddled her with bullets until the town fell silent once more. But as soon as they stopped shooting, they noticed that the frogs, which had filled the air with sound, were now silent too. The soldiers, unsettled by the sudden stillness, fled La Mussara, leaving the villagers to rebury the dead. When a townsperson climbed into the desecrated grave, they discovered another coffin below, the secret resting place of General Circeus. The curse of the witch was said to linger over the town ever since, with death, disease, and failed harvests plaguing the town until its last residents finally abandoned it in the 1950s. As Jorge finished, Anna's gaze dropped to the shattered gravestone in her hands. A terrible realization had dawned on her. The headstone she had accidentally knocked over bore a simple, horizontal line. She had inadvertently desecrated the witch's grave. Terrified, she then spotted the perfect bloody milk-cap mushroom at the base of a nearby wall, the very type her husband, Enrique, had been hunting for the entire time the group had been out there. Trying not to focus on what had just occurred, she plucked it and turned to show him, only to find that he was gone. Puzzled, she called out to him, but received no reply. Growing anxious, she turned to Jorge and Sophia, who when asked shrugged, saying that they hadn't seen him. Panicked, Anna sprinted out of the cemetery with Sophia and Jorge trailing behind her. In the dense fog, shadows shifted and eerie silhouettes loomed. But when they got close, they only found empty air. Sophia clung tighter to Jorge, fear building as the fog grew thicker and the croaking of frogs once again swelled around them. Following Anna's cries, Jorge and Sophia finally found her crouched in the churchyard, clutching Enrique's wicker basket, with tears streaking down her face as she whispered, "He's gone." The trio spent the next hour frantically searching La Mussara, the fog becoming blinding as darkness fell. When they finally conceded defeat, they would make their way back to civilization and report the disappearance. Following this, a week-long search ensued, but despite the authorities' best efforts, not a trace of Enrique was ever found. Months later, In January of 1992, Anna, still grieving her husband's disappearance, would return to La Mussara along with Sophia and Jorge, determined to search once more. As the group passed by the old church window, they would be shocked by what they would see. There, within the church, they saw 6 dark hooded figures standing in a circle inside, motionless and silent. Anna's fear and sorrow seemed to turn to anger, mistaking the figures for ghost hunters, disrespecting the tragedy of her husband's disappearance. She approached the window, ready to scream at them. But as she approached, one of the robed figures slowly turned to face her. And when this occurred, it disturbed the poor woman in the very depths of her mourning soul. Anna stumbled backward. The figure who had turned towards her revealed that it had no face. Instead, only a swirling, inky black void staring into her eyes. Before the group could react, the silence would be shattered by the sound of galloping hooves erupting from behind them. This was then followed by a cacophony of frog croaks that grew impossibly loud. Spinning around, they saw only morphing fog. Paralyzed with fear, they would turn back towards the church, only to realize that the sinister robed figures had vanished. The 3 friends could no longer stand being anywhere near this horrible place any longer. In terror, they fled, never to return. To this day, no one knows what became of Enrique, or why others too have vanished in La Mussara, a ghost town that is seemingly cursed by a tumultuous past. But are these terrifying legends true? I originally came across an article about La Mussara and found the main story, which I have now researched and retold. And this article, originally in Spanish, touched upon some very interesting details of the case and added a few hypotheticals, which I'll discuss with you now. One of the beliefs as to what happened to this man was that he chose this moment as an opportunity to voluntarily disappear for one reason or another. I, however, don't personally agree with this theory. Disappearing of your own volition without a trace is very difficult to do, even back in the early 1990s, let alone today. But it is still possible if someone knew what they were doing. But to do so, you'd need a good amount of money and some kind of infrastructure or plan to do it. With this being said, other theories are that he possibly got confused and went off the trail and died by accident, perhaps by falling. Although this seems like a much more plausible potential cause for the man's disappearance, it too to me is pretty unlikely to be what happened. I say this because there was a week-long exhaustive search that was carried out, both with volunteers and the authorities. If Enrique had fallen and passed, surely his body would have been discovered during this time. While the search was taking place, when the authorities began to go through all possibilities, his wife and friends were questioned as to what happened to him, but would be ruled out as not having anything to do with his disappearance. Some other interesting details would be that if he had disappeared in any capacity on his own, he had left his vehicle, which also contained his medications and his identifying documents. Strangely, apparently Enrique has not been the only one to disappear here. Many others have said to have vanished without a trace. Yet despite this, oddly, the missing tend to be referred to in the plural, but oftentimes no specific names are mentioned. What I do know is that in 1995, a German engineer decided to visit La Mussara and ultimately went missing for 3 hours. He returned upset and disoriented, completely unable to explain where he had been and just what had happened to him. Various mayors and community leaders in nearby towns have said that these stories are nothing but fairy tales. But this seems to have been said in hopes of quelling fears in order to not disrupt the crucial tourism to the area. The issue of missing persons has no political ideology, yet these things are usually only briefly covered by the mainstream media outlets and local news. Occasionally, a case may be picked up by a content creator on YouTube for wider exposure, but these are few and far between. At the end of the day, only friends and families of the missing person are truly affected, it seems like. Society as a whole may pause for a brief second, but seem to go back to business as usual after that second has passed. To keep things relevant to this story, in November of 2019, over 12,000 people were missing in Spain alone. Some have turned up over time, but the number who haven't is still very high, posing a very real enigma and one that affects many lives. Alongside these fear-inducing statistics, just what has happened to these people? What happened to Enrique? And is there truly something otherworldly, possibly a portal to another dimension, located at the abandoned ghost town known as La Mussara? These, as with many stories I've covered, are questions that I or anyone else may never have the answers to. But despite the horror, sorrow, and terror, it does go to show that there are many things in this world that are truly unexplained, and these things may just remain as such.
Things were so bad that Michael's parents, Jackie and Esther, and his sister Martha, had to leave the house along with Martha's baby daughter, Sarah Louise.
It happened about 100 years ago. It was a baby boy that was smothered at birth. And she said this baby was just a newborn baby.
Can we just get that clear, Michael? Did you see it?
Yes.
You saw it?
I did see it, yes.
Galway, a city on Ireland's west coast, sits where the River Corrib meets the Atlantic Ocean. The city's hub is an 18th century Irish square, a popular meeting spot surrounded by shops and traditional pubs that offer live Irish folk music. But Galway is known for much more than just beauty and entertainment. Like many places, it harbors dark and mysterious secrets. Underneath the bustle of feet walking and music playing, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the faint whispers of the dead. Our story begins here in 1996 with the Fahe family. The last 30 years, they've called this council house home. Living as one big happy family all together, there's Jackie Fahe, a bus driver for special needs children. His wife, Esther, who works as a cook at a nearby child care center. And they are joined by their daughter, Martha, who has recently given birth to a baby girl by the name of Sarah Louise, and their son, Michael, with his fiancée, Anne. In the words of Michael Fahe, with the birth of Sarah Louise, when she came into the house, we felt as if it was a new beginning. Me and Anne were in the process of getting married, and I had just started my own business. It was a very happy time for the family. But as the family loves one another and cares for the newborn Sarah Louise, something else seemed to be watching them. lurking within the walls of their home. A few months after Sarah Louise is born, their next-door neighbors begin a series of renovations. The construction and its noises begin to bleed over into their house as well. But it seems as though the baby is not the only entity that is disturbed. Several days after the renovations began, as Michael walks into the living room, he is hit seemingly out of nowhere by a horrendous smell, describing it as smelling like rotten meat or rotting flesh in later interviews, but thinking it had to have been a deceased rodent or something to do with the pipes. He brings it to the attention of his father. Jackie, too, is taken aback by the noxious smell. Although the two do their absolute best to discern where the smell is coming from, it seems to be everywhere, yet is spawning from nowhere. Concerned, Jackie contacts the local property authority to have their pipes examined for the potential cause. The following morning, with a knock at the door, 2 plumbers arrive to hopefully begin to figure out the cause of the smells and come up with a solution for the family. Walking inside, they ask Jackie and Michael just what seems to be the problem, as they explain that the smell seems to be everywhere, yet nowhere, oftentimes being stronger in certain parts of the home versus other times, as if it's moving. They think it could have something to do with the pipes. They tell the men that it smells like rotting flesh, or death, or both. Pinching their noses in disgust, they ask the plumbers if they smell it. Unfazed, neither men can smell anything. This very much confuses the Fahes, telling the men that the scent is often stronger upstairs. They lead them there and into the restroom. Michael and Jackie continue to cringe in discomfort, but the plumbers can't seem to smell what they're smelling. Confused and becoming angry, considering they've been smelling this rot for several days now, they ask the plumbers to check everything anyways, since they're already there. So the men do just that. They examine the toilets, pipes, and drains. However, everything is fine and in working order. Never once did they smell what the Fahes had described. Finding this incredibly odd, and realizing that if they were the only ones smelling whatever this was, the 2 plumbers must have thought that they were crazy. They were now more concerned because if the smell wasn't coming from any place checked by the plumbers, then just where was it coming from? And just what was it? The smell, however, is not just experienced by Jackie and Michael. Over the next several days, it is experienced on varying levels by all members of the family. Feeling as if they were losing their minds, they begin to clean most hours of the day when they are home, and disinfect the sinks and drains regularly. Alongside this, they open the windows for the fresh air, and yet whether they're open or not, whether they are cleaning or not, the smell only continues to get worse. It starts to affect the family, causing them to feel sick, nauseous, and dizzy at varying times. Suffering with the smell for almost a month, one day, it mysteriously vanishes, but something else equally bizarre would take its place. One night, as the moon hangs high and large over the Fahe residence, and the wind rustles the trees outside in the darkness, Michael and his fiancée Anne are woken up by the sounds of a baby crying. This normally wouldn't be a problem, but the crying is persistent and continuing to grow louder with each passing minute. Concerned as to why Martha wasn't taking care of her baby, and irritated, as most would be given the hour, Michael decides to get up and check on just what was going on. Walking down the hall, the cries of the infant seem to grow louder with each step he takes, finally reaching a fever pitch when he reaches the room that Sarah Louise was in. Opening the door to check on her, he sees Sarah fully awake and looking around the room in her crib, but she has a binky in her mouth, and the cries, which he had believed were coming from his niece, were still echoing all throughout and hadn't eased in volume or intensity. Even stranger, his sister Martha was sleeping as if there was nothing out of the ordinary. The cries continued despite Sarah Louise not making them. Thoroughly freaked out but unsure of how to tackle the situation, Michael slowly makes his way back to his bedroom, where Anne asked him just why he didn't get Martha to take care of her baby. He responds with, "I did. I checked on her, and it's not Sarah Louise who's crying, and Martha is asleep." As they both look at each other confused and concerned, Michael suddenly begins to choke. He tries to scream and grabs at his throat, but nothing but struggled gasps of air come out. In later interviews, he would say, "It felt as if someone was choking me and sitting on my chest. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe." Feeling as if he was going to pass out, he makes his way towards the mirror where on the dresser it was connected to, there was a rosary. Reaching desperately for it, he's able to clutch it, just barely, and in this moment, whatever invisible hand that was smothering him pulled away. Terrified as the cries echo all around them, Michael and Anne hold each other with the rosary and pray as hard as they possibly can. In Michael's own words, "As we prayed, the crying seemed to get worse. It got louder and louder, almost as if we were physically hurting the spirits." As the couple continues, the screams go from sounding like those of a young baby to something much scarier. It sounds as if a low-toned person is screaming alongside the baby, as if whatever was mimicking this sound was being harmed by their prayers. They then stopped praying to listen, and suddenly, the crying had vanished. This concludes this utter horror of a night, but little did they know that it would be far from the last that the family would have to endure. The following morning, as Michael and Anne head into the kitchen together, before they have a chance to speak with anyone, they are concerned with Jackie and Esther, frantically searching through the drawers, asking both of them if they had seen the baby's bottles. They answer no. Michael then asked his parents if they had heard the baby crying last night as well. Saying that Sarah Louise was quiet last night, Jackie looks concerned, believing his son to be withdrawn and unlike his normal self. He asks him what he means. Michael answers him with, "There was a baby crying last night, but it wasn't Sarah Louise." Asking what he was talking about because the neighbors don't have any babies, Jackie once again inquires. Michael responds with saying that he believes that there may be something in the house, and whatever this thing was may have just hidden the bottles as well. Jackie and Esther didn't really believe in any sort of an afterlife and aren't religious. They seem to essentially laugh off any sort of a notion that any of this could be attributable to a ghost, especially Jackie. And after Michael calls out into the room, "If there is a ghost, show us a sign." Receiving zero response, he walks away from his parents, confused and slightly embarrassed by their reactions. He then gets ready for work for the day. Later that night, however, what the couple experiences yet again is no laughing matter. The ghostly wails of an unseen child echo all throughout the house and all around Michael and Anne's room. Huddled together, holding one another yet again, and praying with Michael's rosary, their prayers grow louder in an attempt to compete with the volume of the cries. Their prayers are soon interrupted, however, by their door opening suddenly. It's Jackie, asking them just what was going on. Why were they praying and becoming louder and louder? Michael asked him if he too heard the baby's cries. Jackie would respond with, "All I hear is you two praying." He then scolds them both, obviously having heard nothing. He slams the door behind him when he exits their room. Michael is left speechless. It seems like whatever entity residing within the home is possibly targeting him and Anne. And somehow, some way, the rest of his family wasn't experiencing what they were. Needless to say, the two wouldn't get much sleep that night either. Roughly a week later, as Jackie and Martha come back home with baby Sarah Louise following a doctor's appointment for her, while the rest of the family is out of the house, the two take the baby upstairs to lay her down in her crib for her afternoon nap. Opening the door to her bedroom, though, they are shocked by what they see. There on the floor, surrounded by all of her toys, is a music box, and it's eerily playing its song. At first, Jackie blames his son and fiancé, thinking they must be playing a trick on them to try and convince them of their ghost theory. He then begins to feel something else, something he can't so easily explain, as if he's being watched. He then begins to wonder if perhaps they could be right. The rest of the day would come and go. The sun would fall below the horizon, and the moon would once again rise, casting its ethereal glow over the Fahe residence. As the rest of the family sleeps in their beds, Michael and Anne are suddenly woken up by a bright flashing light. Opening their eyes and simultaneously seeing a floating orb of sorts, pulsing with a white and yellow light within their room, they huddle together, with Michael clutching his rosary as hard as he can, watching this thing move and flash before their very eyes. In Michael's own words, it was like a bright orb. It slowly dissipated, and then it just disappeared. Following the sighting of this orb, the unearthly cries begin again. The couple again would not sleep much this night. The following morning, as the Fahe sit down at the table for breakfast together, Michael and Anne described to everyone just what they had experienced the night before. This starts a bit of family drama. Esther, although not religious, was still scared of even the thought of the paranormal. She begins to scold Michael as a result. The arguing is soon interrupted by Jackie, who says to his son, "You promised that you didn't touch those toys." Michael hadn't yet been privy to the information that his father and sister came home the other day to the toys being in a circle surrounding the music box in Martha and Sarah Louise's room. He would reply with, "What toys? I never touched any toys." In Jackie's own words, "That's when I realized we have something going on in the house. Something not normal." The tide of the conversation quickly shifts with this hideous revelation. Jackie suggests consulting a priest for help. Michael is worried that no one will believe them, so to meet somewhat in the middle, they decide that they will place a tape recorder in the baby's room to see if they can capture the supernatural cries of this ghost baby. That way they would have tangible proof that could be heard alongside their testimony in an effort to seek help. Later that night, as Michael and Jackie head upstairs to place the tape recorder in the room, they realize that they've left the tapes downstairs. They then set the recorder on one of the dressers while they head back downstairs. After retrieving the tapes, they would then hear a violent commotion coming from upstairs. Rushing back upstairs and back into the room as fast as they could, would come face to face with something that neither of them could explain. There on the floor before them was the tape recorder. However, it had been completely destroyed, mangled, as if someone had deliberately, with a strong hand, torn it apart. While father and son try and decipher the mystery of the destroyed tape recorder, cries suddenly erupt from downstairs. There before Esther and Anne's eyes, the curtains, as if with a mind of their own, begin opening and closing rapidly. Jackie and Michael would soon rush downstairs to see just what had happened. In Jackie's words, that moment of fear, seeing the pure fear in Esther's eyes, was just horrible. With everyone terrified by what was taking place, Jackie decides that enough is enough. Without grabbing much of anything, the entire family runs out of the house and takes refuge with nearby neighbors who have been close friends for years. The neighbors are extremely helpful and supportive. They allow the family to stay the night with them. They all have collectively decided that they will call the church in the morning to seek assistance. It takes several days after the initial phone call, but a local parish priest does come to conduct a blessing within the Fahe house. As the father reads his prayers out loud with the Fahes surrounding him, they all begin to hear the wailing of a baby. However, young Sarah Louise once again is not making the cries. Jackie would later say that the more prayers that the priest was saying, the more that the ghost baby screamed. It was as if it was saying, "Get out. We don't want you here." The priest, although putting up a strong front and acting as if he wasn't hearing the cries that the rest of the family were, Michael can tell by the look in his eyes that he is absolutely petrified. Esther begins shaking because she is so frightened. After the priest blesses the living room area downstairs, he then begins heading upstairs and blessing each room one by one. Meanwhile, a storm is brewing outside. The dark and swollen clouds are nearly ready to unleash. When it's time for the priest to bless Sarah Louise and Martha's room, as Jackie goes to open the door, it won't budge at first. As he shoves into it, he realizes that the crib has been placed in front of the door. After pushing it open, he tells the father that there has to be something within their house. Although the priest seems to be in a state of denial, he continues with the blessing. He says several more prayers and flicks some holy water around the room. As he finishes, he quickly, almost frantically leaves the house. As Michael would later say in regards to the situation, it was as if he couldn't wait to get out of the house. He nearly ran out the door. The clouds, which had gathered earlier, finally began to rain down upon the earth. Feeling hopeful that the blessing done by the priest perhaps cast out whatever was dwelling within their home, the Fahes returned to their home. However, to be on the safe side, they decide to sleep in the living room together as thunder and lightning crackle outside. While everyone else sleeps, Jackie suddenly wakes up to the cries of the ghost baby yet again. Oddly though, He seems to be the only one disturbed back to consciousness by its cries. As he follows the cries upstairs, they suddenly cease for a moment, and feeling as if he was being watched from behind, he quickly turns around to see something that sends a cold shiver down his spine. There, on a nearby table, was a small vase. Right before his eyes, he watches it levitate, as if picked up by invisible hands. It slowly tilts and then drops to the floor, shattering it into many pieces. The shock of what he had just witnessed causes Jackie to try and run away, but he trips backwards and partially falls down the stairs. Scrambling, he gets back to his feet and runs through the living room. He then throws open the front door and collapses off the porch and into the front yard. As the rest of his family surrounds him, he finally comes back to his senses. The family once again takes refuge with their neighbors and friends several houses away. It is here in their living room that they debate just how exactly to tackle this situation. Whether to travel 4 hours away to stay with Jackie's sister temporarily, or to stay here somehow. But where? They can't move in with their neighbors. As they discuss what they should do, Jackie and Michael decide to go back together to the house and pack necessary items for whatever the future may hold. Thankfully, they encounter no paranormal resistance to their presence when they obtain these items from the house. Jackie would call his sister and arrange for him and Esther to travel to her 4 hours away for the weekend. Although he wants his kids, Sarah Louise and Anne, to join them, they have jobs that they must get to in the morning. Martha also says that the entity has never bothered her or the baby, which is true. He doesn't feel great about their decision, but decides to go ahead and go after he's reassured by Michael that he will keep them in the loop with anything and everything and will do his best to keep them all safe. After the parents depart, Michael, Anne, Martha, and Sarah Louise return to the Fahe house. The rest of the night is surprisingly quiet for the first time in what feels like forever. The following morning, with Michael and Anne at work, Martha relaxes on the couch and reads a book while her baby sleeps. But not for long. The peace is soon shattered by the cries of her daughter. Placing the book on the coffee table, she quickly heads upstairs to tend to her. The door, however, is closed, and she didn't close it. Finding this strange to say the least, she grabs the handle and goes to open it, but it won't move. It's as if a large, invisible person is pushing it from the other side. As Sarah Louise cries for her mother, Martha frantically begins to throw her entire body into the door in an effort to open it. It doesn't move whatsoever. Panicking now, she runs to a neighbor for help. As her and the neighbor rush back to her house and upstairs to the room, the neighbor searches through their toolbox to try and find something, anything that'll help open the door, when it suddenly and gently opens. The two then look at each other in awe. Quickly grabbing her baby, Martha then grabs her bag, and together with the neighbor, they all flee the house. Later that evening, as Michael and Anne both return home from work, they notice that there's a note on the door. It tells them that Martha and the baby are at a nearby neighbor's house. Thinking nothing of it, as Michael goes to fetch his sister and his niece, Anne stays back at the house. As she sits in the living room waiting for her fiancé to return, she suddenly hears the sound of something moving. Glancing around the room for the source, she realizes that a picture of Sarah Louise on a nearby table is shaking profusely. It then, as if aggressively thrown, hits the nearby wall and falls to the floor, shattering the glass that once held the photo in the frame. Upon seeing this, Anne screams and bolts out the front door as fast as she can. Upon doing this, she runs into Michael, Martha, and the baby. She then frantically tries to explain to Michael just what had taken place. She feels that if they go back into the house, that whatever presence that was there would harm Sarah Louise, with Martha agreeing that she didn't want to return either after what had happened earlier. Michael relents and tells them to get in the car. Martha then lets him know that she needs diapers from the baby's room before they go. Agreeing to fetch them, Michael runs inside and grabs them, as well as the baby's car carrier. Before leaving the house, however, he picks up the phone to make a phone call to his parents to let them know just what had happened. Upon dialing his aunt's number to call them, he hears several dial tones, but then begins to hear faint voices on the other end. These voices then began to change in pitch, going from higher to lower in a very unsettling way. Hanging up the phone and then trying again, the phone begins to call and then suddenly emits a horrendous, high-pitched noise directly into his ear. Throwing the phone down, he's absolutely stricken by what he sees. The phone itself is completely melted and is still smoking. With eyes wide, Michael then runs out of the house, but upon exiting the door, he is then shoved out as the door slams behind him. He would later say that, "I was utterly shocked, and I didn't know how, but the phone itself was melted. I then felt like someone was shoving me, like I was being forced out of the house." Disturbed and taking the hint that they were unwanted, the four of them depart and drive the 4 hours to stay with Jackie and Esther at Jackie's sister's house for the rest of the weekend. Several days later, the Fahes reluctantly return to the house, but none of them want to. Esther felt as if the house wasn't hers anymore, that it had been taken over by whatever this thing was. With a long wait list for housing, the family is effectively stuck where they are. Trying to make the best of it, they decide to go inside. Upon opening the door, however, they come face to face with utter destruction. It's as if a cyclone has hit the inside of their house. The curtains are ripped. The pictures are broken. Furniture and items disheveled. Things of all kinds are thrown everywhere with reckless abandon. In the words of Michael, it was as if someone had come in and ransacked the place. But there was nothing missing, no evidence of a break-in. Angry and upset, the Fahes began to try and pick up the mess that was their lives now. It seemed as if the stress of it all was tugging at the seams that were holding them all together. Tired of dealing with it all, the family tries to brainstorm just how they could get help. The blessing of a Catholic priest didn't seem to work. They ponder what if they contact the papers. Will they be made fun of? Maybe. But could someone potentially hear of their story and reach out to help them? That was also a very real possibility. Deciding to take the risk, hoping that it'll result in some real help, they decide to reach out to a Dublin radio station with their story. As a result, a local paper decides to come and interview the Fahes and see just what exactly is happening. The family agrees to the interview, and it is decided that a reporter will come, not only to interview the family, but they'll stay the night with them. to see if they experience any ghostly phenomenon. The reporter they send is skeptical and doesn't believe in anything like the paranormal, but decides to stay anyways. The Fahes have noticed certain changes that would signal that something was about to occur within the home. One of those signals was that it would grow exceptionally cold beforehand. This very thing would happen with the reporter present. Sitting at the dining room table, beginning to write her story, she didn't believe that anything was going to occur. As she speaks, the family conversation is suddenly shattered by the sound of something breaking. Rushing to the living room where the sounds seem to have originated from, they find a shattered porcelain figure on the floor. Its small, minute fragments strewn everywhere. Upon seeing this, the reporter is shaken to her core. It's clear that she's convinced that there's something in the home now, considering everyone was all together in the kitchen when the figure was broken. Deciding to take a photo of the broken figure, she keeps writing in the kitchen, and she doesn't sleep through the night. As a result of her article, the story begins to get picked up by more local newspapers, and soon press from all over Europe is intrigued by what is dubbed the Galway Ghost. Naturally, with the press came harassment. Reporters, news stations, and onlookers soon flocked to the Fahe residence, hoping to catch a glimpse of the alleged haunting for themselves. With this newfound fame that they didn't ask for, the Fahes begin to worry that they will only be the subject of ridicule and that no one will hear their cries for help. Fortunately, they would be dead wrong. Several weeks after the story broke and gained traction, a reporter would reach out to the family and offer the assistance of a professional they knew, a woman named Sandra Ramdani. Sandra is a well-known parapsychologist and healer. She has stated that psychic abilities are an innate part of the human consciousness and that they are not supernatural powers. She also rejects the term psychic, as she said it is misappropriated by frauds. After speaking with the family, within a week, they welcome her at their door. Michael would describe meeting her like this. When Sandra arrived and stepped in the door, we got this warm feeling as if we had known her for 100 years. After introducing herself to the family, Sandra begins to ask them just what all they had been experiencing. So the family started at the beginning. One thing she really took to was that the activity began shortly after the arrival of Sarah Louise into their lives and home. Asking the family to take her to the room where they felt the most activity in, they would lead her to the baby's room. Walking around the room and feeling it out to see if she could decipher just what kind of spirit they were dealing with, she picks up on something else as well. She asks the family if there's been any recent construction in the house. Surprised by her question, Michael would answer her with a yes, that the neighbors had been doing some work on their home, and it had occurred right around the same time that Sarah Louise was born and came to live with them. In Jackie's words, "It freaked me out when she was able to tell me that the neighbors were doing construction." Asking to be alone in the room for a time to see if she could gather any more information, the family leaves Sandra within. As she closes her eyes and begins to focus, hoping to make contact with whatever could be there, she starts to feel a cold air on her skin, causing her to get goosebumps, and then she begins to smell as if there's smoke within the room. She is then drawn into a vision. In this vision, she is in an entirely different room. There's a young woman screaming. She seems to be giving birth. Within the room there appears to be a man, possibly her father. His eyes seemed angry, yet sad. Glancing around the room Then she sees a second man lurking within the shadows. His face is stern, and he too seems as if he could be angry. The screams continue for a short while, and then they turn into heavy breathing as the cries of a newborn baby fill the air. They then start up again, but these screams are different. They seem desperate in a sense. The young mother seems to be reaching forward for her baby, but the child seems to be in one of the men's arms. It's her father, but instead of nurturing the infant, he instead has placed some kind of cloth over its face and is smothering it. The other man then restrains the mother as she continues to scream. Sandra, gasping, then opens her eyes. The vision has ceased. Warm tears are slowly trickling down her face. She is shocked by what has been revealed to her. Walking downstairs to greet the family, they can tell she's obviously shook up. She then sits down with them in the living room to explain just what all she saw and was able to figure out. She tells the family that she believes the baby was born out of wedlock, and out of shame, its life was taken by the girl's father. That the ghost baby wasn't haunting the house that the Fahes now lived in, but rather the land itself. She also believes that the construction by the neighbors inadvertently disturbed the spirit, causing it to become active again, and because it never got to live or feel the love and affection of its mother, that it desperately wanted to get close to Martha, since she had just become a new mother herself. Asking what could be done now, Sandra offers to conduct a healing ceremony in hopes of allowing the spirit to find peace and move on to the other side. The family would agree. First things first, Sandra asks them to please get Sarah Louise out of the house before the ceremony. Needing Martha to be a part of the ritual, it is decided that the baby will be taken on a stroll by Esther and Jackie. The rest of the family alongside Sandra then heads upstairs to the child's room to begin the ceremony.
What she did was then she went up to the baby's room and she placed a rose quartz crystal and a snow white quartz crystal in the cot as a focal point, as the baby in the cot. Then what she did was then she actually communicated with the ghost by telepathic abilities, and she found out that it happened about 100 years ago. It was a baby boy that was smothered at birth. This baby was just a newborn baby.
And who killed the baby?
The mother and father.
And this happened not in the house, but on that bit of land where the house is now built.
That's right.
It is explained that amber incense will be burned to protect them during the event and to promote spiritual healing of the ghost as well. She then lays down quartz crystals in the four corners of the room in order to purify and recharge the home itself. They then place an empty baby carrier on the ground in the center of the room and join hands surrounding it. They all then close their eyes and begin to take deep breaths to focus on the task at hand. Sandra tells them to imagine the ghost baby laying in the bassinet before them, surrounded by a golden light, to focus on him, to tell him it's time to move forward and move on.
And then you see the very last part of the ceremony was actually, it was the most important part. And I saw the spirit actually been lifted up and taken away into the far side, as she called it, or into heaven, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah. And
what exactly did you see?
Well, what she did first, she put us all into a circle, right? And she said, imagine the baby in the circle. And then she telepathically linked with us by moving energy around the circle. And then she told us, think we're breathing in golden sunlight and breathing out tears and unhappiness and sadness. And just keep concentrating. And I could actually see the baby on the floor.
Can we just get that clear, Michael? Did you see it?
Yes.
You saw it?
I did see it, yes. And we were doing the exercise, breathing and concentrating. And then she said, just keep concentrating. And then she said, imagine the golden light going out to the top of your head. And at that moment, I saw the baby being lifted up into the light, and then it just disappeared.
And it left peacefully?
It left peacefully, yes.
Upon the ghost baby crossing over, the feeling is almost immediately night and day. It's as if everyone and everything could breathe again. With everyone amazed and so very happy that the infant had crossed over, the feeling of joy and peace filled the home once again. Jackie and Esther, who had been outside walking with Sarah Louise, returned as well, and they too could instantly sense that the ghost was gone. This is what would be considered a happy ending for most, but the Galway ghost still haunts the minds of the Fahe family. Every time they hear a knock or something seems out of place, they fear that perhaps what should be gone isn't. That maybe it's always there, watching and waiting to return. This was a highly requested case, and a very interesting one at that. I did have some of my personal takes on this case, as well as some resources and questions that I'd like to share with you now before we go, and this will be in no particular order. So this case apparently has been tied to a scandal that took place between a priest and a family, with the priest having impregnated the daughter a long time ago. This information comes from Jackie, whose real name actually appears to be Jonathan Fahe, from his book, Cry from Beyond. If this is true, it would very much corroborate the ghost baby story, in my opinion. I, however, am a little more skeptical of this ghost baby, having felt the energy in a home supposedly haunted by a little girl, aka the Sallie house. Albeit things may vary on a case-by-case basis, I do believe that entities and or demons can masquerade themselves as children in order to exploit the vulnerable. Ask yourself this: why would a child, an innocent newborn baby, cause such dread and fear among the Fahes? For this very reason, although they may have crossed over a baby's spirit, makes me believe that something more sinister haunted their home. That perhaps following this event, for one reason or another, this entity went dormant. It seems that construction kicked off the activity by disturbing the ghost that was already dormant there in the beginning. I believe this probably played a role, having had constructions wake up ghosts in an old home of mine. This led to some very strange experiences, such as hearing a chorus of whispers and having night terrors, which was not a fun time. I also like how the plumbers couldn't smell any of the smells that the Fahes were, as in the disgusting ones. I think perhaps they were desensitized to an extent. Maybe this played a role in that. As a former painter, Meg can tell you that my sense of smell is pretty much cooked. I'm sure, depending on your profession, for one reason or another, people get nose blind. I dug as much as I could, but I could not find any updates on the Fahes past 2006. The initial case took place from 1996 into 1997, and it seemed as if the family still lived in the same residence as of 2006. I hope wherever they are now, that they're peaceful and happy. I was only able to find one photo that I believe is the real residence in which the case took place in, and I will show it to you now, but on the off chance that someone still lives there, whether it's the Fahes or anyone, please respect people's privacy and do not harass or bother them. Thank you. With how the home was designed, it would be nearly impossible for someone to have accessed the window in that room on the second floor, to have been able to move the crib in front of the door, and then close it to cause resistance to the door being opened. Just how did the phone end up melting? I do know that in most of Europe, the power is much stronger than it is here in the United States, but there would have been some kind of serious malfunction for a surge to be that powerful that it melted the phone. I always found that aspect of the case to be exceptionally creepy. It doesn't surprise me that Ireland has so many folk and ghost tales. It seems to be such a mysterious yet beautiful place that I'd certainly like to visit one day. I did want to give a shout out to my Irish fans.
I hope I did this infamous story justice for you guys, and I did want to ask, had you heard of this case before I covered it? With that, everyone, please like the video if you liked it, share it around, subscribe with notifications on, and please leave me a comment letting me know what you thought down in the comments below. I say this often, but all this stuff really helps me out tremendously. I did want to let you know that I did revamp my store with some new and much cooler merchandise as well, and I restocked on books, so if you wanted to pick anything up, now would definitely be the time. Other than that, guys, I love and appreciate all of you, truly. Thank you so much for your patience as always. And this has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Remember to please stay safe out there, and take care. I'll see you next time.
Could there have been something else? Something that perhaps was never human stalking the grounds of Summerwind instead, causing the torment and madness to the many residents who dared to call the mansion their home. The truth for now will forever remain a mystery, it seems, but the reality of what happened to the Henshaw family will forever haunt them until the day that they die. Throughout history, it has been speculated that many have been plagued by an ancient demonic force. From Mesopotamia to more modern times, this evil and terrifying entity has said to enter our world and wreak havoc upon those who dwell within it. When a seemingly normal family disregards the warnings and partakes in multiple Ouija board sessions, what happened next nearly destroyed them. This is the untold story of the demonic Zozo House of Oklahoma and the abhorrent creature that stalks its walls. Oklahoma City, a small but growing city in the heartland of America, known for blue-collar work and brick-and-mortar shops, red dirt, and sports, would soon become known for something much darker. A teenager by the name of Darren Evans was growing up here, a normal boy by all accounts, doing things that any teenagers would enjoy. Hanging out with friends, shenanigans here and there, and dating girls. He began dating a girl named Brandy who attended school with him, and the two often found themselves visiting each other as often as they could, whether that was walking to and from school, in between classes, or visiting each other's homes. One day, while Brandy's home was having some plumbing work done on some pipes located underneath the house, the plumber doing the work would soon make a strange discovery. Located below the foundation of the home, covered in dirt, was an old Ouija board. The front letters were partially buried, and the back of the board was solid black in color. Off to the side of where the board was found was an aged planchette. What made this finding even more bizarre was that 4 old jars sat on the corners of the board, speckled with dirt as well. Thinking perhaps the kids had stashed the board away and forgot about it, the worker told the young couple after his work was done about what he had found. And it's from here that things seemingly take a darker turn. Upon examining the discovery, they began to brush the dirt away from the jars. They were then shocked by what they found. Inside each one of the jars, sitting on the 4 corners of the board, were the decaying bodies of blackbirds, congealed blood and matter still present. Bewildered but intrigued, they sat the jars off to the side and picked up the board. As soon as his fingers made contact with the board, Darren seemed to have an instant connection with it, And with this soon came a burning curiosity to examine it. And this curiosity would manifest into obsession. With this, the couple took the board inside the home where they spoke with Brandy's mother. She actively practiced the Wiccan religion, but had no idea who could have put the board there. Several days later, curious as most teenagers are, Darren was an avid music fan, and one night, after building up the courage to do it, he decided he was going to contact the deceased singer of the popular band AC/DC, a man named Ronald Belford Scott, using the board. Scott had passed away from alcohol poisoning in 1980. After lighting several candles, laying the board with letters facing towards him, and placing the planchette upon the board, he began his session. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but Darren was still feeling this otherworldly connection to something within the board itself. After trying for half an hour, to his shock and amazement, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, it then frantically began to move by itself, moving from Z to O, Z to O, over and over and over again, spelling out the name Zozo. Shocked and unsure of what or who he had contacted, Darren said goodbye in an attempt to end the session. Before his eyes, he saw the planchette spell out, "See you in hell," and then it threw itself across the room. A now terrified and bewildered Darren ran out of his room and tried to make sense of what had just taken place. But this was just the beginning of what was to come. It started with horrible night terrors. He would wake up unable to move or speak, and would hear whispering in his ears. These episodes at night were soon followed by banging and knocking throughout his house during the daytime, as well as a constant feeling as if he was being watched by something he couldn't see. But despite the presence he was feeling, Darren now sought answers to his ever-growing list of questions, just what exactly he had uncovered. So, he continued to hold sessions with the board, for better or for worse. Darren would later quote this: "The sessions now were as intense and paranormal as anything I have ever witnessed. A deep and terrible moaning could be heard emanating through the walls after these sessions. I developed sleep paralysis and became reclusive to society in general. I was once again messing with zozo and Ouija boards, despite the terrors of my earlier sessions, in which I had promised myself I would never do it again. But again and again, I did." When not in use, the board was kept in a purple silk cloth and stored in his bedroom closet. It would also often go missing, sometimes for days on end. When checking back where he had placed it in order to set up and initiate a new session, the board would seemingly vanish, only to reappear at random times, as if it was the one calling the shots of when it could be seen and used. The years came and went, and the sessions on the mystical Ouija board continued. Darren, by this time, started inviting his friends to partake in the sessions, and although their sessions with him would prove he's not insane, it's of little consolation considering the tragedy they would seemingly manifest later on. Darren's best friend was a man by the name of Randy. The two had bonded over their love for the band AC/DC in high school and had been inseparable ever since. Randy's idol also being the late Bon Scott, whose lifestyle seemingly imprinted upon the youthful teens once upon a time, and perhaps would ultimately lead to the downfall of one of them. By now, Darren was living in his own apartment and working construction. At a job site he was on, he would make a strange but familiar discovery. As he was digging down into the earth, he found what appeared to be a jar. Upon picking it up to discard it, he wiped away the dirt and debris, only to be shocked by its familiar contents. Lo and behold, within the jar was a congealed and rotting blackbird, extremely similar, if not identical, to the ones initially found alongside the Ouija board underneath his high school girlfriend's home all those years ago. It was particularly weird, not just because of this, but the fact that he had found it, digging down deep into the earth. He wondered, what were the odds of this? And although he had no way of knowing for sure, his gut began to tell him that there was some kind of witchcraft or occult expertise at play here. Perhaps someone or a group of people were knowingly contacting this entity known as Zozo, but for what remained to be known. One evening in 1985, Darren and Randy were relaxing at Darren's apartment when they decided to host a session on the Ouija board. Randy, more than anything, wanted to try and make contact with his late idol, Bon Scott. While wearing a Highway to Hell AC/DC shirt, Randy's intent was clear. The two dimmed the lights, lit a couple of candles, and began the session upon the board. They made contact within a few minutes. Once the planchette was moving, Randy exclaimed, "We want to talk to Bon Scott of AC/DC." With this sentence, the planchette seemingly obliged. It moved in circles, eventually spelling out AYEMATE. The two looked at each other in amazement. The entity was using Australian dialects. And for anyone who doesn't know, Bon Scott was Australian. After several more questions, both of the young men were convinced they were speaking with their idol. The spirit seemed to know every little detail to any question they asked. And during the session, the entity then made a strange request from the men. It asked them to light a cigarette and place it in the hole in the planchette. What proceeded to make both of them laugh also made them quite spooked as well. So they lit a couple cigarettes, one for each of them, and one for this entity. They took a few drags to keep it lit, and then placed it cherry side up in the planchette hole. The planchette then spelled out thanks. They then watched in utter amazement as the cherry of the cigarette lit up, as if Bon himself was taking puffs off of it. But this amusement was short-lived. Once the cigarette had seemingly been smoked, the planchette began to spell something very different. It spelled, "F you, Randy. I will have your soul, and I'll see you in hell. ZO. ZO." Terrified, the men quickly ended the session by saying goodbye and tossing the board outside the second-story apartment balcony door. Clearly scared and upset, Randy also didn't take kindly to threats. He began cussing out Zozo with complete and utter rage. The board would later be returned by his downstairs neighbor. And after this session, a series of lows for both of the men seemed to manifest in the years to come. Influenced by the lifestyle of his idol, Randy fell victim to alcoholism. He soon would lose his wife to divorce and have split custody with his son. And although many opportunities presented themselves for Randy to better his life, for one reason or another, he was always just too far away to be able to grasp them. He often said to Darren, "I feel like I'm in a prison, and I can't escape." For old time's sake, the two did one last Ouija board session together in 2005, in which Randy asked the board how he would die. The board responded, in a car, at night, alone. In 2007, after spending the evening with Darren, the last words he would say to him were, "Darren, I will see you in hell." The next morning, Darren received a phone call from Randy's girlfriend, Alicia, saying that Randy never made it home after he left. Instead, he had passed away in a violent head-on collision, ultimately passing away in a car at night and alone. This devastating passing, along with the frequent contact with the entity known as Zozo over the years, led to a fascination and borderline obsession with a search for answers for Darren Evans. During the time before and after Randy's death, he had been living in a home in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, that would become synonymous with the demon's name. It was here that the worst afflictions brought on by the entity would take place to him and his family. Darren's fascination with the occult led him to hanging on to and possessing multiple Ouija boards and other various occult objects. It was here that he began to study on a much more in-depth and organized basis, just trying to figure out who or what Zozo was. But this research would soon be interrupted. In this home lived himself, his wife Kathleen, and their young daughter at the time. During a session with his wife Kathleen one evening, while their daughter slept rooms away, Zozo would once again make itself present in their lives, but this time seemed to take possession of Darren. Kathleen trembled with fear and bated breath as something stared at her through Darren's eyes. Something that clearly wasn't human. He then turned violent, attempting to attack her. Fortunately for Kathleen, she was able to say goodbye and get away before any harm could be done to her. Several minutes later, Darren would come back to himself, with no memory of what had taken place. After this session, things seemed to escalate in intensity. Sounds began to rap throughout the entire home, from knocking to hissing, footsteps, and banging, all seemingly with no explainable origin. The family got so terrified that they sectioned off a particular bedroom upstairs, calling it their safe room. One night, however, not everyone was within the safe room. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of terror creeped upon Darren as he was trying to sleep. He rushed to the safe room to attempt to stop what he was feeling, but quickly realizing he couldn't leave his family behind, he rushed back out of the room in an attempt to gather them and bring them to safety as well. As he was heading towards the stairs, his daughter had heard his cries and was now at the foot of the stairs. It was here that Darren saw her being lifted by invisible hands into the air and carried away from him. Screaming for his child as she screamed for her father, Darren ran down the stairs as fast as he possibly could, but couldn't see her anywhere in sight. He then heard her muffled screams coming from the basement. At first, the door was locked and wouldn't open, but after adrenaline and brute force, Darren thankfully was able to open it. He then retrieved his hysterical child and brought her to the safety of the safe room. Once inside the room, the family huddled together in fear as they continued to hear movement and noises all throughout the house. After this abhorrent nightmare of a situation, the family knew they had to get out of the house. This situation and the many other paranormal experiences had led to a lifelong fascination for Darren Evans with the occult and finding out just exactly what zozo is. But was it worth jeopardizing his family's safety? It took some time, but the family would soon relocate to another home. And once his family was safe, Darren was able to continue his deep dive into the unknown to try and track down and decipher just what this entity could be and where it came from. And although he knew the topic was vast, I think it went far deeper than he ever anticipated. Whilst trying to dig up more information, he posted his experiences to an old paranormal forum in 2009, and since then, many people have shared their experiences with a demonic force, many of which have been documented and compared by Darren himself on his website. But these experiences are not just a 21st or even 20th century phenomenon. They date back far older than that. Not every fine detail will be mentioned here, but I will do my best to list the most important details that I could find in regards to the origin of zozo, according to Darren and other online sources. Zozo, in the Old Basque language, means blackbird or crow. The Zo people of Haiti practiced a form of voodoo whose rituals involve horrific scarification, as well as the intake and passing around of bodily fluids and bizarre rituals. Their witch doctors are called zozo and wear demonic-looking masks. As part of their death ritual, when someone is passing away, they lift up the mask at the moment of death to take in the person's final breath. This is apparently done to absorb the soul of the person to gain more spiritual power. Zozo, also in the Malay language, is the same as it is in English, but it translates to wandering spirit, which is a spirit they believe to steal people's souls while they sleep, which is also bizarre because sleep is often considered the cousin of death. Zozo has been called the minister of deception. It is known to convince you that it is a deceased loved one or friend, or even someone you've idolized, when in reality, it's not. Sessions typically start out friendly and inviting, but soon turn malevolent and dangerous. During his research over the years, Darren made contact with and spoke to famous demonologist John Zaffis, who shared with him that in his experience of over 40 years of studying the demonic and paranormal, the name Zozo and other pseudonyms of its name kept coming up in his investigations, which too led him to seek answers as to what it could be. In some of those investigations, when questioned, the demon stated that it was the son of Satan himself. But Zaffis thinks, perhaps as with many deities that seem to be lurking in the shadows, Zozo could be an entity that's existed far before the founding of Christianity. Besides evidence showing up in Africa and Egypt, there's also evidence found linking Zozo to ancient Mesopotamia as well. Other names Zozo has gone by throughout the ages have been Zuzu, Zaza, and Mama, among many others. The name Zuzu could refer to Pazuzu, the famed demon from the film The Exorcist, which in reality was a demonic entity from ancient Mesopotamian religion. It's incredibly strange to note the following as well. Zozo was replaced in the story of the exorcism of Roland Doe when Peter Blatty was using it as inspiration to write The Exorcist. He changed Zozo to Pazuzu. Zozo is believed to be the demon that possessed Roland. It was described as a terrifying form that first appeared in the Neo-Assyrian period, roughly around 934 to 610 BC. It had a monstrous head resembling a fierce lion or a dog with horns, and had an emaciated human body with clawed hands, a scorpion's tail, and 2 sets of wings. One translation reads, "I am Pazuzu, the son of Hanbu, king of the Lilu demons. I have scaled the powerful mountains. They trembled. The contrary winds were headed west. One by one, I broke their wings." Pazuzu and other demons like it were held responsible for ailments like disease, fetal death, nightmares, and much more. Could it be that this ancient demonic force is what could be plaguing people all the way into modern times? The demon Zozo is also mentioned in the French demonic encyclopedia as one of the demons responsible for diabolical possession and corruption. The possession of a young girl in 1816 is noted as a documented case where Zozo, among several other demons, were present. Other noteworthy possession cases over the ages, ranging closer to modern times, that bear Zozo's name, other than the exorcism of Roland Doe in the 1950s, are the possession of Doris Blither in 1972 in Los Angeles, the Enfield poltergeist incident in 1977 in the UK, and as recent as 2012, where a possession incident led to an attempted murder. Other theories with how this entity could communicate with so many people so quickly and across the globe over the years, besides supernatural ability of its own, would be that its own reach is perhaps being strengthened by an egregore, or a collective group of thought form created by occultists for a certain purpose. However, this seems unlikely considering the entity doesn't seem to serve any human interest, other than to destroy the person or people's lives it makes contact with. Egregores are typically formed to bring control over a summoned deity for the person or group's bidding, but perhaps instead there is a cult worshipping Zozo. I mean, that would make more sense to me. People who have made contact with the entity via a spirit or Ouija board have also been asked to chant or spell out phrases in Hebrew or Latin, which has convinced many of the intelligence of the being that they're speaking with. What is also interesting is that the letter Z was actually removed from the original Latin alphabet because it was considered too evil when pronouncing it. It was said that one's face would make a death's grimace, like that of a corpse, and that it mimicked the letter S, like an evil twin. Perhaps the entity uses this name as some sort of mocking, whether to God or something else. One may also ask, despite the origin theories and historical details that could be linked to this ancient demonic force, how would one know if they encountered such a thing? These are what's known as Zozo's calling cards when it's being summoned using a Ouija board. The obvious is there that the planchette will begin to move on its own, but some less obvious signs are there as well, and are as follows. The planchette will move in a rainbow pattern from side to side, spelling Z-O, Z-O, over and over again, also known as the rainbow effect. It can also move in repeating figure 8 movements, like an infinity sign. The planchette will spell out various versions of the demon's name, like Zozo, Zoso, Zaza, Zuzu, or Mama. You may also begin to see shadows moving around the area where you are hosting the session, like you're seeing through the thinnest sheet into a dark world that exists, just behind your vision. And you and whoever you may be with may start to feel scared, uneasy, or upset, seemingly for no other reason, before or after this takes place. When you tell this entity goodbye, typically the best way to close a session, it may not truly be goodbye, because oftentimes, depending on how long the session has been for, like an ever-widening door, the entity may have had just enough time to sneak in to begin to wreak havoc upon your life. And thus begins what many demonologists and religious leaders alike call demonic obsession, which is where the entity becomes aware of you and begins to crave you, which then leads to oppression, or begins to inflict various forms of torture upon you in an effort to break you down, whether that's physically, psychologically, or spiritually. It will also work to isolate you from others, especially those who care about you. And finally, if you're incredibly unlucky, possession, where the entity finally takes control of you as its vessel. All of which to me are absolutely terrifying in every imaginable way. Darren Evans to this day continues to research the zozo phenomena, having been involved in a number of paranormal investigations, shows, and various other public and private events, as well as radio shows and podcasts, many of which he goes into various degrees of details regarding his encounters, other people's encounters, and other various historical details. He also in 2016 compiled his year's worth of research and experiences into a book, also titled The Zozo Phenomena, which you can read and learn more about the entity and the topic as a whole if you're interested. I'll link it below. I also pulled a lot of this information from various interviews, which I'll also be linking below, as well as an older website he runs that doesn't seem to have been updated in a while, but supplied me with much information to get the story as cohesive as I possibly could. I also sourced the photos of the apparitions from this site, some of which were taken by Evans himself over the years. So does this demon or ancient force truly exist? Is it some kind of elder god, a pre-Christian deity or being, or manifestation of occult or Luciferian practices? Did Darren Evans just make it up? And did thousands of people find it interesting enough to make up their own stories and partake in a mass charade that has lasted years? All of these answers may never truly be known, but my opinion is this. I think, not only given the wide array of strange coincidences and details throughout history, from the origins to the stories of this creature existing in distant past to the present, to literally thousands of people, from casual interest in the occult to more hardcore fanatics, religious scholars, demonologists, and more, claiming to have had experiences with this thing. With all of these details in mind, I certainly think it very well could be real. I do think there are things that exist in the shadows, things we can't see or touch, but that are there, watching and waiting to strike when and if the opportunity presents itself. So my advice to all of you, to avoid any possibility of opening a door that you can't close and inviting evil into your life, is this: don't mess with Ouija boards. These things are not toys, and whether you believe it or not, these entities do exist, and they believe in you. So keep away from them, because you might just let something in that won't want to leave, even if you say goodbye. Winter of 1988 in California. A woman by the name of Jackie Hernandez had just left her husband. Her marriage was rocky, to say the least. A domestic drama, a story which is all too common in this world. Working with a limited budget, she had a small amount of things, her 2-year-old son Jamie, and was pregnant with her second child. What should have been a happy development that was now bittersweet due to being overshadowed by the problems presented by an unhappy marriage. She soon found a small house located in San Pedro that seemed like it could be just what she needed to get back on her feet. Although it would take some time, she was willing to do what she needed to do to get out of the marriage and take care of her children. Before the family would move into the home and begin to inhabit its walls, what they didn't realize was that they already weren't alone. Jackie would later say that she always had a fear of someone breaking into her home, especially when she began to live alone, but that upon crossing the threshold of this new house, and although for a seasoned criminal it would have been all too easy to break into if they had so wished, that fear was somehow gone. At first, she said that she felt a presence, something that was not of this world, but that she felt almost protected and at ease, which was something she wasn't used to. This presence would begin to show itself in small but strange ways. The very first thing Jackie said she ever experienced was when she had friends over. One of her friends was sitting at a table near her in the kitchen, and the other on a couch in the living room. As she passed by another desk that held a cup full of pins, although several feet away, her and her friend in the kitchen were awestruck when the cup glided by itself across the table it was sat on and towards Jackie. It then collapsed to the floor, shattering the cup. Stricken with curiosity as to how that could have happened, they were confused and surprised, to say the least. But not having the answers, before too long, this seemingly innocent strangeness would become a distant memory. However, the presence that Jackie had been feeling would begin to show its true intentions. In February of 1989, the activity seemed to escalate. As she wakes up, Jackie heads to her children's room to see if they're still asleep. Upon walking into the room, she is stopped dead in her tracks. Sitting beside her sleeping son, on the lowest bunk bed, is a man in a red flannel shirt and jeans. His skin is gray. His face looks angry. A living, rotting corpse is staring at her son. She is so scared, she can't even scream, even if she wanted to. The man glances at her menacingly and then vanishes. She panics and calls several friends to help her, but after they arrive, they find nothing, and this would only mark the beginning of the frightening specter revealing itself. Multiple of Jackie's friends and even her neighbor would witness things they couldn't explain in the months to come. The neighbor's name was Susan Castaneda, and in her words, she would later say, "At first, when Jackie said that she felt something, I didn't really believe her. I thought it was her own confidence in herself. But that was until the manifestations began to show themselves to her, and then to me. I don't know what it is that I saw, but I saw it. I smelled it. I experienced it. It touched me and it talked to me. It even visited my house to let me know that it was real." One night, as it stormed outside and rain tapped the glass of the windows of her bedroom, Susan was sound asleep. But as she slept, something supernatural was churning, like the storm outside her house. She was suddenly startled awake when she heard a massive banging noise in her room. However, this wasn't thunder that she was hearing. Her large antique lamp on the other side of her bed had somehow been moved. It had been thrown into the middle of the room and now laid in pieces. As she made this discovery, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, and standing before her was a man. His face was like that of a dead person. His eyes were angry. And suddenly, as quickly as the room lit up, as the illumination dissipated, he was gone, but something peculiar was left in his wake, a putrid and rotting smell. After the experience Susan had, which would be one of many to come, another friend by the name of Darlene, who would regularly babysit Jackie's children, Jamie and Samantha, while Jackie was at work, would have an experience of her own. One afternoon, as the children watched cartoons on TV in the living room, Darlene got up to use the restroom. As she stepped back into the hallway and headed towards the small home's bathroom, she was greeted by a voice that called out to her from inside the darkened room. It very intensely said, "Don't come back here." Later describing the voice as very creepy and spine-chilling, she did as she was told, fearing that if she didn't, whatever this thing was, would become violent. As the days passed, Jackie only became ever more restless, but the activity persisted, only becoming more aggressive and more visible. A strange liquid began to drip from the walls and various crevices throughout the house, with no logical origin. Weirded out by this, but not knowing what it was, Jackie would clean it up and just try to go about her day. However, whatever had been causing all of these events was far from finished. One evening, when placing a storage bin inside of her attic to try and conserve what little space she had, she felt as if she was being watched. To her shock and amazement, she began to see what she would later describe as a floating head coming towards her. But upon seeing the specter, it picked up speed dramatically. It came at her so quickly that she panicked and fell off the chair that had been propping her up to gain access to the attic. Following this incident, she began to hear loud noises emanating from the attic above, coupled by whispers coming from the small access door above her laundry room. Getting no sleep and reaching her breaking point, Jackie began to get desperate for some kind of help. Her friend and neighbor Susan had recently seen a show on TV of a crew who investigated the haunting of the Queen Mary, and after some digging, she was able to find their phone number. So at Susan's recommendation, Jackie gave them a call. After discussing what she had experienced, her point of contact passed the information along to the group, where she was then contacted back, and together they set up a time for all of them to meet and to begin a potential investigation. The group consisted of a fairly well-known parapsychologist and other professionals in assistive fields. The parapsychologist was Barry Taft, who had been involved in over 3,000 cases, and at one point investigated the same case that would later become famous for a movie adaptation known as The Entity. A professional cameraman named Barry Conrad also joined them. He had previously worked for NBC and ABC and had won multiple awards in his field for his expert work behind the lens. And lastly, a photography expert by the name of Jeff Wheatcraft would complete the main crew. Having spent multiple years as a photography expert in New York, he was well versed in debunking photos. He was also a well-known and heavy skeptic, an important piece when trying to remain scientific in a field such as this. All three would arrive for the first time at the San Pedro home on August 8th, 1989. Upon their initial surveying of the home, they would unanimously agree that it felt as if there was a massive pressure around them and in their ears. This pressure felt as if they were deep underwater. Alongside this, the home had a very peculiar scent. A foul and rotting type of smell seemed to permeate the air within its walls. After an initial walkthrough, the crew would then interview Jackie and Susan in the living room, where they were introduced to many of the details of what they both said they had experienced. Upon hearing Jackie's account of a disembodied head flying towards her in the attic, Jeff, although not voicing it at the time, didn't believe her. But knowing what they were there to do, he suggested that the group at least take a look in the attic to see if they could feel anything. He then volunteered to be the first to go into the attic, thinking that it would simply be empty and this lady was spinning a fantasy. As he climbed above the laundry room and into the space, flashlight and camera in hand, he began to walk around, and the first thing he noticed was that he felt as if he was being watched by something that he couldn't see, so much so that the hair on his body began to stand on end. Trying to shake the feeling that someone or something was practically breathing down his neck, Jeff began to take photos before he was going to descend back to the main level of the house. He snapped one photo, 2 photos, but upon snapping the 3rd photo, something, an invisible force, yanked his camera from his hands. Dumbstruck by what had just taken place, he screamed and ran, descending the attic as quickly as he could. Upon seeing the rest of the crew, white as a ghost himself, he took a minute or two to collect himself before working up the nerve to go and retrieve his camera. As he climbed back into the attic, much more cautiously this time, he noticed that the camera wasn't anywhere near where he had been standing. Instead, the lens was standing up in one corner of the attic, and the body of the camera was in the complete opposite corner from where it had been pulled from his hands. He would retrieve it as quickly as he could and descend yet again. He would later say that after his initial experience, that he just knew in his soul that there had to be something up there. The group would further discuss a plan of action and continue to speak with the ladies in the living room until it was decided that Jeff and Barry would reascend into the attic together to try and record some kind of video of the space. However, every time that Barry attempted to take the camera up into the attic, it would shut off. Thinking that this was some kind of battery issue, he would go back down only for the video camera to come back on. During this troubleshooting process, Jeff was again targeted. He was pushed by unseen hands. He was pushed with so much force that he had to grab a hold of a wooden beam in the attic to keep from falling through the entrance. Upon making his way back down as well, thoroughly shocked by everything that he had experienced so far, the entire group was then startled into silence when a loud banging noise began to come from the far reaches of the attic itself. They hushed each other to listen. The following audio was taken at that very moment.
Shh, quiet. There has been noises in this room that come from right in the center, right here.
Once it finally stopped, the group knew they were experiencing something they couldn't explain, and they were convinced that this was the real deal. Attempting to photograph whatever could have been making the noise, Jeff would partially put himself up into the attic to snap additional photos. He would then see multiple flashes of light, followed by what he described as a massive black shadow or presence that was huge and moving from side to side. The crew would then leave for the night shortly after this interaction and would plan to return several weeks later. However, shaken by what he had experienced, Jeff did not want to further participate. On August 28th of 1989, the remaining crew would return, and things at first seemed relatively quiet this time, not nearly as active as the first experience. And that was until about 4 a.m. Sitting in the kitchen, they began to see a strange liquid pour from inside the cabinets. This was the very same liquid Jackie had described to them that she had cleaned up several times before. The crew, since the opportunity presented itself, decided to take samples of this mysterious liquid and would have it sent off to a lab for analysis. As they collected samples from all over the house throughout the course of the night, they would also try and determine if there was any sort of potential, logical source as to where this liquid could be coming from. However, they would discover no pipes, no trickery. They had no valid explanation as to what could be causing this strangeness. The results from the lab once they were in were bizarre to say the least. The liquid was actually human blood plasma with a high concentration of copper and iodine, and the plasma had come from a human male. This stunned everyone and further deepened the mystery of this very unusual haunting. After this night, the crew planned to return after a short time while they examined the things they had captured thus far to try and determine just what could be causing the haunting. In the meantime, Jackie was left alone, or on rare occasion, with a friend. She would very often leave voicemails of what she was experiencing on Barry Conrad's answering machine. Shortly after their departure, one night as she was trying to sleep, the banging in the attic began again. As she sat terrified, waiting for it to stop, it would, but something new and equally horrifying would take its place. The sound of a deep, almost monstrous breathing began to manifest instead, and this manifestation made Jackie not only scared for her life, but come to the conviction that she wouldn't sleep in the house any longer, and certainly could not live there anymore. Various members of the crew would stay with Jackie to further investigate when their schedules would permit and the days to come. However, there was one night in particular that wasn't just an ordinary episode. No, this night was a matter of life and death. September 4th of 1989. Drained and exhausted, Jackie Hernandez was now alone in the home once again. Barry had just left the previous night after capturing additional footage. But upon his return, and after convening with his colleagues, he would soon have a frantic voicemail waiting for him. And this voicemail was from the woman who he had just left. It was from Jackie. Screaming as things broke in the background, she would describe what happened like this. Almost as soon as Barry left, things began to go crazy in the house. Items like dishes, knives, and other things were being thrown across the room. It was trying to hurt me. My kids' toys were being levitated and then being ripped apart before my very eyes. Even more frightening, as Jackie was leaving the frantic voicemail as the activity surrounded her. Her phone line was cut mid-cry for help. The crew rushed down to San Pedro, but instead of picking her up and getting her as far away from the house as they possibly could, Jackie was surprised when the guys rushed inside the home with their equipment instead. At first glance, everything seemed to be calm, almost too calm. Jackie began telling the men that among the more chaotic activity she had been experiencing, she again had heard breathing and whispering coming from inside the attic. Jeff and a colleague named Gary of his decided that they would go up to investigate, with Jeff feeling not so great about being back in the home once again. It had been nearly a month since his initial visit and experiences. At 12:50 a.m., Jeff and Gary would crawl into the attic. Within minutes, Jackie and Barry would hear what sounded like 3 distinct snaps, like someone snapping their fingers. As Barry was holding his camera with both his hands, and Jackie was standing directly beside him, they would then yell to Jeff and Gary that the activity was on the surface level and to come back down from the attic. Gary, who was closer to the exit, began to make his way towards it, and Jeff, who had been in the center of the attic holding his flashlight, began to take his steps towards the exit as well. However, little did Jeff know that these steps would be ones that he would never forget. Before Gary's very eyes and a camera lens, Jeff was hoisted into the air and against the ceiling by a support beam of the attic. He was being strangled by something that neither of them could see. As his legs kicked several feet off the ground, he dropped the flashlight. Unable to see, Gary snapped a series of photos to be able to see Jeff. He then ran to his aid to try and free him, before whatever this was took his friend's life. He found that it was some kind of cord that had been tied around Jeff's neck and pulled to the ceiling. The cord had been secured by a bent nail that he actually had to bend straight to free him. Once Jeff was freed, he was then dragged as quickly as possible towards the exit as he came to. Jeff would later describe what his experience was like this. I remember feeling myself being strangled, and then everything went black. That dark space of time that I lost, I felt so out of control. Once Jeff was out of the attic, the cord that was noosed around his neck, which had never previously been seen by anyone that had gone into the attic, was found and taken off him. These are photos moments after his exit. As Jeff tried to come to terms with what had just happened, as everyone else was frightened, Barry, the man behind the camera, was attacked next. A surge of electricity from his over-the-shoulder camera shocked him to the point of unconsciousness. At this point, everyone was terrified and knew that they had to leave immediately. As Jackie gathered her son and 4-month-old daughter, she and the rest of the crew began to depart the house as quickly as they could. Jackie's daughter was now crying due to a large red mark on her forehead that came out of nowhere. The activity then began to pick up in the house as they were making their way out. Banging noises could be heard coming from inside the house as they all exited. They would all leave shortly after 3 a.m. this very night. In later interviews, Jackie Hernandez would say, "I wasn't away forced out by a ghost, but if I would have stayed, I would have been harmed or have had a nervous breakdown. I couldn't see a future staying there. I just knew that I couldn't stay there." It wasn't very long after that Jackie made her departure from the house, a permanent one. It would also be the last time that the crew and anyone else involved would step foot within the San Pedro home. However, this would not be the end. October of 1989. Wanting to get as far away as she possibly could, Jackie used what little resources she had to move to a modest trailer home over 300 miles north of San Pedro to Weldon, California. And although she still feared the nights, she felt as if whatever presence that dwelled within the San Pedro house had been left there. But she would be very wrong. The following year, in April of 1990, one moonlit night, Jackie was woken up by a series of strange scratching sounds coming from inside the small storage shed in her backyard. Thinking it was an animal, she grabbed a flashlight and approached it. As she got to the door and pulled it open, the scratching sound stopped, and an all too familiar sense of fear came flooding back. Although she didn't hear anything else going bump in the night, all the hair on her body stood on end, just like it had at the San Pedro house. Just weeks after this development, Jackie would see a large black mist float through the hallway and towards her daughter's room. Rushing to make sure her child was okay, she passed the threshold of the room and immediately panicked. The comforter in which her daughter was laying was on fire. Bizarrely, it looked as though someone or something had touched or sat down exactly where the spot was burning. Thankfully, her children were okay after she very quickly extinguished the flames and then snapped a series of photos as evidence afterwards, believing the presence to be back in their lives. The black mist, however, was nowhere to be found. As a result of the past dealings at the San Pedro house, as well as the resurgence in her new home, Jackie began to suffer horrific panic attacks and almost constant anxiety as a result of the trauma that she had endured. She wouldn't be able to breathe when the knocks would begin at night, and they were always in threes. Having kept in touch with the guys who had been documenting the San Pedro phenomenon, Jackie had kept them up to date on the new incarnation. Never having seen this type of haunting before, the crew wanted to come up and see for themselves if this entity, had indeed followed her to her new home. It was midnight, Friday, April the 13th, when Barry and Jeff arrived. In later interviews, Jeff would say, "Many people have asked me, after what you experienced, why on earth would you go following this woman and her ghosts? The only response I could give is that I was compelled to finish this case. I wanted to see it through to the end, to some kind of conclusion." By this time, Jackie's nearby neighbors had experienced some activity themselves, which only began to take place after her arrival. One incident that happened was that several of her neighbors were moving a new television into their home when the face of an old man with evil eyes materialized in the screen. It was seen by both husband and wife moving it. Word had slowly gotten around after this night. Some of the teenage neighbors in the area noticed that there was an unfamiliar van parked outside of Jackie's house. After knocking on the door and getting the info as to what was happening, the two teens left and quickly came back with a Ouija board, hoping to assist. Given the time spent coming up, the desire to make contact, and to try and gain some sort of a resolution, and that it was a full moon on Friday the 13th, the crew thought that perhaps this was their best and only opportunity to contact whatever this thing was, and to try and elicit a response. And a response they would get. As they placed the board upon a table that all of them could sit around, the atmosphere was icy cold. At first, nothing happened. The board sat there idle, but within minutes, the entire table began to violently shake. The planchette began to move around the board and answer questions so quickly that all they could do was write down letters to try and decipher what it said. The candles around them flickered as if there were people running in the room, creating some kind of vortex. They asked just who the entity was, and it told them. It said it was a man who had been murdered, held underwater, and drowned in San Francisco Bay in the year 1930. They asked how many spirits walk the earth. It replied with, "Phantoms fill the skies around you." Jeff then asked it, "Why are you targeting me? Why do you hate me?" It replied with, "You have the likeness of my killer." They then asked, "Who in this room do you harbor hatred for?" The board then spelled out, "Jeff." Within seconds, Jeff himself was picked up multiple feet into the air and thrown into the wall behind his chair. This violence concluded the session. Jeff would come 2 minutes later with an injured back, and everyone would soon exit the trailer to try and make sense of the ordeal. When day broke, it was as if the presence was weakened or went back into hiding within the darkness. Days after the unearthly encounter, Barry decided to take the information that he had gained and visit the News Pilot, the local newspaper there in San Pedro, to look through old articles to see if he could verify what the specter had told them. He soon found an article dating back to March 25th of 1930, where the body of a man named Herman Hendrickson had been discovered. His body had washed up in San Francisco Bay. Police believed he had been a victim of foul play due to a compound fracture in his skull, but due to a lack of evidence, his death would ultimately be ruled accidental. Herman Hendrickson was a seaman who worked upon a lumber company vessel known as the Astoria. Feeling compelled that he was onto something, Barry then took photos of the cord that had been tied around Jeff's neck in San Pedro to the local docks to ask around. Upon speaking to an elderly and career fisherman, he was told that the knot was a bowline knot, a very common knot that had been used on the seas for hundreds of years. It was as common now as it would have been in the 1930s and prior, and that whoever had tied it had been connected with the ocean in their profession. Given the resurgence of the supernatural in her new home, Jackie's patience was paper thin. She decided once again to move in June of 1990 in hopes of leaving the entity behind for good. She would relocate back to San Pedro and move into a small apartment home on 7th Street. Not wanting to take any chances, she had a local priest come in and bless her home before she and her family would live there. But again, horrifically, it had moved with her. From the very first night, the same phenomena began to rear its ugly head again. From lights flickering, objects moving on their own, and balls of light materializing and moving throughout the room, Jackie was once again plagued by an ethereal force. But she wasn't the only one. Every time the guys would return from a separate investigation, a photography shoot, or anything in between, they too were met with odd happenings. The first and one of the more worrisome things to happen was that their gas burners in their apartment began to turn themselves on and ignite. Following this continuous show of power, it began to rearrange and move objects such as photographs. It then began to scale in intensity in the weeks to come, as an unseen force broke multiple windows and began to place furniture upside down. It would eventually reach a crescendo a blitz of violent and vulgar displays. About 50 different items were moved, with Gary from the previous investigation also being present, alongside Jeff and Barry as witnesses. In the middle of the action, in an effort to communicate once again, a letter and pen was placed in the middle of the stove at approximately 3:58 a.m., only to have the burners be turned on by themselves, and the letter moved and ignited within 5 minutes. Whatever the entity was, wanted them to know that it was there, and that no one's home was sacred, and whatever doubt that was once present had now been extinguished. When the case initially began in 1989, no one could have predicted the longevity and persistence of the paranormal phenomena that was to take place, and just how many people it would affect. Today, Jackie Hernandez still experiences minor bouts of spirit activity, but things have long since calmed down from the days of 1989 and through the 1990s. Thankfully for her now, she's able to exhibit a relatively normal life, although her fear of what could be lurking in the darkness still sits in the back of her mind. But before we go, I do have some questions about the case, some that you may be asking yourself. But ultimately, although I will propose these questions, the conclusion is yours to make. Just what caused the spirit to haunt the home in which Jackie found herself in San Pedro? If it truly was a drowned and tormented soul who harbored hatred as it claimed to be, why would it find a residence over 400 miles away to haunt? And why would it pick Jackie of all people? Or could it have been anyone at that specific time and in that specific place? Could it have been the fact that she was vulnerable, or something else? She also claimed to have never opened any sort of doors or dabbled in any sort of occult activity, although most of the time that is the way these entities find their way into our world. But perhaps later on, when they asked and received their answers via a Ouija board in the Weldon home, maybe they allowed the spirit to become more present. Although it bothered other people like the friends and neighbors of Jackie, and followed Jackie to multiple residences, perhaps it was strengthened through this process, considering for a time the manifestations seemed to become stronger. Although many people consult a religious leader, like a priest, to try and cleanse a home or rid themselves of these kinds of entities, why didn't that work when Jackie moved into the final apartment on 7th Street? Could the entity have perhaps attached itself to her? Or, and although there is no evidence to support this, could her husband or relative unhappy with the divorce have placed some kind of hex or curse upon her? Just some food for thought as to how she found herself in this position. One of the more uncommon traits of this haunting, and one that still baffles me and others alike, was how was human blood plasma able to seep from various areas within the house? And just whose plasma was it? I've yet to find another case where this has happened. To me, it's absolutely bizarre. But then again, these aren't normal things that we're dealing with. These events are supernatural. So therefore, what doesn't make sense to me perhaps makes sense in the grand scheme of things. And lastly, was it even a human spirit at all? Or could it have been something from the demonic realm? Considering the knocks, especially in the trailer home, came in threes, this is usually indicative of the demonic, not to mention the manifestations of power and the clear violent and malicious intent. Along with these many questions, we still find ourselves with even fewer answers than we'd like to when it comes to this now infamous case known as the San Pedro haunting. But a few things are for certain. These things do exist, and whether you believe based on what you've seen or learned, or you're a hardened skeptic, sometimes it takes the other world staring at you directly in the face to convince you otherwise. And your fear, your vulnerability, can attract and feed the things that go bump in the night. And perhaps fear of the unknown is a well-placed fear indeed. came upon their encampment. Here, they discovered much more than they had bargained for. Not only had the tribesmen ate their horses, but they found several still cooking human limbs over the crackling campfire. Disturbed and angered, the ranchers overwhelmed the natives they encountered there and massacred them, before then desecrating and leaving their remains. But this would be only one of many shocking events that would take place here and add to the darkness of the canyon. The land in which the massacre took place on would eventually fall into the hands of William Wolfskill and eventually a man named James Irving. After discovering coal deposits in the canyon, James Irving would co-found with a man named August Witt the Black Star Coal Mining Company in 1879, which gave the canyon its current name. The mine would pull an estimated 6 tons of coal each day and was almost exclusively employed by the canyon's few residents. Many accidents would take place within the mine, including one incident where a man who was seemingly intoxicated fell to his death. This was later investigated by the law at the time, and the mining company was not found to be at fault. Many locals at this time of the operation believed the mine or the land could be haunted due to the frequent experiences of seeing apparitions and hearing disembodied voices throughout the mouth of the mine and the surrounding area. Many of the apparitions were described as natives adorned in tribal garb. The mining operation, like many during this era, soon became unprofitable, and the Black Star Mining Company was soon sold by Irving. It would later be replaced by the Santa Clara Mine, a much more successful and sustainable company that would lead to the sustainment of the town of Carbondale, located nearby. It would go on to operate until it closed for good in the early 20th century. Another unfortunate event that took place upon the land happened on June 9th, 1899, at a place called Hidden Ranch, located within the canyon. Hidden Ranch was owned by a man named Henry Hungerford of Norwalk and George Howard of Anaheim. On June 8th, 1899, James Gregg, his brother-in-law, and a teenage boy by the name of Clint Hunt arrived to drive out cattle that Gregg owned and paid pasturage for on the land. That evening, a dispute broke out over unsettled debts between Gregg and the property owners. Howard owed Gregg $10 on a horse trade, and Gregg had an outstanding pasturage bill of $17.50, a total sum that would equal approximately $98,000 in today's money. While Gregg insisted that Hungerford and Howard accept a settlement of $7.50, or about $26,000 in today's money, a heated exchange broke out between the two, but they eventually would go their separate ways, and ultimately would go to bed for the night. However, the following morning, upon reconvening, the argument simply started back up. Amidst the resumed dispute, Henry Hungerford would ultimately fatally shoot and kill James Gregg. It wasn't long after this incident that Hungerford was arrested and brought to the trial for the murder before Judge J.W. Ballard. Initially convicted of the murder, the trial results were overturned due to the judge granting a motion for a new trial on the grounds that not enough evidence had been produced to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Since no new evidence was available upon the start of the new trial, the district attorney, a man named R.Y. Williams, had no choice other than to dismiss the case. Henry Hungerford would get away with the murder of James Gregg. And since then, many have claimed to see Gregg near Hidden Ranch. And considering the circumstances in which he died, out of a lapse of judgment, heated emotions, and reaction, it wouldn't surprise me if his soul was still wandering the land, even to this day. Besides events of the distant past, there have been more modern tragedies to take place within the canyon as well. I'll be focusing on the ones that took place directly in the geographical area of Black Star, and not the surrounding areas. It's been rumored but cannot be confirmed that in the 1970s, a bus driver lost control of the bus that transported local children to and from school. The bus then subsequently crashed into the Black Star Canyon, killing everyone who was on board. The corpse of the bus then sat within the canyon for more than 40 years until it was removed in 2013. Many people have reported being pushed by what felt like child's hands, and hearing children whispering and laughing near the bus when it was still there, but there was never anyone around. In 2001, in a brazen act of evil, 2 men and 3 boys associated with a gang known as the LTK Crew were arrested after the beating of 2 teenage boys and the violation of their teenage girlfriends within Black Star. The suspects confessed to being under the influence of alcohol prior to the attack, and began also taking drugs while the attacks were in progress, and after they had taken place as well. In 2002, a very sad and unfortunate event also took place. Nicholas Anderson and his brother Glenn Anderson entered the Blue Light Mine in hopes of exploring the abandoned mine and having an adventure, but the 2 brothers tragically would never make it out alive. Oxygen levels inside the mine were recorded at only 4%. The mine, which has a total of 11 entrances, only had 3 properly blocked off at the time of the Anderson brothers' deaths. There has since been a project in place to seal the additional entrances to prevent any further tragedies from taking place. Of just the several events that we've covered so far, as I've mentioned before in previous videos similar to this one as well, some believe that unspeakable events of evil, such as murder or massacre or even untimely death, can oftentimes leave a wound upon the land, and a haunting, as some believe, is similar to a scar upon the land, where the event has long since passed, but the energy of it, once having taken place there, still exists. One theory that's been discussed is that the majority of the canyon is comprised of limestone, which has long since been debated by the paranormal community since the 1970s to be a type of stone that captures and stores bursts of energy, like those that would have been discharged at the prior events mentioned. Could this possibly be contributing to the hauntings and other strange events taking place within Black Star Canyon today? Another theory is that many believe the canyon to be a kind of portal, whether that's to another dimension, the other side, or something else entirely, such as a different universe. It's hard to say, but the following stories may pique your interest as to why they feel this way. Satanic rituals and strange cult activity have long been associated with Black Star Canyon, with many visitors reporting hooded figures, unexplained fires, and chanting. Some have even reported witnessing the sacrifice of an animal. Hikers have discovered satanic imagery carved into various stones along trails, used black candles, animal skulls, and bloody objects. Many of these claims could be dismissed as legend or an overactive imagination according to most, but could there be more to these claims than mere speculation? Through some digging, I found a reference. As noted in the book, The Truth About Freemasons, the Illuminati, and the New World Order by SDS and CMW, an individual who used the alias Pindar claimed to be a member of the Illuminated Brotherhood, also known as the Illuminati to most. This individual claimed to be from the Alsace-Lorraine region of France and would attend major satanic ceremonies in Europe and parts of the United States regularly. One such ritual was said to have originally been hosted on a regular basis in the Trabuco Canyon in California. However, urban sprawl and development led the organizers to move the rites to Black Star Canyon instead. If this were true, it could possibly tie in or contribute to some of the legends that you're about to hear. Many strange things have been spotted within Black Star. One of those is a sighting of an ape-like creature within the canyon and throughout the surrounding area. Aside from dozens of reports by locals and tourists alike having claimed to have seen the creature, it has also been documented as being seen on 4 different occasions by 4 different rangers. This is a photo of one alleged encounter. Could the activity of one or several dark cults have brought forth something into our world that isn't supposed to be here? Or is it something that's lived here all along? Another strange creature that has been witnessed draws from an old Spanish folktale. The Spanish, of course, controlled the area prior to Mexico, and the folktale is that of La Llorona. There are many origin tales, but from my research, it seems that La Llorona, or the Weeping Woman, was a woman named Maria who married a wealthy man who she eventually bore 2 children to. As time went on, she began to see her husband less and less, and when he was home, he only ever paid attention to the children. Eventually, she would see her husband with another woman. Out of jealousy and mania one night, she drowned her 2 children. Immediately regretting this horrid decision, she then drowned herself. She was denied entry through Heaven's Gates, and now searches the world for her lost children, often being seen in a white bridal gown with a disfigured or animal-like face. She's typically seen floating in bodies of water and attacks children, as well as adults. There is a well that is rumored to exist within the canyon, where she lives, and she's been rumored to have manifested and come out of that well, only to drag whoever or whatever she preys upon deep into its depths. Black Star Canyon also seems to be a hot spot for EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena. Disembodied but audible voices have been heard and recorded by many individuals while visiting. The sounds of distant chanting, weeping, and even growling have been reported as well, all with no visible origin. Many people have also reported seeing things out of the corner of their eye, only when they turn, there's nothing there. This activity could tie into the limestone theory, or even the occult activity that's taken place there. Perhaps energy over the ages has been stored within the stone, or perhaps an otherworldly vortex exists within the canyon itself. Whether it's always been there or was open due to evil practices is anyone's guess. This vortex that I've mentioned could be a spiritual one, but others have often speculated that it could be some kind of wormhole or interdimensional portal instead. Many people, wanting to escape the urban lifestyle of Orange County, have taken to places like Black Star Canyon due to its relatively quiet environment and unparalleled views of the sky, a place where things aren't obstructed by city lights. Over the years, a plethora of UFO activity has been documented and reported over Black Star. And although there is occasionally planes overhead due to John Wayne Airport nearby, many have noted very strange craft with pulsing lights, unlike anything they've ever seen before, within the night sky there. As previously mentioned, many people have reported seeing things out of the corner of their eye, only for there to be nothing there. But people have also reported being stalked and even pursued by something aggressive, and yet unseen. Could this perhaps be something that was dropped off by a UFO, a terrifying and abhorrent creature created in an alien lab somewhere? Or is this a spirit or something else completely unknown? Those who have encountered such entities and have lived to tell the tale, I'm sure will not be going back anytime soon, and I can't blame them. Many creatures have been mentioned due to Black Star Canyon being a hotspot of many different types of supposed activity, but there is another type of creature, or creatures, that I'd like to mention as well, although these certainly seem less menacing. Originally spotted on January 23rd of 1995 by a group of friends hunting within the canyon, they were described as the Black Star Waddlers. These were small entities that were approximately 2 feet tall, dark in color, and had a notable waddle as they walked by. They typically would be seen in groups and were spotted several times by the first party prior to their hunt being over. The creatures would also be spotted by another group later that year, and again in 1998. And although not much is known about them, they don't appear to be hostile, but for those who witnessed them, it would certainly make for a very strange trip, and even a stranger story, indeed. While many of the trails and open spaces of Black Star Canyon are still regularly traveled during the day, many refuse to traverse the space at night. There is said to be an uncomfortable and noticeable shift in energy from relative happiness and normalcy to that of malice and uncertainty. While the majority of known history, legends, and sightings have all been mentioned in this video, there are old details that we may possibly never know, and others that will be kept from us about this place. There are also still stories and new experiences being written and told, as those with an insatiable curiosity for the unexplained continue to hike Black Star Canyon. So if you find yourself in California and want to experience the weird, then Black Star Canyon might just be the place for you. But if I were you, I wouldn't recommend staying too long, because you may never leave. After a flood destroys their home, a family is forced to relocate to a new home, which they believe is going to be a fresh start for them. However, it turns out to be a fresh new hell instead. From demonic attacks, nightmarish visuals, and terrifying manifestations, this is one haunting story you won't want to miss. This is the untold story of the Smurl haunting in Pennsylvania, and the monstrous creature that stalked its walls. The timeline of events is rough at best, but I have done my best to make the most coherent retelling of the story, so please keep that in mind. Raging floods as a result of Hurricane Agnes have destroyed the homes of many families, and one such family was the Smurls. The Smurl family consisted of Janet and Jack Smurl and their 4 young children, Heather, Shannon, Karen, and Dawn. With their home destroyed in the Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania area, feeling as if they had been uprooted and tossed about like the rushing waters that took their house, the Smurls decide to temporarily relocate to West Pittston, where Jack's parents currently lived. After explaining the situation and staying with the couple for a short time, they were surprised and ultimately blessed when Jack's parents proposed an idea to them. They had found an old duplex, a bit of a fixer-upper, also in West Pittston. The 2 of them could live on one side, and Jack, Janet, and the kids on the other. That way, they could look out for one another, and of course spend more time together. Not in a position to or wanting to say no, Jack and Janet humbly accepted their offer, but all too soon they would be confronted with the question, was this blessing truly a curse? With Jack's parents paying for them all to move into the new house, they soon find themselves rehomed and living in the newly purchased duplex. Located on Chase Street there in West Pittston, Although the home would need some work, the neighborhood seemed friendly and inviting, a good place to raise a family. The family collectively puts their efforts into repainting, retooling, and other repairs, but in no time, the slightly run-down home was feeling fresh, vibrant, and modern, making the Smurls feel ever more at home and hopeful for the future. However, this would not last forever, for it seemed that each time they banged a hammer, each time they drove a nail into a wall, and with every drop of paint, they woke something up within the house itself, something that perhaps had been slumbering there for quite some time. During this time, small episodes of strangeness began to manifest. Seeming rather benign at first, tools began to disappear only to reappear hours later in different spots. Old stains that covered the walls began to seep through the fresh coats of paint, and several appliances in their kitchen had mysteriously caught fire, even though they were unplugged. Along with these oddities, the family would also begin to smell awful odors that overwhelmed the entire house, like an omnipresent floating cloud of rotting meat that hung over them, only to disperse mere moments later after being detected. But despite these weird events, the family didn't really think much of it. They were just thankful to have a roof over their heads. Jack and Janet continued to rebuild their lives. Jack, fortunately, had since gotten a better job than the one he had had previously and was promoted during this time. He was also able to coach his daughter's softball team. The children had reacclimated to a new school and were getting good grades. And Janet had become pregnant with baby number 5 and also helped organize an anti-drunk driving group at the local high school. And Jack's parents were doing great as well. But all of this positivity, unfortunately, would not last. By 1974, things began to change for the Smurls. It began when Mary Smurl, Jack's mother, suffered a heart attack. This led to the entire family struggling to make ends meet. And whether it was a result of the renovations or something else, something paranormal had began to manifest and make itself known. It began when Janet began to hear the voice of her mother-in-law, who shortly after her heart attack was now at home and recovering. Doing what she could to help her, she would hear her name being called out from Mary and would rush to her aid to help her with anything and everything that she could possibly need. But the strange thing was, Mary at times would either be unconscious, sleeping, or wouldn't have had called for her at all. Attributing this bizarre phenomena to stress at first, she writes it off. However, Mary soon starts experiencing her own strangeness. She too, as if the words had come from Janet's mouth herself, would hear her name being called. Only when confronted, Janet would have no idea what she was talking about. But that wasn't all, of course. The stains that had previously been painted over and were thought to be covered began to seep through yet again, and new stains began to appear as well, with several appearing on the hardwood floors of the home. As the days progressed, the oldest Smurl child soon began to experience the presence as well. She would often be woken up in the dead of night, frozen with fear and unable to move. She would see translucent figures standing above her or at the edge of her bed, staring and watching her. And although it wasn't exclusive to the midnight hour, the activity seemed to pick up at night. Often, when Jack was at work or gone, Janet began to have violent and sickening encounters with a being that she couldn't see. She began to be molested by an unseen force. These interactions left her hysterical, feeling violated and unclean. Trying to come to terms with what was happening to them, the family's luck continued to worsen. Additional appliances, including a TV set, went up in flames, causing smoke and fire damage to the home on several occasions. and unlike the TV, the other appliances were not plugged in order for the family to save money, which makes it all the more mysterious. On top of this, several water pipes, which are fairly new after the family had initially renovated the home, began to leak, not only causing water damage to the house, but adding to their financial woes as well. The string of bad luck would continue for the Smurls, and by 1977, the activity in the home became much more aggressive. The family's radio began to turn itself on and off, typically at strange hours, and almost always when the family was trying to sleep. The sinks in their bathrooms began to turn themselves on, pouring what little money they had left literally down the drain, and their toilets began to flush by themselves. Along with this activity, the sounds of footsteps began to be heard all throughout the house, and even on the insides of the walls. Drawers began to open and close by themselves. And coupled with these happenings was again the stench of rotting meat, what the family would begin to describe as the dead smell, except instead of dissipating almost as soon as it was detected before, or in one particular area of the house, the smell would permeate all throughout the house and would linger for minutes, or sometimes even hours. Up until this point, besides seeing things being moved, dealing with the stains, pipes, and appliances, Jack hadn't been targeted, so to speak, by whatever paranormal force that was now fully awake within the Smurl residence. But one night, when he was trying to get some sleep after a long day's work, his side of the sheets were pulled from his body, and the sensation of dozens of hands touching and grabbing him ensured that not only was he not going to get the rest that night due to sheer terror, but that perhaps his wife had been telling the truth. Janet, shortly after moving into the house, had become pregnant, and this time had given birth to 2 baby girls, expanding the Smurl family to 6 children. Shortly after the twins were brought home, it seemed like whatever presence that had been woken up was making itself known. It became more aggressive, more vindictive, as if it was jealous or hated the living. One morning, while the majority of the children were at school and napping, and the rest of the adults were out, Janet was headed to the kitchen to pour herself a freshly brewed cup of coffee. As she turned around the corner, her blood ran cold. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, with a stain seeming to materialize directly underneath it, it was a translucent figure with hollow eyes. Frozen in place upon seeing it, was if she blinked, and whatever this creature was gone. Was this what was responsible for the multitude of paranormal happenings within their house? As time progressed, Janet again would continue to hear her name being called out when no one else was there, over and over and over again. Strangely, as it was before in the beginning, the voices would often sound like her mother-in-law, Mary, and even after double or triple checking sometimes to make sure she wasn't losing her mind, Mary would be nowhere to be found. Janet truly was alone. Other strange things that were heard during this time would be heard from the other side of the duplex. Couples do argue, and some fight. That just tends to happen to most, unfortunately. But these fights were something else. Jack's parents began to hear yelling and screaming, sometimes even items breaking, coming from the other side of the duplex, where Jack and Janet lived. These fights became so violent that not only did they think their marriage was collapsing, but they began to become concerned for Janet and the children's safety. One night, Jack's father couldn't take it anymore. He walked from their front door to the other side, and with the fight still raging, he threw the door open, only to be greeted with silence. The entire family was asleep. Not knowing what to make of this discovery, he simply left, bewildered. But the supposed audio of the fights would continue. Shortly after the bizarre discovery, Mary would experience something that almost gave her another heart attack. One evening, while her husband was still at work and she was alone on their side of the duplex, she began to hear her name being whispered, and it sounded like Janet, but it was right within earshot or several feet of where she had been. Weirded out as most of us would be, she began to make her way towards the voice that was calling out to her. And that's when she saw it. Standing in her living room, with a stain seeping underneath its feet, was the same translucent being that Janet had claimed she had seen just a short while ago. And terrifyingly, its mouth was mimicking Janet's voice and calling out her name. Frozen in terror at first, with her heart racing, Mary ran to the door, exited, and immediately went into Jack and Janet's door, absolutely petrified with fear. The talks that followed this event in particular is what led to most of the individual experiences being laid out in the open for everyone to know. They would all come to the realization that whatever force that was in their house was not friendly. Shannon Smurl, who was only 7 years old during this time, would be the next target. One day, as she casually walked through the kitchen and into the dining room, a large glass light fixture fell and crashed into her, cutting her and raising the alarm bells for the entire house. Again, it seemed like the paranormal being or force hated life, and now was possibly trying to end it if the opportunity presented itself. Scared but strapped for cash, they were all seemingly stuck in what was supposed to be their fresh start, but instead at this point was becoming their fresh hell. Shannon would continue to experience strangeness of her own as well. In her diary and later, she would recount that oftentimes she would wake up and find herself floating above her bed, literally levitating several feet above her bed. Some nights, while floating, she would suddenly be thrown across the room and into a wall with so much force that she thought she would be crushed. The climax of these attacks on Shannon happened one night when she woke up to find herself floating once again. But instead of being let back down or smacked into a nearby wall, her door was flung open and she was thrown out of her room and down the stairs. Her parents heard this happen and rushed towards the screams of their little girl to find her absolutely hysterical and in pain. Fortunately, however, she would be okay physically after this event in particular. Another unfortunate soul that would be targeted in the Smurl duplex was the family's German shepherd, Simon. Simon would be found floating in the air, confused and concerned. And this new development and activity was not just exclusive to Shannon or their beloved dog. Alongside the intensified attacks on Janet, she too would begin finding herself woken up in the middle of the night, floating in the air, and sometimes, horrifically, without control of her body. She would then also be assaulted. However, Jack wasn't always gone at this time. Frequently at this point, he would be home and sleeping beside her, but could never seem to wake up, as if he was being kept asleep or in a state of paralysis while the events took place. Coupled along these intense and abhorrent manifestations came activity that was plain creepy. Not a day would go by without the family hearing scratching noises coming from within the walls, or deep, drawn-out breaths coming from behind them, feeling the exhale upon their necks, making the hairs on their entire body stand on end. Jack, at times after a hard day's work, would like to unwind and decompress by watching some TV in the living room. And on occasion, he would fall asleep to whatever was on, before eventually waking back up and making his way to bed. However, this night, he found himself awake and coherent, but unable to move, as if he was paralyzed or stuck in some kind of a glue trap, like an insect. Unable to break free, he glanced around the room trying to discover the source of his distress. It was here that he was met face to face with this being, this demon that seemed to be plaguing their lives. The creature grabbed him from the back and slammed him onto the floor, began repeatedly bashing his head into the hard wood below, before disappearing. After this, Jack didn't watch TV to unwind anymore. As a matter of fact, no one could unwind. They were petrified at whatever was taking place in the house. Unable to afford to move between all the adults, and seemingly stuck between a rock and a hard place, scared and unable to figure out what to do, they began to seek help wherever they thought they could find it. It was now winter, and the family, besides their daily duties, spent most of their time indoors. While watching TV one afternoon, they saw an interview with Ed and Lorraine Warren, world-renowned paranormal experts and demonologists. Not being particularly religious and unsure of where to turn, they decided to reach out to the couple and were surprised when they made contact. After speaking with them for some time, the Warrens agreed to come to their house to meet in person with the Smurls and to investigate, and within a week, that's exactly what they did. After an initial meeting with the family, hearing their testimonies in person, and after exploring the home, the Warrens decide it seems genuine and it's worth investigating, and they begin their usual process of bringing in their team for an extended period of time to document and mull over potential solutions for the family. After several months of the documenting team living with the family and experiencing strange activity themselves, such as furniture stacking on top of itself, along with several other previously mentioned happenings, such as the stains and attacks on individual members of the home, Lorraine finally comes to the conclusion, after having a vision within the house, that they were dealing with a total of 4 entities. One was that of an old woman who she believed was not a threat to the family, but was simply being held against her will within the home. One was a younger woman who was angry and resentful and could be violent. And the other was a man who took the life of his wife and his lover and had been hanged in the same spot 100 years earlier by a vengeful crowd. The final entity was that of a demon, and this demon not only was strong in keeping the other 3 spirits under its heel of control, but would use them to strengthen itself and wreak havoc upon the family, to sow discord, anxiety, and fear, all things to which it could feed on and continue to grow stronger. After reaching this conclusion and having gathered sufficient information, the Warrens spoke to Father McKenna, who was a Vatican-sanctioned exorcist and had worked with them over 50 times on separate cases in the past, so he was no stranger to the demonic. But after his arrival and attempted exorcism, the activity only increased in aggression and hostility, and for whatever reason, it was not tied to the home anymore, but rather the family members themselves. Jack began to experience horrific visions of the creature at work, as did his father. And alongside the continued paranormal activity taking place at their home, their daughter Karen fell seriously ill with a fever that the doctors couldn't diagnose at the time and almost died. Several of the other girls were also visited by this sickening presence at night, as Janet also was and continued to be. The demon also began to physically attack the family more often, causing stinging scratches and cuts on their bodies at random times, as well as deep and bruising bite marks. Still trying to help the family rid themselves of this creature, and fearing for the family's continued torment, the Warrens convinced the Smurls to allow a second exorcism to take place, and McKenna again would visit and conduct a second exorcism months later in the early spring. During this exorcism ritual, EVPs were recorded, which when played back after the fact, would reveal multiple entities laughing at and berating them for their efforts. Ed Warren would also be choked during this visit and would be incapacitated for multiple days after. Unfortunately, the second exorcism also failed, leading to even more violent manifestations of evil. Trying to get away from it all for even just a few days, the family went on a camping trip to the Pocono Mountains, but the demon would follow them there as well, tormenting them wherever they went, allowing for no rest, no decompression, and no peace. Upon returning to their home following this trip and getting even more desperate, they decided to reach out to a local TV show called People Are Talking to see if anyone could possibly help them. They did, however, remain anonymous during their interview, and this call for help, however, went unanswered, but the demons seemed to retaliate against them for it. Janet would once again be hurled against a wall, and Jack would experience something truly terrifying and new. As he woke up in the early morning to get ready for work before the sun had come up, a light rain tapped the glass of the windows outside. As he dressed himself and began to gather his things for his workday departure, he came down the stairs and was greeted by a disgusting and horrid creature. Standing in front of the door was a monstrous being whose head almost touched the ceiling. It resembled a horrible amalgamation of a man and a pig, standing upright on two legs. It screeched and rushed towards him, but as he fell backwards onto the stairs, hurting his back, the creature stood over him, face to face, snarling, before it disappeared. This manifestation disturbed and rattled Jack to his core. The same morning, shortly after Jack had left for work, because although terrified, he still had to provide for his family if they ever wanted to have a chance of escaping this hellscape of a home. Janet was woken up a short while later by a hand reaching up through her mattress and grabbing the back of her neck and pulling her towards it and choking her. After these events, horrific snarling noises, like that of a pig, could be heard coming from inside the walls. The time was now August of 1986, and the Smurls felt that the risk of ridicule did not outweigh the need for their story to reach a wider audience, so that somehow, somewhere, someone could possibly help them be freed from this torment. They would soon be granted an interview with the Wilkes-Barre Sunday newspaper, but instead of someone reading and immediately coming to their aid, their home quickly became a tourist attraction instead. The press, skeptics, and curious onlookers alike began to visit the house and camp outside of it at all hours of the day and night, with some particularly weird people even coming up and staring into the home's windows themselves. Some of their neighbors who had seen and heard strange things coming from the Smurl residence began to turn on them. They believed that the family was concocting some kind of a story to try and make money. Eventually, however, despite the torment inside and outside of the home now that they were experiencing, the Smurls would be contacted by a medium by the name of Mary Alice Rinkman, who offered to meet with them. Upon meeting the family and walking through the home, it was also Mary's conviction that there were 4 entities within the house, 3 human spirits, and 1 who had never been human, thus corroborating the Warrens' beliefs about the situation as well. She would, however, take things a bit further. She identified the old woman by the name of Abigail, the murderous man as Patrick, and the violent and ill-tempered spirit as Patrick's wife. And the 4th entity, of course, could not be identified by name, but was indeed a very powerful demon. The press coverage, despite the ridicule and the positive acquaintance of Mary, also had pushed the Scranton Catholic Diocese into action as well. They offered to take over the investigation. In the meantime, the Warrens had not given up on the family, but rather had reached out to several more priests and had arranged for a mass exorcism to be conducted, with 4 priests taking part, as well as multiple prayer groups. Alongside this, now Bishop McKenna came in for a third and final time and conducted an exorcism on the house for the family. And fortunately, the ritual, at least for a time, seemed to work, because following it, there were no disturbances for about 3 months. But as winter set in that year, just before Christmas of 1986, Jack would again see the creature that had tormented him for all of those years. This time, however, it beckoned him to allow it to take over. But clutching a rosary in his pocket that had been gifted to him by the church, he prayed as hard as he could, and thankfully this time, the demon vanished, never to be seen again. However, the putrid smells and violent manifestations would return and continue day in and day out. Frustrated, hopeless, and exhausted, the Smurls by this point had finally saved enough to be able to leave this dreaded duplex on Chase Street and decided they needed the closest thing to a fresh start as they could get. So when they finally did move, they moved to a completely new town, one where the ridicule would not find them. But like the terrible pattern shown before, the demon did not seem to be tied to the property, but rather the family. The activity started back up almost as soon as they had moved in and laid their heads to rest in their new home. It would take some time, but in 1988, the church finally sanctioned a 4th exorcism, but this time at their new residence. And this finally seems to have given the family peace. A few things I would like to mention, however, are these. From my own personal experience and many other stories I've researched, it seems like renovations, particularly on older homes, can wake up dormant spirits or hauntings. Perhaps this is what happened to the Smurls. It's hard to tell if the assaults were one or multiple demonic entities, but if they did truly exist, how did they get in the home to begin with? And my guess is that the collection of negative energy attracts them, like moths to a flame. Perhaps they enjoy or feed off of human suffering. This would only make sense to me considering that they hate humans, refuse to bow to them in the beginning. Perhaps once they're embedded in one's life, they continue to sow said suffering, to exploit and grow stronger, ultimately trying to take the human's life and their soul back with them to hell. I would also like to mention that scratching on a person and inside the walls, as well as disembodied breathing, are all signs of demonic infestation. And for one reason or another, having actually experienced this personally, seeing the manifestation of a pig-like demon or a creature, as well as hearing pig snarling coming from within the walls, is considered to be a serious or incredibly strong sign of a very strong demonic infestation. As far as the initial activity, the seeping through of the stains, the sinks turning on, toilets flushing on their own, and leaky pipes, those initially could be written off as poor skill when the work was initially done. But it seemed like with this story, all of these things were working perfectly fine for months before they all of a sudden, almost at the same time, began to go wrong, while costing the family money that they didn't have. And money at the time seemed to be their main issue, as well as the paranormal. So perhaps the demon knew and exploited this to add to the misery it was feeding on. But truly, at the end of the day, the conclusion is yours to make. Was the Smurl haunting legitimate, or just another tale concocted for money, or inside the broken minds of individuals who claim to have experienced it? Let me know down in the comments below. They would eventually release a book about all they had experienced, called The Haunted, in 1988, but financials or how successful it was never released, at least not from what I could find. But what I do know is this. It's extremely important to examine a situation from all angles just before diving into it. Although a place might seem like a fresh new start, it could indeed be your fresh new hell. And those renovations that you think are going to improve your quality of life could awaken something that has been watching and waiting for a new host to attach itself to and feed upon until it can wear it down, rot, and eventually drag it back to the depths from where it came from. What once seemed like a miraculous place to its early settlers slowly but surely collapsed under the weight of its own profits and debauchery. And it's now said that the land and all items within this abandoned town are now cursed. This is a strange tale that intertwines legend with history. This is the untold story of Bodie, California. The year was 1859, and mining had begun to decline along the western slope of the Sierra Nevada. Prospectors in search of riches beyond their wildest dreams began to cross the eastern slope. One such man was named William S. Bodie. During his expedition, Bodie would find gold near a place now known as Bodie Bluff. He would make camp there and continue to take his chances in order to collect his riches. His supplies and food would grow scarce, but his stash of gold nuggets was growing ever larger. Powered by his insatiable love for a better life, Bodie continued on. However, as the year progressed and winter came over the area, he unfortunately would breathe his last breath. Bodie died in a snowstorm that very winter, and would later be discovered by the future inhabitants of the town that would come to bear his name. His story in its own way would manifest within the settlement, even down to its last days. As the search for gold continued, Bodie's gold vein would be rediscovered, and slowly but surely, a mine was established, as well as a mill. The year was now 1861, and the town known as Bodie was home to 20 miners. For the next 17 years to come, its population would grow steadily, but it would remain a rather insignificant mining camp, and that was until the mill was sold. Bunker Hill Mine, as it came to be known on the west slope of Bodie Bluff, would change hands several times within the 17 years, until it came into the possession of Standard Mining Company. It was originally sold because the owners of Bunker Hill Mine at the time believed that the well had run dry, so to speak, since their profits and gold discovery had been on a downward trajectory for many years. But after it was sold to Standard, it was as if a miracle had taken place. Just months after the sale, a significant vein of rich gold ore was discovered. Profits as a result rose dramatically. And by 1878, Bodie's population had soared to over 5,000 people. It's estimated that the mine would yield nearly $15 million worth of gold over the next 25 years. Profits that would be worth an estimated $400 million in today's money. Although all seemed to be going great in Bodie, there were many hardships yet in store for the fledgling town and its citizens. The winter of 1878 was particularly savage. It's estimated that over 200 people would lose their lives, either due to exposure, hypothermia, or disease. Others would be taken by fallen timber, and one of several explosions to take place within the mines, as the powder magazine mysteriously ignited. But despite the horror of the winter frost, Bodie continued to grow. People of almost every walk of life would end up there, from miners to gamblers, prostitutes, and businessmen. And by 1879, it had doubled in size to over 10,000 residents. It had added an additional 2,000 buildings, and before long it supported over 30 gold mines, 65 saloons, and untold amounts of brothels, gambling halls, and opium dens. Opposite the brothels, gambling, and opium smoking, the town also had several churches, banks, and schools. 3 breweries within the town worked day and night brewing whiskey in 100-gallon barrels because Bodie seemed to have an insatiable thirst for alcohol. Like a perfect storm, Bodie would soon earn a reputation for violence, lawlessness, and debauchery of every kind. Killings at times were daily events. Robberies, stick-ups, and street fights all became frequent occurrences as well, as the town seemed to turn its back on God and worship its newfound idol, one of gold and profit. It seemed like the good times for those who indulged themselves would never end. But they would. Given Bodie's reputation, it's perhaps not surprising that one little girl, whose family was moving to the mining town, reportedly prayed, "Goodbye, God. We are going to Bodie." For all of its construction, Bodie needed vast amounts of lumber, and the problem was that there were scarce trees in the area. Soon, several businessmen formed the Bodie and Benton Railroad Company in 1881 for the sole purpose of sustaining that appetite for much-needed lumber. However, for the citizens of Bodie, this was not a good decision. In order to maximize profits, the company hired inexpensive Chinese labor, much to the outrage of the locally unemployed. So with a large influx of cheap foreign labor, it soon helped drive the competing labor costs into the ground, not just for the railroad, but for mining as well. This marked the beginning of the end of the town. The boom was over just 1 year later. In 1882, Bodie started to rapidly decline. Prior to 1882, there were no churches within the town, but there were 2 preachers, one Methodist and one Catholic, who held services in their private homes. And despite the town's decline, 2 churches would be built in 1882, one for each of the 2 faiths. However, both would not end up surviving. After the merging of Bodie and the Standard Mining Companies in 1887, the town saw a brief revival in both wealth as well as population, but that too would be short-lived. A series of fires would soon extinguish Bodie for good. In 1892, a fire ravaged much of the business district, further depleting the population. And in 1898, a massive fire broke out and destroyed the once prosperous mill. And although it was a slow burn, metaphorically speaking, as far as the decline of the town, the final nail in the coffin was in 1932, when a 2-year-old boy who had gotten a hold of his father's matches ended up lighting a fire that would destroy 95% of all buildings left within the town. In the years to come, Prohibition and the Great Depression would entomb Bodie, and although attempts were made to strike new gold, companies' once record profits crashed. We are thus left with a tale of a city that flew too close to the sun and burned, showing that chasing profit and vanity, debauchery and lust yielded disastrous long-term consequences. After World War II, only 6 people lived in the old settlement, and 5 of these 6 would soon meet strange and untimely deaths. The first was a man who seemingly went mad. Out of the clear blue sky, he woke up one day, loaded his pistol, and shot his wife in broad daylight in the town center. 3 men witnessed this take place and quickly took action, which would lead to the death of the man who had just killed his wife. And this is where things take a very weird turn indeed. According to each man, the ghost of the murdered man would visit them individually, tormenting them and forbidding their rest. Soon, all three would die of a mysterious and painful disease. Details on their condition are scarce, but thick and painful boils were said to envelop them, and within a matter of agonizing weeks, they would all perish. But the strange happenings didn't seem to stop with just those three men. After this, Bodie truly became a ghost town. By 1962, after years of neglect, it was designated a state historical park by the state of California, and legends about this place seemingly stuck in time. One such legend is known as the Bodie Curse. Supposedly, if visitors take anything from this town, even a pebble, they will forever be cursed with terrible misfortune. One such victim claimed to have been struck with horrible luck and tragedy until they returned an item that they had stolen from a previous visit. And this isn't entirely speculation or superstition, however. The park's own rangers claim it's a real phenomenon. Years ago, they began to keep a log of anyone who would offer to tell them that they were taking something from Bodie. And the logbook also contains pages upon pages of those same people returning those items and claiming the notorious curse. The curse is said to be perpetuated by the ghosts that live there, who guard their riches against thieves as they are still searching for new gold. And despite the park rangers vouching for the happenings, many believe it's nothing more than silly superstition. But I, for one, wouldn't want to be the guy to test this out. There are many places I'd be willing to go to investigate, with Bodie being one of them. But why take the chance of destroying your life for something that wasn't yours to begin with? Another ghostly legend is that of the haunting of the J.S. Kane house at the corner of Green and Park Streets. James Stewart Kane, or J.S. Kane, had arrived in Bodie when he was just 25 years old. Soon after his arrival, he entered the lumber transporting business and soon became a mogul. He would go on to own the Bodie Bank, a leasing company, and became the primary property owner within the town. The home is said to be haunted by the restless spirit of a Chinese maid. The maid apparently loves children who visit, but hates adults. Adults sleeping in the old house have said to be awakened frightened and breathless, feeling the weight of another person sitting on their chest. Others have experienced doors opening and closing by themselves, and have even seen the apparition of the spirit herself, knitting in the chair in the main room. And this isn't the only place that's claimed to be haunted that still stands there. The Mendocini house is called home to several friendly ghosts. One who is thought to be Mrs. Mendocini herself. She loved cooking large Italian meals for her family. Guests and park rangers alike have reported smelling delicious aromas emanating from the house, although no one has cooked there for over 100 years. Others have seen the spirit of a woman peering out of the top window of the Duckenbew house, almost as if the woman is still alive, but trapped in another time, still dressed as though it's the early 1900s. And yet another ghost is known as the Angel of Bodie, and her home is the Bodie Cemetery. There is an old angel statue that sits to guard her grave. The angel was a 3-year-old little girl who was said to have been accidentally killed when she was hit in the head by a slipped miner's pickaxe. Visitors have heard giggling, feeling a small hand tugging on their pant legs, and others have seen a little girl run from tombstone to tombstone. But upon rushing to find her, there's never anyone there. Bodie is now in a state of arrested decay. There are no permanent residents of the town except the park employees, and only about 10% of the original buildings still stand. In this ghost town, there are no maps, no restaurants, or recreations. Here you get the real ghost town experience. So if you find yourself in California and feel like taking a walk through time, Bodie just might be the place for you. But just remember, don't take anything, or you just might become its newest resident ghost. Lying dormant within the streets of suburbia, there is an unseen evil. Like a mouse falling into a pit of snakes, an unsuspecting family disturbed a slumbering force and became enshrouded in a fog of darkness. This is the untold story of the Bellaire house and the terrifying malevolent entities that dwell within its walls. Bellaire, Ohio, an area rich in history, was once known as Glass City, having once been a major glass production hub in the late 1800s. It is now known as the All-American Town, having been used in many Hollywood productions as a backdrop for lots of movies, some of which you've probably seen over the years. The town that epitomizes small America's daily life has long since moved past its industrial days and has become known for something else. On the outskirts of the town lies an old 2-story Victorian home that has become famous over the recent years, both among locals as well as across the country, with some saying it could be the most haunted place in the United States, if not the world. This is a bold statement to say the least, but the countless visitors to the house have reported strange, disturbing, and unexplainable encounters within its antique walls. But just how did this story begin? Where did the legend of the Bellaire house originate from? Let us first take a look at the home's dark history. Built in 1887 by a coal tycoon named Jacob Hetherington, the house sits adjacent from ancient Native American burial caves. It is also located where the scene of a massacre took place during the French and Indian War. It would sit on top of an active coal mine for years before. There was a major explosion that took place within the mine, killing multiple men working deep within the earth, directly underneath the house. Could the culmination of these tragic deaths have opened up a portal within the Bellaire house? A portal that allowed something to come through that wasn't supposed to be here. Shortly after this explosion is when the strange activity began. Jacob's son Alex moved into the home with his daughter Lyde, but was soon stricken with seizures and hallucinations. He would ultimately be committed to an insane asylum for the rest of his life, claiming that demons were trying to kill him. As time progressed, Lyde would take charge of the family business, being helped by her younger brother Edwin. Lyde would tragically and unexpectedly pass away one morning in the kitchen of the home. Edwin, now alone and grief-stricken, descended into mysticism and the occult in search of answers. He began to regularly host seances in the kitchen where his sister had passed away, to attempt to make contact with her on the other side, and it is believed that contact was indeed made, but with who or what is uncertain. In 2005, Kristen Lee and her family are desperate for a new home. Like a curse, for the second time in less than 2 years, a flash flood has destroyed their home and all of their possessions. Kristen, her 2 sons, Nicholas and Lane, along with their father, Fahe, have been fortunate enough to room with friends during this difficult time. Kristen has continued to try and get the family back on their feet and no longer wants to burden her friends with the boarding of her family. So she constantly checks the real estate listings, hoping to find a home that her and her family can finally settle down into. Given the circumstances, the family didn't have a big budget and would have to rebuild their lives from scratch. But soon, her determination seems to pay off. While at work, Kristen often browses real estate websites for new listings, as well as foreclosures, and a new listing soon catches her eye. Recently foreclosed on, but now available for purchase, she lays eyes on the old Victorian home for the first time. Its 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms setup, along with plenty of room, would be perfect for her family. The price seems almost too good to be true for her budget as well. And although the listing lacks more details, it's like her prayers had finally been answered. But by what? Not wanting to lose the property, Kristen arranges a showing of the home as soon as possible, and before too long finds herself on the front steps of the Bellaire house. She is immediately taken in by the beautiful craftsmanship of the woodwork. The wraparound porch facing the Ohio River soon has her imagining peaceful evenings watching the water flow. Upon entering the home, she continues to be impressed. Old marble and cherry wood ordain the interior of the home, and it seems almost too perfect, like something straight out of her dreams. The family also has a dog named Bella, and the large fenced-in backyard is perfect for her to run in, and the boys to play in. Dumbfounded by her luck, Kristen puts in an offer on the house that evening, and it's accepted the following morning. After 2 years of chaos and uncertainty, the Lee family can finally breathe again and start living a normal life. But just as all seems quiet and settled, the family begins to discover that the house is anything but normal. At first, upon hearing odd noises in the night, the family wrote off the sounds as nothing more than anxiety in an old house. Being slightly scared or anxious upon moving into a new place, particularly following a very uncertain time in one's life, is not out of the ordinary. But these sounds soon become too much to dismiss. They soon begin to hear footsteps at all hours of the day and night. Kristen would later describe the activity as so. I would hear footsteps above and sometimes below me, even when there was no one else home but me. And I always felt as if there were thousands of eyes staring at me at all times, watching my every move. Along with the strange noises, items soon begin to go missing. From keys to towels to trinkets. One moment they would be there, and within seconds, they would vanish. And Kristen isn't the only one experiencing strange happenings within the Bellaire house. At the time, her 12-year-old son Nicholas begins to experience a malevolent force that seems to dwell within his bedroom. At first, he too begins to feel as if he's being watched at all times, and it seems to get exponentially worse at night. He begins to have night terrors, feeling someone or something covering his mouth and nose, forcing him to suffocate. One night, he wakes up in a cold sweat. It's storming outside. Flashes of lightning occasionally light up the room. What he sees disturbs him to his core. In the corner of his room, towards his closet, as a burst of light fills the room, he sees a blackened figure staring at him and shaking profusely. The young boy is utterly terrified. Rushing out of his room as fast as he possibly can, he wakes up his mother and refuses to sleep there any longer. The boy is so hysterical, the only solution was to send him to his grandmother's house, located 30 minutes away. What makes this case all the more compelling is that Kristen has a master's degree in psychology and works as a mental health physician. With this, her professional opinion of what Nicholas had experienced was initially contributed to stress and fatigue, both common factors that tend to make the human mind see and experience things that aren't really there. And these probably could explain many similar situations, and most would agree. However, Kristen's view would soon undergo a radical change after one terrifying experience of her own. After months of strange happenings within the home, it was now winter, and the Lee family, still tight on finances, was sleeping in the basement near the fireplace to save money on the gas bill. Fahe was asleep in a recliner, and Lane as well as Kristen were asleep on the wraparound couch located in the corner of the room. All seemed normal until Kristen was woken up by the feeling of the couch cushion being pressed down near her legs. She then found herself face to face with a terrifying figure of a man staring directly at her. She would later describe the encounter as so. I woke up being face to face with this gray figure of a man. He was translucent, almost like a mist, but the mist had features, like a person. The face was completely emotionless and had dark, sunken-in eyes. Kristen asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want?" But to no response, just a blank, lifeless stare. Within seconds, the apparition disappears. But before she can ponder what had just taken place, the silence is once again shattered. But by this time, it was the family dog, Bella, who was barking and running around the room. Kristen, attempting to keep her family asleep through the ordeal, tries to quiet the dog down and notices that she can see her breath in the air. And although it's cold outside, it's not nearly that cold near the fireplace. She then sees the figure materialize once more and silently move from one side of the room and through the wall on the other side, vanishing completely. No longer wanting to face whatever this was alone, she woke up her husband and told him what had just taken place. His response, however, was that she was too tired and needed to go back to sleep. Could what Kristen had experienced been a stress or fatigue-induced hallucination? Perhaps, but someone with a professional background such as herself surely would know how to differentiate, wouldn't you think? Finally knowing she's not crazy and totally convinced that the home was haunted, Kristen begins to try and make plans to get her family out of the Bellaire house and to safety elsewhere. As soon as she can, she puts the home up for sale and moves the family to a nearby rental home. Although she's relieved to no longer physically be in the house, no one is buying it. To try and cover expenses, she has no other choice other than to make the house a rental property. But almost as soon as the first family moves in, they move out. And this kickstarts a revolving door of tenants. Seemingly stuck with the house, Kristen comes to the conclusion that no family will or should live there. So what should be done with a haunted property? Needing to make ends meet, she comes up with a unique idea. She turns the home into an afterlife research property. This would allow various groups to come in and conduct their own research on just what exactly was taking place within the Bellaire house. And the idea works. Soon, groups from all over the United States and Canada are traveling to temporarily live within the home to conduct research. And from here, we gain some more interesting stories, to say the least. One group, who calls themselves the Armchair Researchers, from upstate New York, consists of two women, one being a birthing nurse, and the other a nurse who works with dying patients. They found paranormal and afterlife research to be a natural extension of their day jobs for the last 15 years. After hearing about the Bellaire house, they soon find themselves driving to Ohio to investigate the phenomena for themselves. First impressions tend to go a long way, and the first impression the women got upon their arrival was very creepy. The home by this point was in a moderate state of decay. The fence that had once surrounded the backyard was mostly blown down, and the exterior of the home, as well as the porch, was weathered and rotting. But despite the odd feelings initially, they make their way inside. And at first, they actually felt welcomed, almost invited in, greeted by the same cherry wood interior that has greeted everyone. But as soon as they set up their equipment and prepare for their stay, as day turns to night, there seems to be a shift in energy within the home. The shift went from warm and inviting to dark and ominous. Then began the noises, banging, footsteps, and the moving of furniture. The ladies also noted the feeling of being watched everywhere they went. While asking probing questions as they wandered throughout the house, they would soon also witness strange lights in various parts of the home. And along with the lights, there soon also came full-blown apparitions, all of which seemed to be centered around the basement. And as the night progressed, so did their feelings of anxiety. While taking a short break and sitting down on one of the couches in the basement, the two heard what they described as a large crashing noise above them, as if someone or something had thrown a bookshelf across the house itself, shaking the entire home. Absolutely terrified and panicked, the women apprehensively made their way up the stairs and rushed out of the home as fast as they possibly could, leaving behind equipment and personal items. They were too frightened to go back. Upon learning of what had taken place, Kristen wasn't at all surprised. Over the years, there had been dozens of teams of people who couldn't seem to last the night for one experience or another. People have been scratched, pushed downstairs, punched, bitten, and even in one instance, thrown across the room by a violent and unseen force. Another noteworthy story comes from a team located locally there in Ohio. They have had the opportunity to visit the home and conduct investigations numerous times over the years. But their experience in particular one night truly makes me question just what exactly haunts the Bellaire house. There was 3 of them this time, and it was shortly after midnight when they made their way into the attic to continue their investigation. During their questioning, they seemed to be getting direct interaction with something through their spirit box. Then, towards the corner of the attic, a mist seemed to materialize, coming up from the attic floor, slowly enveloping the group. Glancing down, they were now too stunned to speak. They saw what appeared to be thousands of black snake-like creatures slithering over their feet and onto their legs. The creatures then began to form a figure standing in front of one of the attic windows, a creature of pure darkness that seemed to stare at them with thousands of tiny, beady eyes. The crew, which consisted of 2 men and a woman, ran for their lives, descending the attic stairs as quickly as possible, leaving behind anything and everything that they had brought with them that wasn't located on their person, and out of the home for good. All of these stories and experiences have led many to believe that the Bellaire house is some kind of magnet for paranormal activity. A magnet or a host to a portal for spirits. Whether that portal was opened by the tragedy that took place within the mind that once existed below its foundation, or one that was opened due to seances being conducted within the house on multiple occasions. But over the years, many different entities have been documented, from what appear to be human ghosts to perhaps something more sinister. One such entity goes by the name of Emily Davis. It is believed that Emily Davis was a child that drowned in the Ohio River that flows right by the home. Her room is allegedly the same room that Kristen's son Nicholas once stayed in. And besides the basement, it also seems to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. Through various investigations, once contact has been made and trust seems to be gained, people are often attacked, which have led many to believe that Emily isn't a child at all, but a demon. Perhaps it could be the same demonic creature that frightened Nicholas so bad that he moved out of the home, as previously mentioned. Many investigators also have claimed to have some activity follow them home, and even haunt their dreams, as if the house or the beings within the house are calling out to them to come back for one reason or another. Although many questions may never be answered surrounding the Bellaire house, one thing is for certain. It continues to be considered one of the most haunted places in America, if not the world. It also continues to serve as a place of study for those wanting to investigate the supernatural forces that dwell within its walls. But if you find yourself being drawn to the old Victorian, just know that if you're not careful, you too could find yourself being made a part of its history, whether you like it or not.
Demonic possession, a phenomenon that's mostly written off in the modern day by the average person. But what happens when respected professionals see and experience things that convince them otherwise? Could we consider the possibility that demonic possession could indeed be real? I want you to keep that question in mind throughout this video, and let me know what you think down in the comments below. Today, we will be discussing one such man whose experiences altered his skeptical view, and it all began 25 years ago when he met a woman named Julia. Dr. Richard Gallagher, a Princeton and Yale-educated psychiatrist who runs his own practice and teaches at Columbia and New York universities, started out skeptical. 25 years ago, due to his profession and skepticism, he began to be asked to provide medical oversight as a doctor of psychology to cases from different churches of different faiths, cases which the churches believed the individuals to be potentially genuinely possessed. Several cases in particular altered his views forever. A member of the local Catholic clergy approached Dr. Gallagher and asked him if he would provide his medical opinion on a case he was working on. Word had gotten out that Dr. Gallagher was both a great doctor as well as a skeptic, to which the priest commented, "We understand that you're skeptical, and this is part of the reason as to why we want to use you." Gallagher accepted and made an arrangement to meet the woman and to begin her examination. The woman was claiming to be assaulted by forces she couldn't see, invisible monsters, if you will. This woman was known for being kind and rational, a devoutly religious Hispanic woman who had no history of mental illness. She described the episodes where she said she experienced an evil force that would overtake her and would subsequently beat her. The beatings, however, were not in her mind. Bruises would materialize on the woman's body, seemingly out of nowhere. And during the examination, Dr. Gallagher saw this happen for himself, and after several days, he came to the conclusion that not only was the woman completely sane, not even showing the slightest indication of mental illness, but that he believed what she was experiencing was genuine. From this strange case, the doctor continued to assist with providing psychiatric expertise, and came to the conclusion that the vast majority of the cases turn out not to be true demonic possession, and only about 1 in 100 cases could even be considered anything of the sort. The doctor's examinations were very thorough. He not only physically and psychologically examined the persons, but would also interview any and all family and friends who were aware of the situation, as to understand the story as a whole. And out of those 1 out of 100 cases that didn't fit into any known psychological pattern, supernatural characteristics would manifest. The persons who he believed were genuinely possessed would often display frightening behavior, such as the person speaking in languages that they couldn't have possibly known, exhibiting extreme strength with no known physical cause, claiming to move objects around the room, without touching them, and displaying unknown knowledge about people, places, and things that no human being could possibly know. And we'll get into that more later in this video. The Catholic Church also has a strict deterministic criteria for possession as well. The case has to be confirmed via moral certainty, and under moral certainty, a person has to enter a trance-like state, and a demonic-sounding voice must manifest. The person then attacks religion and attacks the people conducting the exorcism, as well as displaying demonic manifestations of power, such as those that Dr. Gallagher mentioned. In these severe and extremely rare cases, Dr. Gallagher would give his go-ahead for the exorcisms to proceed. The second case that would change his outlook forever was that of a woman named Julia. He was approached by two of America's leading Catholic exorcists to consult on a case that they believed to be one of the most severe demonic possessions they had ever witnessed. Julia was a 39-year-old woman who was a self-professed high priestess of a satanic cult. The night before Dr. Gallagher was supposed to go and meet Julia for the first time to begin examining her, he was in his study with his wife at about 3 a.m. Accompanying the couple was their two cats, and quoting the doctor here, seemingly out of nowhere, the cats began to go completely berserk in a way which we had never seen before. We were mystified. The next morning upon his arrival, the priest introduced him to Julia for the first time, and the first words out of her mouth were, "Hey Doc, how did you like those cats last night?" Bewildered, the doctor continued his examination. As the day continued, she began to reveal other secrets that no human could possibly know, such as how some of the doctor's patients had died, as well as their names, and dates and times of death. Another bizarre example of this secret knowledge, to quote him again, "She told me when and how my mother had died, and that she had died from ovarian cancer," which was true. The following night, Dr. Gallagher was on the phone with one of the priests who was in charge of the exorcism, discussing the case. Julia was not on the line whatsoever, and as a matter of fact, they knew where she was. She was over 1,000 miles away, and during their discussion, the same exact voice that had come out of Julia interrupted their phone call. The voice stated that she was theirs, and to cease their efforts at once. Both disturbed and amazed, Dr. Gallagher said to the priest, "Did you hear that?" And the priest replied, "Oh yes. The evil spirit can even interrupt our phone conversation." What makes this all a little bit more weird is that this conversation was also taking place on a landline, and landlines aren't particularly known for picking up any interference, like a cell phone would. The doctor conducted further examinations as to not leave any medical possibility out of the equation, and during these examinations, Julia was witnessed speaking multiple languages she couldn't have possibly known, such as fluent Latin and Spanish. She was also witnessed levitating up and out of a chair she was placed in, and had to be brought back down and secured to the chair as to not hit the ceiling above. Running through all possibilities and witnessing the unexplained, the doctor drew only one sensible conclusion: that Julia was most definitely possessed. It's unfortunate that the fate of Julia and her exorcism are uncertain, or at least I couldn't find any more information about the case, although I'm definitely interested in what happened. After being a consultant for over 20 years, Dr. Richard Gallagher also had some interesting things to say in regards to the possessed themselves. He said that one does not simply wake up possessed. These people have turned to evil in a very explicit way. In the case of Julia, for example, she had blatantly turned to Satanism and had invited darkness into her life. The same can be said for all the rest. They had somehow, some way, invited evil into their lives. He also had something to say about skeptics as well. He said that people who are critical of possession often require a ridiculous amount of proof. They have to understand that these things cannot be reproduced in a lab environment, and most of them have never seen a genuine case, let alone spoken to an exorcist. And I don't think that's very scientific of them.